Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We're here for day 3 of the test match between South Africa and New Zealand. New Zealand currently 5 down for 157 runs. The two best batsmen arguably at the crease at the moment, other than maybe Henry Nicholls, was able to get himself for 39. But that is on the score sheet. My mum kind of went, yeah, because I guess not the biggest fan.
Oh, yeah, nah, well, we'll see. They might change my mind.
Alrighty, so Colin de Grandhomme at the moment sitting there 54 of 61, really bringing the counter-attack into this game when New Zealand were under a huge amount of pressure after losing Latham, Young, both pretty cheaply in the early stages.
I saw that. I sort of haven't seen yesterday's play because I was bowling, of course, but yeah, a bit of a surprise when I turned it on and yeah.
Not what we were expecting.
No.
Currently, the Black Caps have actually only batted for 45 overs. So currently going at about that 3.2 and over, somewhere around that mark. But now they do need to make sure that these two do keep this partnership going. I would say if New Zealand are bowled out by the end of this session, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, definitely. But it'll test them, of course. Will they go for a draw? Can they get a draw?
Overcast conditions in Christchurch, I do see.
So it'll be swinging.
Swinging all over the place. Hello, Billy. He's lost. There's Billy, my cat, of course.
Where's he going?
Where's he going? He's decided to go in behind the screen at this stage today, Kiwi Lads. Had to be a sad day yesterday, says Brandon there. He did say that his mother passed away for Brandon.
Oh, no, that's no good.
And also, we have got Crazy NZ in the chat. Currently only sitting about 3 minutes away from the start of this game. As you guys can hear, my voice is sounding a little bit worse for Wea. Hopefully it does end up kicking in a little bit later on. And at the live stream, more than likely we will be doing the first session. Then my mother, she has got a little bit of a task to do of watching some bowls, don't you?
Yeah, it's a final, so thought I'd go support the ladies.
And then I will probably end up possibly sleeping depending on how the game is going. And we will be back for the full day of day 4 and the full day of day 5 as well. If we do get a full day of day 5, that is, whether or not New Zealand are still there.
Well, if we get a full day of day 5, we're going for a draw, aren't we?
Do you think New Zealand are in a position where they can, at some stage, somehow go on to get a win from being trailing by 207 runs here?
No, don't think so.
No? What about a draw? Do you see a draw?
There's only probably 2 results. The draw or South Africa winning, isn't it? I don't know if you can come back from this, can you?
It's going to be tricky. And also we have got the Goose in the chat. Said hello in the chat. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently we have got all the players making their way out onto the field, including Colin de Grandhomme and Daryl Mitchell and Hamish Mum. And there says Brandon. Currently Rabati was able to get 3 wickets and also Janssen getting the other 2. So Mulder, Maharaj, and also it was Sipalma or Sipemla, I believe it is, has not been able to pick himself up one as of yet. It's looking very overcast in Christchurch at the moment. Probably about as close as you can be to overcast without it raining by the looks of that rain cloud in the background, but it's possibly just cloudy. Yep, pretty much cloudy all day. No sign of rain. And we should hopefully get a full day of play. 10% chance. There was just a little bit of rain yesterday that it ended up delaying play a little bit in the morning, I believe it was.
Okay. Well, it's raining when I was playing bowls yesterday. That was fun.
Yes. Did you win your bowls?
Yes.
Here you go.
It wasn't because of me.
I'm sure you had some sort of morale booster for them.
Yeah, it's just one of those days that the skip kept coming in and taking it off them, which was quite good.
Are you slightly as concerned as I am about where the cat has ended up?
Yeah, where is he ended up?
He walked behind the green screen. I'm hoping he's just sitting on the chair like a good cat.
Really?
He might not be, though. We'll have to wait and see whether or not we hear something ripping. I think he should be all right. As long as he's not, doing anything he shouldn't be, it's going to be fine. Colin de Grandhomme, 2 sixes in a test match. Definitely counter-attacking play from Mr. de Grandhomme.
Yeah, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it didn't. Obviously, it paid off yesterday.
So I guess, does he go on to get the 100?
Well, he's got to.
Daryl Mitchell, he's been pretty impressive in all formats. Daryl Mitchell, I know that in the fielding department for slip, maybe a little bit too deep at first slip, but that could have been down to Blundell being also a couple steps too far.
Yeah, and the first slip is always governed by what the wicketkeeper
Okay, I think I now hear the cat.
Where is he?
Don't know, but we're about to have
Tell
the
me
first day. He should be all right, I hope.
Sure.
He just sounds like he's rustling somewhere.
Okay, I'll go sort the cat out.
Is he just sitting patiently, or is he misbehaving?
Oh, he's on the windowsill.
He's on the windowsill.
Okay.
Now, first ball of the day is about to be bowled, and it will be Spindler who will be getting us underway for this day 3, or day 3, in fact it was, and I got home today working. It's going to be a nice shot straight away from Colin de Gronholm. That's 4 runs to start the day off, and start the way you want to go on in Colin de Gronholm. That one beautifully along the ground. Let's get himself the 4 runs to the get-go outside.
I put him outside, yep.
Nice.
Whether he wanted to go or not.
Nice shot from Colin de Gronholm. Moves on to 58 runs now. Look at that. Gives him a nice one outside off stump. Goes, thank you very much for that one. I'll be taking the 4 runs.
Bit of a loosener from the bowler.
Currently, I mean, the big thing here is, first of all, I'd like to say that New Zealand from here will be able to get 4 runs to stop the follow-on from being enforced.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully.
We don't want many.
Not with shots like
no,
that, though. De
no.
Gronholm, outside of off stump, almost connecting. Young Janssen, he's actually only about 21 years of age.
He looks pretty young, but he looks pretty tall too.
Mm.
Is he the tall far? Yeah.
He is. He's the one who can look eye to eye with Kyle Jamieson.
Yeah.
Which is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not.
Unless you own a ladder. My mum loves my jokes.
Weird sense of humor. Yeah.
161 runs at the moment through in this innings for the Black Caps. Pitched up. It doesn't seem like he's willing to wait around and wait for the bad ball, Colin de Gronholm. If it's kind of a decent ball, he'll still try and smack it.
Oh, if he's in that mindset, he might as well. And he's got away with it so far. So, did he give any chances yesterday?
Maybe 1 or 2. I don't think a huge amount, though.
Mm.
I mean, with the fact that he's hitting the ball every once in a while in the year, there's always going to be that half chance, depending on whereabouts he does try to hit it. But Janssen, once again, short ball leaves it alone there to Gronholm. 131 Ks. The side's against playing that one. Thought, nah, not worth it, is it?
Is he going to practice?
Or just to try and tempt him a little bit with another one.
Mm.
I know that they've got a deep backward square leg.
Mm.
So it's probably exactly the shot that they want him to play, isn't it?
Mm. They're saying how cold it looks out there.
Mm.
The guy's got about a vest and a long sleeve jersey.
New Zealand conditions, eh? 9 degrees, I believe we are sitting. And my dad made me coffee and some bacon and pancakes in there.
Oh, yeah.
Says Brandon.
Sounds all right.
Currently 135 Ks. Janssen starting to really build into it for this innings. I believe that's Bavuma. Looks like he's possibly supporting a bit of a left-hand limp.
Mm.
I assume he's all right, though, because he's going to be important in the batting innings. He always, anytime South Africa lose quick wickets, he sits there at the crease and he just rebuilds it.
Yeah.
And also, well, this is over finally. Hello again, Amish and Donna. And also, I feel like I have to stick around for a bit for the cricket after missing a whole day of quality rugby. It broke my spirit, says Sebastian. He had to go to a wedding.
Oh, who puts a wedding on when there's rugby on?
That's what he was saying last night. And he said it to get back at him. He's going to have his wedding when the FIFA World Cup's on.
Oh, so he's a soccer fan. Oh, that's okay. It might backfire, but
very tactical.
Okay.
But yeah, currently, I believe it's that situation of, I mentioned it on the live stream. These cricket live streams are probably going to be how long can Hamish keep on talking before the voice disappears or he falls asleep on his desk?
Yeah, well, how long you been up for?
Oh, a few hours.
Yeah.
I think we're up to about 20.
Okay.
Not too bad. Still,
I couldn't do it. I'm just about asleep after 14.
the voice is struggling.
Drink more
Drink more.
water.
Great advice for the wedding too.
Yeah.
It's free booze, isn't it?
Oh, it normally is. Some will bring your own in these hard times and that, but most help yourself.
It's the teeth, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ear bubble gets in there.
Oh, okay.
And also, hello, Amish and Mum. Welcome into the live stream. My previous message is in Afrikaans and translated means, hi, ma'am, how are you doing? And try your best to read it. It says Goose there. I'll tell you what,
No,
I'm
no.
terrible at pronouncing things. Like Afrikaans, I was working on a few of my pronunciations. I can say jou lekker ding, which is you good thing.
Okay.
About as far as my Afrikaans does go. And also baie dankie, which means thank you. I think. It won't backfire. He'll be fuming and I'll be smiling unconditionally.
Of course you will be.
And the thing is, not smiling because it's his wedding,
Yeah.
smiling because he can see that man in the front row going, man, I wish I knew what the football score was at the moment.
He's probably, yeah, but it's on phones. Disconnect the internet at the venue.
Oh, that's brutal.
That is brutal. Then he won't be able to check the
That's
scores.
how you know people will have to be interested in the wedding.
Yeah.
Rabada, short ball.
Like,
Daryl Mitchell goes after it, does get enough of it. And that is going to be 4 runs out mid-wicket way. I hope you guys are all doing well after a big night of rugby. We have got plenty more. And Sebastian, you make me laugh. It says Brandon there with the laughing faces as well. But getting straight onto it with his grey Nichols bat. Daryl Mitchell, oh, I've got a bat similar to that.
you have?
Probably not as flash.
No. Have
Good.
you used it?
No. Maybe you could be the first one.
Oh, it's just in the nets again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Geez, it'd have to be warmer than today. Otherwise, I'll be bright red anyway.
It is very cold, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like compared to yesterday. Like yesterday wasn't too bad, although I did
Oh.
wake up in the afternoon. So
Yeah.
it's hard to tell.
You didn't play bowls in the rain and the
No.
wind. And the yes, it was fun. On and off though. It wasn't all the time, but yeah, enough to get wet.
And also, big night of rugby, was it? Look at me, I'm a mess, Sebastian. There. How was the wedding anyway?
Yeah.
Rugby aside, was it any good? I feel like what makes a good wedding? And don't say a free bar.
Good food,
Good food?
good entertainment, and good people.
Okay, fair enough. I showed them a picture of me dressed up for the wedding that we went to.
Oh, for Nate's wedding.
Yeah, my dress, or not my dress, my vest and hat.
Yeah.
Not doing that again.
What? Showing them a photo.
Well, just not wearing that thing that I wore. It just didn't, it wasn't the best choice, I don't think.
But that was what you wanted to wear.
I know,
so-
and I don't know why.
But you were, how old were you?
Probably
How long Tanya and Nate
16,
been married?
16, 17.
She was pregnant with. No, how old's Tamsin? 7? Yeah. So it was about 7 years ago. So you would have been about 15, 16.
That was a 15-year-old outfit, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, with
That
the
was
hat.
you, though.
She is. I was like, no, here for rugby. And there's Brandon here. We have got the cricket. And then also later on, the Six Nations, Ireland versus Italy. And for Sebastian's sake, I hope it is a very good game of rugby.
Okay.
You know, it's got to be.
Good.
Hurricanes versus Blues, very good game of rugby. I
Yeah.
recommend.
I heard the Hurricane. Oh, am I allowed to say
I don't know.
score? Or has people still been watching it?
Not sure. I try not to say it sometimes, but then some people come in the chat and go, did you see the score in this one? It was this and this. It's actually the New Zealand wicket so far.
Oh,
A couple of cheap dismissals, you would say.
oh, is it?
That was Devon Conway.
So there was two
That
down
wasn't
the
a
leg
good
side.
shot. Yep. Oh, no,
Oh.
Blunderly loves the lead
Well
on middle
judged.
stump.
Well judged. Not.
And also, where's the Crusaders playing next? It is going to be next week. And that will be up against Moana Pacifica on Friday night. If Moana Pacifica can play.
And is that in Queenstown? Or
Queenstown or Forsyth Bar in Dunedin.
so why are they based in Queenstown when they're travelling to Dunedin?
I guess it's just to give the pitch in Queenstown a little bit of a spell.
Okay.
Because like it will get torn up big time. Because like it was raining there a while ago. And also we have got Melissa said, Hamish just tuned in. I take it, it's your mum, mate. And there she is indeed.
Yep. How's it going?
Currently, we do a little bit of the co-commentary for the cricket, don't we?
We do, because I like my cricket.
Do you like rugby?
I used to follow it all the time, but not so much now. It's sort of, I'll watch the test matches, but I won't get up during the night to watch it.
Jeez, who would do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Random hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be dedicated, of course. Yeah.
And currently 12 in the Republic, so a late night.
Wow.
Currently, I mean, that's the thing for people in South Africa watching this game as well. Like, it's a late night, going through to about 5 to 6 a.m. I think it's like 6 a.m. or something along those lines, maybe even 7 a.m. to watch through the innings. So it is very impressive, you guys who are tuning in. These ones currently.
That's dedication for you.
It is indeed. And it's something like, I feel like some people, they find their dedication that they don't have for other things in sport, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you love the game, why not? And it's available, well, through a lot of formats now, isn't it? I mean, YouTube and
nice shot from de Grandhomme.
Sky and all that.
To the leg side.
Spark Sports.
They want 2 of them. Yeah, they've actually taken it off the TAB, I do see. And also, can you please tell how was all of the rugby? So 5 games we did end up covering, and you can probably hear it from my voice that it was about 11 hours worth of the commentary. But first game, France were able to get the win over Scotland for the Six Nations. Second game, England having a close game up against Wales, but sneaking the win. Then for Super Rugby, we saw 3 results. And Fiji and draw, they were unsuccessful in their game up against the Brumbies. The Brumbies having a pretty confident win there. Hurricanes sneaking it up against the Blues. And then the Rebels, they didn't really show up for their game up against the Western Force. Did end up losing it quite badly as well. By any chance, do you know what when Chiefs versus Moana Pacifica is? Because it says it's postponed. I believe at this stage it is still a postponed match until they kind of work out when they can actually, I guess, fit it in. Hopefully it's either, I don't think they'll go midweek just because those guys do need a rest. So they might do it right at the end of the competition or when the teams are about to go to Australia. Perhaps might be the time that they do it. And hey, Donna, how are you? Cheers, Ollie.
I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah,
so it's 2 matches they have to do.
So they got 1 against the Blues and 1 against the Chiefs. So it's going to be tricky. Any more than the 2, you probably get yourself in a little bit of trouble in terms of trying to make up time.
Yeah, because there's no bye, is there?
No.
Because there's 6 teams. 6 teams?
6 New Zealand teams,
Yeah.
Well, slight New Zealand teams, I guess, if you count Moana Pacifica. And messed up a lot of things. Can't wait to go to watch the live games. World Cup 7s in Cape Town. September is going to be epic. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. And the 7s coming back in 45 days in Singapore for the next leg. And I believe Fiji, New Zealand, Samoa, all of the teams should be back for that one. So fingers crossed that will be able to take place. But it wasn't all bad. There was a fight between 2 drunken uncles. It was pretty entertaining. Gotta love a good wedding brawl. Did anyone fight at your wedding?
Nah, I don't think so. Well, we left after a while.
Well, you just left your own wedding?
No, well, you do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got to drive off in the car with the cans, don't you? Why is the cans the thing to do? Like, it's just noisy, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Is it to tell people, hey, look at us, look at us.
We're married.
We're married.
Lucky us.
Yeah.
Google it.
And also, you should tell George to dye his hair pink. I mean, if I paid him multiple $1,000s, he might consider it. And even then, he might not.
No, I can't imagine George pink hair.
I don't think I can imagine George blonde either.
No.
Isaac actually, as a child, was blonde, fun fact. And then his hair changed to kind of darker.
Oh, okay.
He's actually a little blondie till about 4 or so. Fun fact.
Fun fact.
I'm looking for, but no New Zealand in there. Says Brandon, and also we have got the, okay, thanks, have a good, great day, bye. Says Mr. Cookie Boy, so we will see you later. And also we have got the, come Hamish, take out the blonde, the blow-up doll. Says Morse, nah, I've rented it out to a friend. He's lonely.
I wouldn't advertise that once.
Currently 48.4 overs down. New Zealand trailing by 197. This partnership has been a strong one, though.
Yeah.
For New Zealand currently putting it together. I believe they're sitting on about, I want to say, about a 75-run partnership at this current time. They did show up before, but I wasn't watching.
Oh, yeah?
Nah.
Okay.
Rabada short ball. Nice shot from Daryl Mitchell straight out to the man out in the deep.
Someone out there.
There is. And not just anyone. Big 2-meter Peter and at Janssen. And also no New Zealand in rugby sevens, and there says Brandon. Although at this stage, I think with it being 45 days away, they have still got more time to decide if they are going to be going. I don't think they've quite confirmed it as of yet, whether or not they're
Singapore,
going.
you don't have to do all the MIQs and stuff, do you? Or they've only just opened up, have they, or not?
I'd like to think that New Zealand would have sorted out after the last one, and they would have booked the isolation early.
Yeah.
Because that's why the New Zealand versus Australia one couldn't take place, because they left it too late and then went, oh yeah, how are we going to get back? Whereas this one, I like to think they've got enough time to go, oh yeah, maybe we should book it.
I don't know that they would need MIQ back this way anyway. I think by then.
You think it will be a self-isolate type thing?
I think so, because isn't it changed from March anyway? And I think Singapore was one of those countries. Don't know.
Yeah, so I guess they might end up getting away with just sneaking through. Well, not sneaking through. That sounds like they're doing the dodgy.
They're talking about it every day, basically, about changing things anyway. So it would have changed by then anyway, I feel.
And also, South Africa need 2 quick wickets now, says Johannes. And if they can get these 2 out, New Zealand will be in trouble. And there is a chance that they will be bowled out by the end of this first session.
There is a chance, but be positive.
The moment they get the 2. Now, the Gronholm is one of those guys that you don't really want to test out running 2 when it's going to his end. Because sometimes a little bit of lazy running can get him in trouble.
Yeah. Hadn't he been out before for not putting his back down?
Yeah, he just casually jogged it and then got run out.
Yeah.
And also, we have got there, bro, you put in long hours overnight. Hello, you must be tired as, says Anazi Williams there. I'm actually not feeling too bad.
If I start yawning, you'll be.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal. But currently, that's the thing. I think I'm still carrying over the momentum of all the rugby.
Yeah, you're still living off adrenaline.
Oh, it was over the top of the keeper. And that is going to be 4 more runs for Daryl Mitchell now, moving up onto 40 off 91. Good morning, Kiwi lads. I'm still in bed from last night. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night, says Neil Wagner. Yeah, it's certainly a very busy time for sport, and it's getting busier. In the near future now, the bowling attack or the bowling action of KG, a pure thoroughbred fast bowler. Pity about South Africa batting. It's been horrendous for 3 years now. And there from Morse. Currently, that's the thing. South Africa, they've batted a lot better in this game, which I have been impressed with. But it seems to be, that's the thing. If they can keep consistent, they're going to have a good potential to be able to really rebuild that top order, because it takes time. It's going to be the single there for Daryl Mitchell, now moving up onto 41 runs now, and I got 11 hours of sleep, says Brandon. So, yeah, that's probably what I'm going to aim for. Not tonight, but the night after, I think. They are just showing there for Daryl Mitchell or umpire's call. So I think he could have been out earlier on, but the umpire must have given it as not out.
Oh.
No, that's same one.
Same one.
Yep, same one.
I was going to say. It did look good.
No, it's not. It's a different one.
It's a different one.
In fact. Yeah. Himself in a little bit of trouble. Colin the Grono now whipping it away. Down to fine leg. Okay, don't worry, I'm here. And there says Gareth, welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. Next wicket falling. See if you can nail it again.
Not for a while.
Oh, South Africa don't have any reviews remaining.
Wow.
So that will be the big kind of factor for them later on.
When does it click over again?
80 overs, they'll get one.
One
little freebie. As I say, Amish, take a chance and bring it in at Baby AB now. And there says Morse. Baby AB. Or Baby Abe. Is it Ab? Baby Ab. Baby AB. Who is Baby AB? I don't know. I don't know. And also because I don't stay up for the rugby in there, says Brandon. So some would consider that quite smart. You know?
Yeah.
Because replays do exist.
They do. And you can wake up and find out who won the next day.
That's true. And if it was like 0-all, you'd be like, right, don't have to watch it now. And can't see a wicket taken or till some spin. I reckon Maharaj. And then this is a very important partnership. Exactly right. Currently about 80 runs between these two individuals. Marco Janssen, nice shot from Daryl Mitchell. Just plays it out through cover. I don't believe that's going to be racing away to the boundary. Just short. Nicely fielded in the deep, and they will get back for the 3. And de Villiers' son, maybe, or son, sorry, could be AB de Villiers' son, maybe. Oh, because he's only, how old's his son? He's not very old at all, is he?
Don't know.
You could also add in Quinton de Kock's son, although he probably can't even, is he even born yet? Once he's out, put him in some pads.
What do you mean once he's out? Once he's born.
Well, that's the last time he'll want to be out, that is for sure. Definitely if he's getting a cricketing career, eh? Go on, put it there. Yeah. Can't make baby jokes with your mum, who can you make them with?
Oh, Jesus.
Currently 50 overs down, and also my guy, what's good, says Rugby Geeks. I feel like that's a terrible time for you to have come in. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, mate. Currently, speaking of dads, his wife gave birth not too long ago.
Oh, congratulations.
So congratulations, mate. Hope you do enjoy it. First child or second? Do let me know. And also, quick review about Rugby Champions game coming soon. Says Brandon, so I'm looking forward to it. And baby AB is under 19 player who looks like AB. Ah, okay. Right, so it's not actually his son, but he looks like him. Under 19, maybe. Who knows? A couple of years' time.
Yeah.
Might be right in there. Currently, we're seeing a whole heap of different release points there from the South African seamers up against the Black Caps. And it just creates a little bit of indecision. That's something that we see so much for Wagner, Bolt, and Southey. They are able to create all those kind of different angles. And one day, can we see your New Zealand Black Caps merchandise, says Neil Wagner? Yep. Here it is. I don't actually have any.
Nice.
I mean, I've got a couple All Blacks little thingy-mabobs, but other than that, no Black Cap stuff. Have you got a Black Caps shirt?
No, because I couldn't decide on which one I wanted.
I
still can't decide.
I see played. I'm still disappointed that your Melbourne Star shirt hasn't quite arrived.
No, it's still in Auckland. But
they're keeping it.
Yeah. It's got as far as Auckland.
Hopefully it's here before the last day of the test match. So that will be Monday and Tuesday we've still got left.
I'll just have to sit in on the rugby and show everyone.
And also, not given birth yet in labour. As we speak, I'm mentally prepared to watch my favourite pub burn down. Sorry, Mummy Kiwi, and this is Rugby Geeks.
Okay.
It is nicely played. Was I an annoying baby to give birth to? Like, did I just muck around, or was I a...
Yeah, you did actually. But you were a pretty cruisy baby. Yeah, pretty relaxed.
Just chilling out.
Oh, yeah.
Some shades on.
No, you were just... Yeah. You woke up talking, whereas your sister used to wake up crying. It was just... You were so just totally different. But life would be boring if you were both the same.
That is true. Definitely if we were both the same as me, because then you just never get a word in, because we'd just be talking and talking and talking.
Yeah, you used to always say, I'm tired, but keep talking. I would say, shut up. And when you did, you'd go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then that's why you used to wake up talking, because you hadn't quite finished the conversation.
Well, you mentioned the other day about how I had a dream and you thought I was talking on the phone with someone, but it was just me talking.
Yeah.
And doing commentary in my sleep.
Commentary in your sleep, yeah.
There you go. I was like, baby AB not only mould his technique like AB, he also went to the same school as AB. AB is his mentor. He got an IPL contract. He's the new biggest thing coming out of the Republic in there. Says Mawson High, says Uncaged Panther. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Currently 51 overs down New Zealand, sitting 179 for 5, building a nice partnership here between Colin de Gronholm and Daryl Mitchell. And I know, come on, Mummy Kiwi, spill the beans. Give us an embarrassing story about his childhood or from his childhood.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, David.
Wouldn't you?
Used to think you were going to be a young entrepreneur, though.
Entrepreneur?
Yeah. Remember when Dad booked you that wee wrestling, timber wrestling ring?
Yeah.
You took it to school and came back with 15 orders for one. 15 kids wanted one. Your dad said, no, I haven't got time for that.
I was, or not dealing, but I was trading rugby cards for our school dollars that they gave us.
Yeah.
So that I could get a whole heap of Moro bars at the end of the school kind of year. And after that, they got rid of that system because I became, I guess you could say, I was the equivalent of a drug lord in the year when it came to rugby cards and those mini dollars.
Yeah.
I was a pimp.
The kids didn't realise how crucial those dollars were, but when they saw how many little bars did you get? About 15 or so?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So the teacher decided to change the system. They couldn't trade anymore. The time you did spelling words, they used to. The kids used to come home with 10 spelling words each time, but the teacher was supposed to check them before they brought them home, and the teacher didn't check them this time because she must have been busy. And Hamish had all these wrestlers' names as the spelling words for that week. And I was wondering how you got away with it. And the teacher apologised. She said, "Look, I forgot to check them, but yeah, very good."
Well, some of those names were hard to spell.
They were, yeah.
I feel like I did well there.
You did, actually. It was quite funny.
And I was like, were you bullied as a kid? Says Neil, nah, not really. I think overall, like, primary school was very chilled out because we were a small primary school, so we just pretty much just did whatever we want. Well, not did whatever we wanted, but we just played sport at lunchtime.
Yeah.
And high school, pretty cruisy as well. That's going to be a nice shot down the ground. And that is going to be at least 2 here for Daryl Mitchell, looking like slow running from Colin de Gronholm, which you always get a little bit nervous with. And the Wild Brewers played in the Under-19 World Cup and played like AB, a very good youngster. Says Johannes, and also Sup says Firefox, welcome into the live stream, mate. Only trailing by 180. They're starting to cut down a little bit. They're more than halfway there.
Yep.
A shot from Daryl Mitchell, getting closer and closer to that half century. And AB was overrated. 3-2-1. And there says Gareth, and I'm loving the panic on your face at the start of each story. Loving the wholesome family content, says Rugby Geeks.
Yeah. Which story is this?
It's nerve-wracking.
It's you've had your 21st. Well, you didn't have one, did you? But
no.
That's when the stories come out. And on the wedding day, isn't it? But you got to get a girlfriend for that.
Yeah.
Must start up that Kiwi Lads. That might be the winter gig. Kiwi Lads dating channel. For you and George. Send your CVs in. I'll have a lot.
Preferably female. Also, hi, says Dalfred, welcome into the live stream, mate. Mitchell currently sitting on 46 of 103. Right. Can Mitchell go on to possibly get himself the century? Saying a little bit of a way swing on that one. Currently, we are 51.5 overs through. Currently sitting 11:30 a.m. Now, I was believing primarily for wearing braces and also wanting to become a police officer. So it was rightly so. We were talking about braces earlier on. What were we talking about for braces? Can't remember. It wasn't actually about my teeth, though, surprisingly.
Okay.
I had to play the ball shot a little bit.
I don't know if he...
It seems slower than 135, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if he actually played it that or was just having a...
Trying to do a Manus Labuschagne. That's a bit of a no run. Currently 184 for 5, and Colin de Gronholm could beat Brian Lara's record. Can't he? And there says Neil Wagner. And at the end of the day, Colin de Gronholm, he's got power, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Yep. Has he
That's
got patience,
a quite cool hard hat.
It is, isn't it?
South African flag on there.
Yeah.
Hey, you're on the telly.
Quite like the bucket hat. Is that what they call bucket hats?
Yeah, that is a bucket hat. I got one the other day, didn't I?
Yeah.
Just for fun.
Why didn't you put it on?
And 69 of us bad boys and girls in the stream. Let's get those likes in. Can we get the stream to 30 likes? It's a good question. And I don't actually, that's the thing. I haven't been looking at likes recently.
Haven't you?
I probably should be.
Yeah, and you stop saying, hit that like button and subscribe. And don't forget about the Kiwi Lads gaming channel.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
When your mum's doing better promotions than yourself, you know you got a good mum. And also, I feel like
there's an ulterior motive with me, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that to get me out of the house? Get me to move out of home.
Leave home.
To the leg side from De Grono once again, down to fine leg. That will just be the single once again. De Grono moves up to 65 off 78 currently. Daryl Mitchell sitting on 46 of 105. And I feel like my country Malta should go in and help Ukraine. Thoughts on that, says Nick. I know that YouTube are very strict with what you can and can't say based around it. So I think I have to go no comment because YouTube like pick up on the subtitles or like the auto-generated captions and can give you like strikes and whatnot.
Okay.
They're brutal. Unless you're like a news outfit, you're not really supposed to say too much about it.
And you probably don't want to comment on those sort of things anyway, because it's,
Nice shot from Daryl Mitchell. 50 runs now, 50 of 106 for himself. And the Kiwi lads, were you a big hitter in cricket? Nah, the opposite. Like, I didn't have any power because I was about 3 foot tall. Or maybe 5 foot tall if I'm lucky.
You took a while to grow, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And height and strength. Still don't have the strength. Got taller though.
Got taller. Yes. Yeah.
Like, and the worst thing is I can't play leg side. Like normally, like a lot of players who are young can play leg side but can't play offside. I'm the opposite. I can only play offside.
Yeah.
I can't play leg side. Like I try a cross bat shot and I just get hit with the ball. And also I mentioned I actually earlier in the stream, I went down for a minute. It says it was Devon Rover Geeks. And also Kiwi Lad Mum on an ad reel, someone is looking for that rent money. He gets it.
He gets it.
So I'm from India. And there's a welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. What time is it in India at the moment? It must be early morning, I believe. And also I woke up to thunder and now I have a severe weather storm or storm warning. There's more gigs. So that will be in Brisbane, I believe.
Oh, okay. You'd get a few tropical storms there too, wouldn't you?
And also 73 souls watching. Give Hamish a Morse and show some love. And there's Morse there about the 100-run partnership. We've got to give that a little clap as well, don't we?
Yes, we do. So they were 91 for 5. Wow. They
have improved. Now, Rabada bowling, he's got 3 wickets for himself. We'll be looking for that 5 for similar to what we saw from Tim Southee in the second innings last match.
Pace too, didn't he?
He does. He steams in as long as he's not bowling no balls, he's effective.
Oh, okay.
Because he's had just so many of them recently. And once he gets that front stride, that front foot placement right, he's a very dangerous man with the ball in hand. I think he's bowled one of the highest numbers of no balls in his short test career.
Wow.
Which is not a stat that you really want.
No, you shouldn't be bowling no balls no matter what format you're playing in.
I think worst one to have is when it's a spin bowler bowling no balls.
Oh, that's what's the word?
Stupid.
That's one word. Yeah, that'll do.
Once again, back into the attack, it will be Mulder for this one. And is it possible for New Zealand to get this tail if they keep getting this partnership going? I think it could be all right for New Zealand as long as they get it. I'd say if they get down to less than 100 runs behind, they've still got a good chance of being able to bat long in this test match. And also, we have got the match/series saving stand. I Hamish. Hello, gorgeous mum. There's Dan De Castro there.
Good day, Dan.
Shot from Colin De Grono there, and that is going to be 4 more runs. And also, we have got there. Cheers, Hamish. Cheers, mummy. My bed's been calling me for a long time now. Yes, more so. Hope you do enjoy your sleep, mate.
Yeah, have a good one.
And yeah, currently, who knows? Maybe by the time you wake up, New Zealand would have chased down these runs.
Yeah, never.
More than likely, probably not. You know, because although they're scoring at a fast rate, so maybe if it was by the end of the day, they might be able to get it going.
Oh, if they're still in at the end of the day, they will be.
Hold a little bit of a slow ball shot. Classic shot there from Colin De Grono. Straight down the ground. 4 more runs, back-to-back boundaries for him. And now Mulder's, I mean, that's not really the way you want to start coming back into the bowling attack. 2 fours back-to-back. Look at that.
Oh, but the ball was there, though, wasn't it?
Definitely, if you are playing like the Grono, you see the opportunity to go after it and you take it on, you can reward yourself with some quick runs. That's what Colin De Grono is learning at the moment, looking very solid. Start of day 3. That's the thing. This is day 3. We've still got day 4, day 5 left. That's another 15 hours of commentary.
Wow. Lucky you.
You're gonna be joining me with some of them, won't we?
Oh, I do have work.
Take the day off. Surely it's the cricket.
Imagine taking the day off, crook or something.
And then your boss watches the live stream.
Oh, she's not that bad after all.
That would get you in trouble, wouldn't it?
Nah, I'd be right.
You'd probably just laugh.
I'll just change it to annual leave instead of sick day.
And to go home to get 100 in there, says Neil Wagner. And also spin, please, Elgar. Oh, Mulder once again pitching it up. He's trying to get hit down the ground at this current point in time. I'm getting a round of applause for Mark Krim and the slips, though. And both sides bowl well, and yet both sides saved by great fight back with bats. Awesome test match so far, says Dan DeCastro. And the best thing is, like, there's still time for a result.
Oh, yeah. Which
is one thing that sometimes if you get a full day of rain or anything along those lines, it can sometimes, like, ruin the chances of a result happening. At the moment, it seems like it's going nice and back and forth. And Usman has said, hi, welcome into Lycra, mate. If you're doing well, good shot from Colin de Grano. Fielded nicely, though, in the cover region. And I believe now Daryl Mitchell will just get to face the one ball. It's 200 up for the New Zealanders as well. Currently sitting 200 for 5. And they should move de Grano home, or de Grano up the order, says Neil Wagner. Although the thing is with him, I think if you put him too far up the order, that pressure gets to him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like at 7 or wherever he comes in, at this stage, he kind of just goes, if I get out, I get out. If I don't get out and I score some runs, yeah, good. Daryl Mitchell, he's also a player that, like the way that he is batting, it's hard to take him out of the test match side, isn't it?
Oh, he plays well when he comes in. And he's probably unlucky sometimes. So, but, as you say, if they gave him that spot full time, give him a bit of confidence, and he knows he won't get dropped if he doesn't make runs. Because
he doesn't really get a chance with the ball, even though he is slightly considered as an all-rounder. He bowls a bit for Canterbury. Doesn't do terribly.
Latham will know Harry bowls because he's the captain, so.
Because he used to be a death bowler for like the last couple of overs of a T20 or a ODI. He used to do it very well.
It probably mixes up the pace, which probably isn't really a test bowler though, is it? So maybe he'll get chucked the ball if they're trying to break it up a bit.
Because I expected him to get a chance yesterday, I believe it was, or the day before, when New Zealand were really struggling to get that breakthrough. I thought just to mix it up a little bit, Daryl Mitchell, he's not exactly express pace. See whether or not maybe changing it up a little bit could throw off the time in there. And yes, no rain should be day 5, could be epic. And there. So it does mean we are going to get, and that's the thing, overcast conditions for all 3 of these days that are left at this point in time solid. Buying that one from Colin de Grano and Rabada getting up there at about 140 this current stage. So you love this question.
Oh, here we go.
When's the next wicket falling?
No, it's in the next session.
Next session. Ooh. So another hour and 20 minutes of batting from these two. I'm liking it. Liking the optimism. That was a nervous laugh.
Yes, it is.
To the leg side there. And once again, just going to be the single. And also know Colin de Grano for me in perfect spot, top order failed. He's plugging the middle bridge to tail, says Dan DeGuster. And how many will New Zealand get, says Bob Jobs. I think they'll trail by about, I think they'll get another 100 here. I think they get 300-ish. They'll still be behind going into the second innings, I do believe.
Yeah.
Just because I don't think the top order has kind of delivered enough.
No, they haven't.
That's a great ball.
It is from
Rabada. Very close to the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell. Oy, very, very close to the outside edge.
Yep.
In fact, he's probably lucky that the stickers are on his bat very well attached. Or else that could have had a little tiny feather on it.
Yeah.
2 slips in the gully currently. It was coming back in from Rabada.
He's bowling well, Rabada, but just unlucky.
And also I was watching the Benson and Hedges World Series reruns the other day. So we had seen Stephen Mark Waugh and Hansey bowling in there. They used to bowl.
Yeah. Mark Waugh, I think he was a bit of both. He's either started spinning, because he was a bit of an off spin, I think. And then, I don't know, I think he used to do seamers as well. But yeah, Steve Waugh was sort of probably...
was he medium
pacer? Yeah.
Yep. Currently, once again, going to be the single. Taking this one over quite nicely here. De Gronholm sitting on 75 currently, and of course, nervous. And there, as I said, I had 2 wickets. How's it look? Scary. Says Dan Nication. Hello, mummy in there from UPSC.
How's it going?
Currently, we've got a huge amount of people here already for this match. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe.
Yes,
I remember to
definitely
do
subscribe. Yeah.
To the leg side. Nicely played once again from Colin de Gronholm. That will be the end of the 55th over now. 203 for 5 now for the Black Cats. This game's being played at Hagley Oval. We've seen 2 Hagley Oval games in a row.
Where can you do that?
I'm not sure.
Oh, even that.
That looks dangerous.
That looks cool.
Would you do that one?
Probably.
What, the zip line?
Yeah.
You would zip line?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Why? Why are you so surprised?
I feel like zip lining
Would be awesome.
I'm going to buy you a ticket to go zip lining.
So silly. No, it's a bit cold now. Let's wait till summer. But that'd be awesome, eh? No, wouldn't you go?
I guess so.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Maharaj. Who was it who called a bit of spin earlier on? Spin, please, Elgard. That was actually from Gareth.
Yeah.
Might have gotten it right there, depending on whether or not Maharaj can pick up the wicket here. Currently, left arm spinner. And not just spinning, but left arm. Which is, it's an awkward angle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. If you get it right.
Do you think you will get it right?
I haven't seen this guy bowl, so...
Oh, so this will be like a new experience.
Because he wasn't in the first test, was he?
No.
No. I didn't think any spin would.
And also, Hamish, you're a bit behind. We are watching on Spark Sport today rather than TAB because TAB lost their licensing to be able to show it, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, they haven't been able to show it the last couple of days for some reason. So because of that, we're on Spark Sport. So we will be a tad behind, probably about 40 seconds or so, I would say.
What, that much?
Yeah. Spark Sport's big time behind. All right. And
So
also,
you complain?
no, I haven't made a call it on. Cheers, legends. Enjoy the test, says Sebastian.
Yeah.
And enjoy your sleep.
Yeah. See you later.
Risky shot there from De Gronholm.
That was bold if he missed that.
I mean, it's worked out. He's got the 4 runs. I'm watching boxing while watching this, says Gregor Galway. I know that there's also, is it Bobby Green versus Islam Makhachev? Makhachev, I think he is the one who's fighting at the moment.
Don't know
against Bobby Green. The UFC, that is mixed martial arts, so rather than the boxing.
You like your UFC, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy you don't really enjoy UFC, do you?
I don't mind it, but I don't like it when they sort of keep pummeling the shit out of them on the ground and the ref doesn't get in there. I mean, there's no need to keep going. So.
And also, come on, Neil, you're acting player, and we can't be as up to date as you. And there says Gareth, and also I'm not the real Neil Wagner.
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, it would be quite funny if he was going off the pitch and just quickly seeing that one. And so excited for tomorrow for a young guy playing fullback for Ireland. And there says Gregor Galway. Do I have the lineups loaded onto my computer? I think I might be. Yeah, I just thought it would be a cool nickname to have.
Why not?
There says Neil Wagner. I'm just going to have a quick look at the Irish lineup.
Oh, yeah? Because
I need to try and remember it. But we are going to be covering that game tonight.
What time's that on?
4 a.m.
Oh, nice. I'll be sleeping.
Yes.
Yes.
I will not be.
No.
That is my lunchtime.
So are you having sleep or going to sleep at some stage?
At some stage before that one.
Okay. Oh, to be young, eh?
Lowry, the back.
Okay.
James Lowe back in their starting lineup, I do see.
The Kiwi.
Well, kind of Kiwi, I guess you could call him. Did play in New Zealand for a little bit for the Chiefs. And also we have gone strong with a mix of youth. And this is Gregor Galway. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how they go up against Italy. Definitely at the Aviva.
Well, why not? No disrespect to Italy, but they are sort of not as strong as the other teams, are they? So why not experiment with your lineup? Because you're going to need those young fellas eventually. The All Blacks might do that this year.
I hope so.
Oh, they need to, really.
Because we got England this year.
Yeah, so we've got to get those young fellas in there. There's so much for experience in that, but if it's not working, you need to change it up.
And also we've got the Zayn in the chat. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently day 3 of this test match. New Zealand after 56 overs, sitting 208 for 5. And also I love in there, says Zayn. Currently New Zealand trailing by 156. They were actually trailing at the start of the session by 207 or so, wasn't it?
Yeah. So they've done all right.
They've actually got 50 runs in the past 47 minutes. They're going at a run a minute, which would mean they'll get 120 in this session, theoretically. That's a lot of runs.
That is.
Now, Rabada, ready to steam it, I should say. Nicely played by De Grono, playing it late, playing it so that he did have the bat directed towards the ground. Keeping that one away from the air.
Well, Rabada bowls a few overs for a quickie, didn't he?
He does. He's got a good gas tank.
Yeah, obviously.
I think it's just that case of, he's been around for a little while, Rabada, but he picks up wickets. And that is the big thing. He's a wicket taker and not much of an experiment. Italy in for the pain, says Gareth there. It's going to be in the air. It's going to be an opportunity. It pierces the gap beautifully for Colin de Grono. He does it in the air, though, and that's the half chance that South Africa were after. But it wasn't quite the reward of the wicket of de Grono, but we know he's going to go after the ball.
Yes.
I feel like you put that exactly there one more time, see whether or not he does want it again. No, I wouldn't say that was much control of that pull shot.
It wasn't.
Got extremely lucky and it went straight in between the two players. I mean, that's commitment from the fielder trying to stop it even though it was already over the boundary. Like they're saying, pure luck there for Colin de Grono. You need a little bit of luck every once in a while. As his just run out, geez, it was almost straight through him onto the stumps there for de Grono. But he's got away with that one also.
Yeah.
I'm currently looking towards his 100. I've realized my right eye has become a lot more heavy than my left eye in recent times. This one is just...
Yeah. You used to do that when you were younger too.
I just wink at everyone.
No, you see your eyes. You could tell that you needed sleep, but you wouldn't give in.
That was a good shot, though. I feel like it's one of those ones. Cricket is probably, I wouldn't say it's more of a slower pace.
Oh, yeah.
So it is easier to not, follow every single little movement like in rugby. Like I'm always looking at the back line, trying to work out who's going where. I actually called one beautifully in the Blues versus Hurricanes game. I said, if I was the Hurricanes, watch out for Salisi Rayasi. In a couple phases, they're going down to him. Went down to him, he scored the try because it just looked open.
Yeah.
Seemed like a good idea. And yeah, both sides are bowled at good over rate, unlike India and England, pathetically never get at 30 overs in a session, and also 57th to Gron home reverse sweep LBW Maharaj for Gareth as the prediction. So that's the next over.
Oh, but he said he's ahead.
No, Gareth. No, that wasn't Gareth. That was Neil.
Oh, that was Neil.
Neil.
Okay. Oh. Don't be mean, Gareth.
That's going to be the end of the over. So de Grono will now be on strike for this over against Maharaj, and also Good. And there it says Zion, but currently New Zealand sitting 213 for 5 after 57 overs.
Well, theoretically, it's the 58th over.
Right.
But we know what you mean, Gareth.
Is that the one little correction that you can find? You could have said maybe the one correction, Colin de Grono's not going to go out this over. But instead you said, no, it's actually the 58th. Right.
Oh, just a technicality, but...
Tell you what, the reverse sweep is open.
I know.
which makes me nervous. Dean Elgar, I think he is just having a bit of a chat with the young Maharaj.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
They've got the single
There
down
we
the
go.
ground if they need it. They got a leg slip. They got a back pad on the leg side. Colin Agrono hits it to the leg side straight out to kind of a short mid-wicket region of Bavuma. It's just going to be going for the dot ball, but only 14 away from a century here, Colin Agrono. Batted very nicely. And really, New Zealand needed this partnership. Down the ground once again for the block. And Bavuma once again has to field it. Currently, it seems like those three are just playing a game of their own.
It's an interesting part of the game, isn't it?
It's a stalemate.
Oh, I'm getting nervous. Oh.
No run called. Maharaj at the moment, I think he's feeling confident.
He
I think
is,
he
isn't
feels
he?
like he's almost got his man here.
I think they're all feeling confident.
Straightened a little bit. Last moment. Hit the pad. It would have been all right height, but it was going down leg. Maharaj now once again. Colin Agrono, he gets it on the full. And that is going to be hit down the ground for just a single down to long on. And he does get the one. We have got the I do agree that Maharaj looks most likely to pick one off New Zealand scoring off seamers. Says Danny Castro. And it's one of those ones, if you can keep Colin Agrono on strike for more than a few balls, the impatience kicks in.
Yeah, because he's not very patient. So.
No. Same with Kyle Jamieson. We know that him up against spinners, he'll hit a couple to the boundary, but then after that,
the spinner
he always
gets
misses
him.
it.
Yeah. Oh. But that's what you do. Is come get rid of the spin. What are you going to drink for?
I was strategically drinking slower.
Okay.
So that the throat would get more lubrication.
Fair enough.
58 overs down.
Yep.
And 214 for 5 now.
They're doing well.
So we've got there. Yeah, we needed spin to come on. And there. And I love commentary good in there, says Zion there. Currently 100 balls down for Colin Agrono. Daryl Mitchell also facing over 100 deliveries.
Yeah.
Both sneaking towards possibly other milestones.
Well, it'd be great if these two can sort of put another 100 runs on the board. It looks cold though, doesn't it?
It does. It doesn't look too nice. I'd say 10 degrees at the moment.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I mean, that's the thing. 10 degrees sounds cold. It's a stock standard cold day in Christchurch, isn't it?
But not 2 days before the end of summer.
Yeah, but it's just trying to adapt us earlier, you know?
I know, but
the weather doesn't know that it's supposed to not be like kind of bad yet.
February's supposed to be quite warm, but what have we had? About 4-5 hot days, and that's about it.
Pretty much. I think we've had shorts weather about 4 times.
Yeah.
Something along those lines, and then other than that.
Then it's sort of been muggy some other days, but it hasn't been sunny, has it? Really?
Not particularly.
Because normally, when the kids go back to school, February's lovely because you guys are back at school. But when you were younger, that was. But
yeah.
Yeah.
I should mention I don't still go to school.
No, you don't.
No.
Too old for that. Well, not really. I went back as an adult student.
You did, didn't you?
I did.
Did everyone look at you funny?
Yep. I didn't care. I was there doing what I wanted to do, so.
And you could drive.
And I could drive to school.
So you just got to pull the fingers at all of them.
I used to ride my motorbike to school.
Oh, close single there, but Colin Agrono gets through for the one. You were a bit of a motorcyclist and a skater girl, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Bit of a daredevil, a rebel.
I wasn't that great on the skateboard, but I didn't fall off, but I couldn't do tricks and shit.
Fair enough.
But, yeah, no, had the motorbike. Had a motorbike in Christchurch too.
Yeah, that would have been scary.
No, because those scooters are scary because they don't keep up with the traffic. So that's why you had to have motorbikes, so that it kept up with the traffic, and that was fine.
Right. Wheelies and all.
No, you couldn't do wheelies. You're not supposed to.
And also, what was your part-time job, Amish? I was working at the local supermarket. And I don't want to toot my own trumpet, but from what I've heard, I was pretty good at it.
You were? Yep.
I was apparently the only one who actually did anything when I was working. Everyone else just chilled out. I was like stacking shelves. I was doing the milk, doing the beer, doing the freezers, doing the breaks, doing the checkout. Like, I was probably doing about the equivalent of about 4 other people in my shift.
Didn't you do the deli as well?
Yep. Doing the deli. And also good for you, Donna School, and ignoring the hecklers. And also, he's a rock identifying expert. That's true. If you show me a rock, I can tell you whether it's an igneous, a metamorphosis, or a sedimentary rock.
Is that right?
Yep.
And how did you learn all that?
Earth space science at school.
Oh.
Hey, you learn something. I know what a phreatomagmatic eruption is.
Good for you.
Well, you only try them by 145 now. New Zealand fighting back quite well.
See, education does do wonders.
Yeah, look where it's got me. Nice shot.
You learn how to juggle at school.
That's true. If we had juggling balls, I would be able to juggle them. You started off with those kind of light cloths. Once you got the technique down, you switched to balls.
Okay.
3 of them.
So could everyone juggle?
Nah, some uncoordinated people around.
Okay, so not everyone got to learn how to juggle.
No,
at school.
some people learned how to drop balls.
Okay.
Mainly the boys. Yeah, no, he's like
oh, jeez. Not when your mum's here.
Ooh. He's a little bit aggressive. That's on. I think he's not too happy about not getting any wickets yet.
Yeah, none for 39 off 12.
For Pamela.
Don't blame him.
Daryl Conway just having a bit of a smile about it. Sorry, Daryl Mitchell.
He always smiles, doesn't he?
He's a happy bloke.
He is.
He seems like the kind of guy that if you went out for a few drinks with him, with the group, he'd just be one of the fun people, wouldn't he?
Yeah. He'd be the same whether he is sober or pissed.
And also, what's a limestone rock? I believe limestone's sedimentary, isn't it?
Don't ask me.
You're
the one that learned all that shit.
Also, you both best love from Pakistan. Best luck for you, says Barakat. Thank you very much, mate. Right back at you.
Yep.
Do appreciate you being here. Just checking in, seeing how you're feeling regarding sleep, says Jake. One of my eyelids was getting a bit heavy before, but I'm feeling pretty good this stage. The voice,
comes and goes.
Comes and goes. Overall, I'm feeling all right. And New Zealand 500. And there says Zay in there.
Oh,
played by De Grono. It wasn't too easy though, was it?
Sort of bounced a bit.
Where it does pop. I see off the surface. And hello, brother. Hello, mum. How are you both? Big love. Says Andy. Welcome in, mate. Doing well.
How's it going?
Excited to see where this test match kind of develops to next. Because we've had an hour. There's either going to be a wicket coming or there's going to be another maybe milestone, 150. How does Mama feel about you staying up all night?
It's old enough. I don't know how he does it, to be honest, but I mean, we're not here during the day because we're working, so every now and again he pops his head up and says hello.
Yeah.
It's the way of the world now, isn't it? I mean, you guys got YouTube where we didn't grow up with YouTube, so we don't really fully understand it. But now that I'm doing all this, it's quite a interesting lifestyle, isn't it?
Certainly different.
It is, yeah.
But a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And also, does Hamish do the housework, says Jake?
No.
Not often. If I am up at a random hour, or at a normal hour, I don't try and help out sometimes. Like I put the washing out on the line.
You can always tell when he's done that.
I'm not the best at it, but I do make the effort.
Yeah, you do make the effort. I used to make you do the washing and put it out and all the rest of it. But
then I started waking up at night time.
Yeah, you're not up when I need it done. So.
And also, if my teacher asks, I would say this YouTuber Hamish helping me trying to work out sedimentary rocks. And there you go.
Good luck with that one.
And also, brother, where had you gone? I missed your commentary on last day, says Andy. So pretty much yesterday, because of 3 games of Super Rugby, I did end up sleeping in till about, I think it was 2 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon, just to make sure that, like, I haven't actually slept tonight yet. So I've been up for about 22 hours. So that's probably why I did have to miss that one yesterday. But still got plenty more. And also, so says Yanni. And also Rugby dominating yesterday. And there says Dan De Castro. Yeah, there was plenty of it. I love Test cricket. Time and space for so many scenarios. New Zealand were completely lost at the fall of the 5th wicket. And Oz, hello, how are you? Or when are you? And there says Tamara, welcome into the live stream. Hope you're doing well. Currently, we are sitting 12 p.m. It's lunchtime here in New Zealand. Gotta love it. And also 2 pegs on the underwear or just the one when doing washing, says it Jake. So pretty much it's the way that I put it out on the washing line.
The T-shirts, yeah. Because if you iron stuff, you don't want to be peg marks halfway down the T-shirt. You want them on the shoulders. Though some people do it underneath.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. But again, you still got to iron the peg marks out. If you do ironing, that is. And I'm old-fashioned, so I still iron stuff.
Yeah. That's why my clothes are always looking immaculate.
Oh, rubbish.
I was like, I hope you're well. I hope you are well too. 11J said. And also why Kazak is not in the game. Kasav. Who is Kasav? That's a good question. Who is Kasav, Andy? Do let me know. And also Barry Green said, IQ lads, how's that? Doing very well, thank you, mate. I hope you are as well. I assume you're relatively, 2 South African wins in the URC out of the 4. Probably not terrible in the end.
Oh, okay.
Although one of them very unlucky in the Stormers game. Not be able to get the win over Connacht. And other than that, able to get themselves 2 other wins. And it is my first being on a stream so late, says Barry. Because currently in South Africa, you guys are sitting about 1 a.m., aren't you? Love from Pakistan. Says Feist, also welcome in, mate. And also they can't all out New Zealand under 300 after good going match, says Ramesh. And it certainly was the case of, South Africa were in the box seat. They still are. They still got that 144 run lead, but they need to try and get them out in the few little moments. And also, hello, my friends, what are you? And there says Tamara, as in like humans, or is it something else? An update on Stormers and Sharks.
Son, mum.
So update for the Stormers game, they did lose to Connacht 19 points to 17. And then also the Sharks, they were able to get themselves the win over Benetton, a little bit more comfortable, about 33 points to 7 or something along those lines, I believe it was. And also, I own a T-shirt now, hang it in the bathroom while you shower, sorted. I have heard that. Apparently the steam does help it. I know. It's raining out.
Yeah. Nah. Not me.
And hi from Upton. Welcome into live stream, mate. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more of the cricket coming up. We are going to be doing the full day of day 4, doing the full day of day 5 as well. Colin de Grono doing for New Zealand watch. Quinton de Kock did for South Africa for years. You say it's important hour after drinks, says Dan de Castro. And the 2 wins for the South African teams came against the 2 Italian teams. So still a bit disappointing. Lions did okay against Leinster, close to closer than expected. Yeah, they did have a good performance, and that won the Lions. Definitely up against Leinster in a home game. I love you, says Tamara there. Appreciate it. And also, everyone's sleeping in my house, says Barry Green.
1:03 a.m.
Jeez, yeah. And everyone in my house is having their 90th dreams, says Barry. Yeah, currently, I guess that's the thing. It's not an ideal time for these cricket matches in South Africa at all, is it?
No, it'd be like if we were over there.
Because I know that we're going to be covering the game between Pakistan and Australia, which is going to be starting at 6 p.m. That isn't actually terrible timing, I guess you could say.
So when's that? That must be coming up, is it?
Yeah, next week.
Ooh.
Getting close.
Getting close.
Hopefully it takes place. Assume it still will be able to.
They'd just about be on their way over there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it all depends on kind of how long they have to isolate and everything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they may not have to over there. So what is it, Test match first?
Yeah, Test match.
And then most of them are going home, aren't they?
I think so. I think they've got 2 Test matches and then a couple shorter ones, yeah. Okay, I should be able to get an A+. I know all the rocks now. Thank you, Hamish. There's Neil Wagner. Hopefully you do end up getting there. Become a geologist because they rock. Yeah. That was a terrible joke.
That was shocking, man.
It's a 22 hours being awake joke. I feel like it's not too bad.
Yeah, righto.
Could be better.
Might let you away with it.
Cheers.
Thousands wouldn't.
No. As I will win from your point of view, says Ramesh. After the first innings, I was saying South Africa. Now I'm slightly leaning in favour of the draw, just with the amount of time that we have got left. And also Tamara said, my name is Easy Baby. And there, Espinoza. Oh, Espinoza. You know, I can't actually pronounce that. Tamara Espinoza. There you go. Currently 221 for 5 here for New Zealand after 60.3. And there's not much difference in New Zealand. It's like 12:06 a.m. in New Zealand, or we are 12:07 p.m. So we're actually lunchtime at the moment. And also, yeah, it's hilarious. Best time zone for New Zealand Test is here in Canada, and America's for early dinner time until reasonable bedtime. Says Dan DeCastro. Have you been to Canada?
No, but we had some Canadians on their Kentucky tour, and it sounded pretty cool, their country. It's pretty similar to New Zealand in a lot of ways, but yeah, that's one country I'd like to go to.
It's a nice place, isn't it?
Yeah,
although quite cold, depending on where you go.
Because your granddad went to
the rodeo
over there, yeah. They went on the some sort of tour, yeah. And he enjoyed it.
And also, Mum, what do you do there? What kind of job? Says Andy.
I'm an accountant.
There you go, numbers.
Numbers girl.
So she's working out how much money I would need to move out. I'm not quite there yet.
No.
So she's stuck with me, aren't you? Almost a run-out opportunity there.
Where was it
South Africa. I mean, it was the Grono. It's always hard to tell.
Yeah.
But 90 runs, you don't want to run yourself out on 90, do you? Definitely not when you're at the non-strikers end. And also, Hamish, New Zealand trail by 144, not 143, says Neil Wagner there. Are you sure?
Both say 143.
And also because of you, I become very lazy all the time listening to your commentary on mobile, on Subway, and nothing, says Andy Mike. So I would recommend, like, that's the thing. The good news about the commentary is theoretically my face is not that interesting. So if you want to, like, put your phone in your pocket and, like, get something done, like, it's perfect, you know?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'll keep talking whether I'm in your pocket or whether I'm in your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a fun statement.
Move on after that one.
And yeah, we are very compatible cultures despite cold air. People worldwide love us. Our neighbours mock our accents. Fun-loving pacifists in there. And it is estoy aprendiendo habla inglés.
Should you say that?
I hope so. I believe that is English is English.
Yeah.
Google Translate will save me here. And I'll learn that I said something very offensive.
Ooh.
Probably not, though. I think it is all right. From my small amount of, like, language that I know, which is very small. Right. Detect language. Google Translate's great. Why does South Africa keep popping up? It's not South African. Google Translate. Now my phone's like, hey, you know, you got Wi-Fi? It's... I think I need a new phone as well at some stage. This one hates me. And also, Hamish, it's 60.5 balls, not 61 overs in there, says Neil Wagner. Are you sure you're not behind, Neil? I know you said you were ahead earlier on, but it seems as if it doesn't, like, quite link up at the moment. Right. So it's estoy, which means I'm
learning English, was said Dan Castro said.
He's quick, isn't
he?
He
is. He speaks Spanish.
Good on you, Dan.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, I'm learning English. I know some words of Spanish / Portuguese. Bienvenido de nuevo al canal de Kiwi Lads. Maybe.
Maybe.
I think I just said, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads, or I am the Kiwi lads.
Okay.
Something like that.
Uh-huh.
I say, nice, says Marvin there. And 5 languages, says Dan de Castro. Very multicultural.
See, I wish we had the chance of learning all those languages when we were younger.
Yes, but I know I'm behind. And hello, where are you? Where are you? Sound good, says Tamaris. I am from New Zealand. We are both from New Zealand there. And love you, Baba Azam, says Anas there. Currently, I mean, Baba Azam is a very popular man. Going to be playing in that series up against Australia. Brilliant talent.
Okay.
It's definitely one to watch out for. Him and Muhammad Rizwan, opening combo and a half. Those two unlucky parents have moved us a lot. And there says Dan de Castro. And also Barry, where in South Africa are you from? And there's a lot here. Says Barry from a little bit earlier on. And I don't know if you have this problem in New Zealand, Kiwi lads. We have mosquitoes, but it's very bad. They keep you up at night. So we get a few bites.
Mozzie bites, yeah.
Every once in a while.
They love you and they love me. Yeah.
You must have that good blood.
Yeah.
As I only know one thing, La Liga. And is that the Spanish football league? I believe. And also now you're behind. This is confusing, says Neil. It is. Very confusing. I believe we're about in sync with our scoreboard, if that helps you out at all. Currently, 62 overs down, 221 for 5 now for New Zealand. And you are voice so good, says Anas there. Thank you very much, mate. Currently, I mean, the voice, it's struggling a little bit. We did do 11 hours of live streaming earlier on in the day. Or that was myself, I should say, during the night. Me.
I slept.
You were smart.
I was.
You saved the vocal cords. So how long does your bowls matchup go for, do you think?
Oh, this afternoon?
Yeah.
Probably a couple of hours.
Oh, you might be able to join me for the final session, perhaps. That was a very faint nod.
Yeah, okay.
The session currently 17.1 overs, 64 runs. New Zealand have been able to score at a run rate of 3.73. So currently going very nicely. The over rate of 14.3, they're getting close to what they do need. Short ball once again right on behind it for Daryl Mitchell. And also Israel, Italy, Canada, Spanish. I learned via closeness to Italian. I had Chilean girlfriend plus French long boring story. And there says, Dan de Castro, Mum, who is your favourite cricketer when you were like his age?
Martin Crowe.
Martin Crowe. You're a Martin Crowe kind of gal, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Very good batsman.
Yes. Nice technique. You know, you could watch that all day, couldn't you?
299 out. Unfortunately.
Okay.
That was one of the stats that we learnt the other day because we were looking at people who got out
really
from 99.
I'm not really a stats person, so I don't know all that as well.
I enjoy stats. I just don't remember stats.
No.
And also, IQ Lads, it's me, Forry. Welcome into the live stream once again, Forry, mate. And Ishala, and then this match, New Zealand lead will win. And there says Anas, if they do end up getting themselves, I'd say if they can get themselves another 100 runs here and only trail by about 40, they have got a good chance of being able to use the conditions to their advantage because they will know these conditions a little bit better. Matt Henry seemed to come right in the later stages. Tim Southey, he loves the second innings bowl.
Yep. That's because he stayed in
shot. That's a bumler. Not going to be too happy with that one. They're going to be racing for the 3, I think. Bavuma will be throwing that one in, but they do get there comfortably.
Run one on the throw.
Mitchell currently trying to catch up to the Gronholm. He's been on 90 for a little while here.
Yeah, well, Gronholm has been facing the spinner, hasn't he?
I think they're teasing us at the ground. They just had a sign that went across saying, get KFC delivered.
Oh, they keep doing the bloody food ads. It makes you hungry.
Yeah. Sad that we don't have Uber Eats, isn't it?
Oh, I'd love Uber Eats. It'd be quite bad, really. It's probably just as well we haven't got it. It'd be just, yeah.
Too easy.
Too easy.
Isn't it?
Yeah. What are we having for tea tonight?
Yeah, you're finding a whole lot of new kind of options, wouldn't you? You just go to everywhere. My favourite 2 players, Babarazam and Williamson. And also South Africa could have got some wickets. They were 157 on day one. Now they're 221, but still only had the 5 wickets from day one, says Barry. And yeah, these two almost bringing up 150 run partnership between them. Also, they pull off the some wickets here. can use it to their advantage. South Africa, says Barry. Yep. 2 more wickets here in quick succession before the end of this session, I would say, does still have South Africa well and truly in the box seat. The first step is getting those wickets. And also, I want New Zealand to have a win because the last time they won a test series was against Pakistan, says Neil Wagner there. So, yeah, that would have been actually Christmas, not last year, the year before, in fact.
Wow.
So I remember watching it in the Boxing Day test between Australia and also England.
Oh, okay.
And they were kind of overlapping.
Yeah.
They always overlap.
They always do.
Uh-oh.
Started.
Mm-mm.
Don't do that.
Gotcha. Currently 63 overs and 224 for 5 now.
And I slept last night.
You did. Maharaj. Ready to bowl once again, and it is going to be Daryl Mitchell on strike now. Looking for some extra spin with the off spin. Nicely bowled. That was close to the edge. And you are wife so beautiful in there, says Anas. Yeah, thank you very much, although it is my mother. But, yeah.
Ooh.
It was a good spinner.
That was.
The Bubba Razam and Williamson both play slow. I like Jocelyn Guptill and Sharma. And there says Andy. Ooh, this looks like he's finding his line and length at the moment here. Daryl Mitchell could be in a bit of trouble if he can't get that strike rotating.
Ricky Ponting used to be I used to be a fan of his too. Just a nice bat. You're right there.
Yeah, I'm good.
If I look over, will you be asleep?
Maybe. You'll have to take over the commentary. I'll just fall asleep on your shoulder.
And then I'll go, I don't know what I'm doing.
Gee. Yeah, well, Daryl Mitchell, he actually had to adjust. I don't think his bat was properly down there.
His bat was up. He would have got.
That's good. That's good. That's very good.
Yeah.
And Maharaj might have just been able to clean up Daryl Mitchell. He's asked them the question. They've still got 3 reviews. Do you use one for the sake of it?
Well, you better hurry up.
He's got 5 seconds to think about it. The Gronome's asking the question. They go upstairs. And Mitchell's gone. I'm taking just fun in there. There's Arnis there. You think height? I think height's going to be fine. And it's more if it's spun too much.
It looked plumb.
It did. It looked very bad.
He knows he's gone.
Says Neil, yeah. But with the extra review, they thought, why not just test it? Only thing saving is if he's maybe hit the back.
Bottom edge?
Everyone out, look at Mark Remy liked it very much. First slip, ultra edge. The only thing that will be saving him is looking very close to the bat. Doesn't hit it, so that's going to be plumb. And that is going to be now Daryl Mitchell. I mean, do we even need to see this go through? I believe this is cleaning up the stump, isn't it?
Leg.
I think it's middle. Straight on the middle.
Middle, I mean, yeah.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 reds, and Daryl Mitchell is gone also.
It looked plumb, didn't it?
And I love you, New Zealand. And there says Anis, and also we have got out from Bob Jones, and as you also saw it coming, it was inevitable. It's Dan De Castro, but Daryl Mitchell now losing his wicket, and Maharaj breaks through. Gareth does it again. He guessed that it would be the spinner who gets in there.
But wrong over.
Brutal. But New Zealand losing their 6th wicket now. And Jameson in. He can bat. And also, man, our bowlers don't even have cool nicknames anymore. White Lightning, Goga, Ninja Express, Ginger Ninja, Falambora Express. And then we just got KG. And then I says the lip there.
KG.
Fuck, I'm in the live stream, mate.
You got to be careful with nicknames now. All this PC crap.
Is it another Uber Eats ad?
It's a Macca's ad. Yeah, Uber Eats.
And also wrong. Batsman Maharaj in there, says Gareth. And also, where are you from? We are both from New Zealand in the South Island.
Yeah.
I'm currently actually only about 3 hours away from this ground. That man's trying to get a little bit taller. By the looks of it there. It's fielding in close. He's going, gee, there, big boy. Bit of a tall one. He's a decent size, the guy in close.
Yeah.
Or it might just be the angle.
It's the angle.
I was like, bye, brother, I'm going to sleep. Yeah, it's 11:20 p.m. And not sure why Mitchell challenged. I think it was because they still had the 3 reviews and he was just hoping for something.
Something, yeah.
So I've only got the 4 wickets left, and I assume one of these ones will be clean bowled. Well, bowled from Maharaj. Yes, no, no. And the Gronholm and Jamieson get through for the single.
This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Running between the wickets.
That's a great delivery.
It is.
It's a very good ball from Maharaj. It just skidded on. And the thing is, if that wasn't given as out, they don't have any reviews, South Africa.
Yeah.
So that would have been brutal. It always looks funny, people going like that in slow motion, doesn't it?
It does.
Can you do that?
No.
Okay. That's all right.
No.
You can't tongue roll, can you?
No.
Oi! That was a good one there.
Jeez, you're excitable.
Maharaj almost able to pick up Colin de Gronholm there by Mama come to join early in the morning.
Good
there.
See you later.
And why are you happy Mitchell gone? And there says Anas, I just loved test match cricket pretty much. Like, even though New Zealand lost the wicket, it was just a brilliant ball.
It was. You got to give the bowler credit on that one.
So, yeah, I guess it's one of those ones that even though we're from New Zealand, like, we do still try and remain a little bit impartial.
Yeah.
About these ones. And was it a reverse sweep, though, says Gareth? It was not. It was just plumb. Unfortunately, going straight through. And wicket's a wicket, Gareth. Mitchell was supporting Colin de Gronholm. And there it says Dan de Castro. Maharaj getting the breakthrough wicket. Yeah. They did need, that was a partnership of about 135 runs.
So did we pick a spinner? Or select a spinner in our team?
Nope.
Wow.
Not unless Henry Nichols or someone like that can bowl like very, 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 very part-time spin.
Wow. No.
And also we have that I'm from Pakistan, bro, but support New Zealand. And there says Anas. So I love New Zealand cricket. Says that for luck, bro, there. And yeah, it's just awesome to watch. That came way in. That, I don't know whether or not that was pitch or whether that was seam, but that went about that far.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, that was plumb at top of middle stump. So it says AFL, and also just got to get the Gronholm out, and then South Africa will be good, I reckon, says Neil. Yeah, if they get the Gronholm before the end of this session, which is still another 37 minutes.
Yeah, and he does have a tendency to go out when the other one at the other end goes out, doesn't he?
He does.
Oh, jeez.
That was close.
It was.
And meaning for my prediction as well, says Gareth there. Yeah, Gareth, he's normally pretty good at his predictions overall. Working it out. Currently, Sapimla. Very straight in the way he delivers that. And I guess that's the thing. That's normally longevity. If you are bowling with a great technique, does mean you last a lot longer in your kind of cricketing career.
Well, you know, they gave Hadley shit for shortening his run-up. But he bowled for longer. You know, he was still pretty accurate, even more so.
And left alone by Colin de Gronholm. So possibly going back into the shell a little bit now that he has lost his batting partner.
Well, he hasn't scored any runs for a few balls.
No. He was sitting 80 off 95, I believe it was. And now he's probably faced about 30 more deliveries and only got another 10 runs. Was on right bowler, though, and also hoped that Gronholm last, so he get a close match, says AFL. And yeah, as long as New Zealand can cut that deficit down to, I would say, around that 70 trailing by, even 70 is probably a few.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was 50, but yeah, it's a bit of a stretch.
We'd take within 100 for a start, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would.
Taking the single there, and de Gronholm moves up to 92, and how do 36 all-out team? And there says Anas, how do 36 all-out team? How do 36 all-out team? I think was that South Africa ages ago they did end up 36 all-out. I know that New Zealand lost a lot of wickets up against Bangladesh in that second innings for hardly any runs as well. Maharaj could be the difference. New Zealand batting on day 5, says Gareth. And yeah, if this pitch is starting to wear down a little bit, maybe he'll get some more spin because it seems like he's putting it right line and length. And that left arm spin just makes it a little bit more difficult. That didn't really pop off the surface as much as anticipated there.
Well, they reckon it's such a different pitch, don't they? But the weather's been different too, you know. I think they had pretty good weather the first test, didn't they?
88k for that one. So it was about 6.5 k's more than that first delivery, and it did catch Darryl Mitchell just a little bit slowly napping there. And this may be Colin de Grandhome's most important innings in a long time. And also all-out Team India versus Australia, says Arnis there. And Colin played so well, Amish showing responsibility. And also, has he scored a century before? I believe he has got himself a century,
I think he has. I think he has.
De Grandhome. Talented. Very talented with the bat in hand.
But he's sort of hit and miss, unfortunately.
Literally.
Yeah. I mean, if he was a bit more consistent, it'd be a lot better. But hat off to him today. He's still there.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like, it's an interesting one. You probably got the tallest player in the Black Caps with the solidest player in the Black Caps. Like de Grandhome's a solid individual, isn't he? Which is probably why the run-outs sometimes do fall occasionally. He's not the quickest between the wickets, but he's sure can hit a ball hard.
Yeah.
And also, we have got these talking about India versus Australia, and India were bowled out.
That's
for
right.
36.
Too, aren't they?
And I won't be here for all the stream because I'm playing against my dad on Cricket 22. Wish me luck. It's good luck.
Yeah.
Hopefully, to end up going all right. And also look at Malcolm Marshall, greatest pace ever, short, easy on the body run up. Says Gareth, nicely bowled.
Well, they reckon it's all in that last, where you have that arm, I think. It's where you generate the power as well. You right there?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good?
Yep. All good.
All good.
Just going to take a quick nap now. No, that was my bad. I put my hand up for that one. Is it actually almost becoming sunny here?
Surely not. No, it's trying to come.
Is it just
it's a bit
overclass?
Bit brighter, but
there is actually 4 men round the bat at the moment here. Ooh. You know, Jameson in the past has been dismissed quite a few times to spin bowling. Quite a few. So that's the statistic Francis Payne. He'll take him on a little bit at some stage, but then he normally ends up hitting it in the end. Hamish and Donna, I should go to Tauranga one day. They're from Ollie Wilson.
Yeah, love to.
And also, I think you are Matter, so big cricket fan. And there says Arnis. Yeah, this stage, I mean, we love our cricket, don't we?
We do, yes.
BBL, I did end up covering, I believe it was 95% of those games. The only ones that I didn't cover were normally the overlapping games.
Which, you can't do them.
No, sadly.
Sadly.
And who was that Pakistan player in the BBL who got banned from international cricket for chucking it all the time? I believe.
That's right.
Was it Muhammad? Hasnain, was it?
Hasnain, yeah, I think it was Hasnain.
Played in the BBL, actually almost got himself the hat trick in his first game. Got 4 wickets. And also, I'm old enough to remember Bob Willis running in from the boundary to bowl.
Did he run though? He locked in.
That was close for Elgar and close. Catching opportunity. This Maharaj is putting it right where he needs to.
He's bowling well.
It'll be the end of another over. De Grandhomme back on strike, 66 overs down, and it is 128 for 6. Sorry about that. That just happened again, didn't it? I think it's this little sneaky light.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm going to rotate it a little bit. Jeez, my face feels better already.
Does it?
Yeah.
You don't look better.
And also, Axel Patel has the same release height as Jameson. Bowling is a complex dynamic. And there says Gareth. Yeah, Ajax Patel, he's that off spinner, isn't he? He does get very tall in the way that he bowls it. Geez, that almost carries to Elgar just off the bounce. And Elgar has to be one of the worst captains I've seen since AFL 18 there. Black Cats left out Ajax Patel on this pitch, which has taken 10 wickets in 1 inning. So unfortunate, Hamish. Yeah, I feel like I would have loved to see him at least in the squad because he missed out on squad and also just everything. There's one hit into deep point. Goes straight out to de Grandhomme. to end up just getting themselves the single, currently trailing by 135 here for the Black Cats, sitting 12:30 p.m. here in New Zealand.
It is.
We have got another half an hour left of this session. Then the next session will be starting at 1:40 p.m. New Zealand time. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated. We'll be back for day 4. We'll be back for day 5. And also, we have got a few of the other test matches coming up around the world that we are going to be covering alongside the short format of the game. Maybe even some of the Cricket World Cup for the women's side of it.
Of course, that's coming up too, isn't it?
It is only next week. We'll be starting. Kyle Jamieson deciding he wants to try and take on that one. I think the biggest thing here for him will be knowing when to play it and when not to play it. Because early on in your innings, you want to get bat on ball.
You do.
You want to get a little bit of momentum going for yourself, but it's tricky to do. And Malinga was the best chucker in there, says Johannes, and also this test championship final, Pakistan versus New Zealand. And there says Arnis, although we will have to work hard because currently Australia are a lot higher than ourselves, and Sri Lanka are actually sitting top of the bunch.
Oh, okay.
A couple of people to try and take them down a little bit. That one didn't really bounce too high.
Keep low.
Keep nice and low. 127 k's, still decent pace on it from Mpamla. And also he lasts after dropping an absolute sitter and smiles when he's ducked. And when he leaves the review, he's an interesting unit, the old Elgar. And there says AFL. Yeah, I guess at least he's having fun, I guess.
Well, when you see your captain having fun, that sort of must relax everyone else, doesn't it?
Does it relax them too much, though?
Yeah, well, true. But you don't want a captain that's always on edge. I think that just puts everyone else on edge.
I feel like I know exactly who you're thinking of straight away.
No.
Does his name start with V?
No. I don't know. There's different ways of being a captain in there. So I never yelled at anyone. I was a captain.
Fella in the front looks like Pat Cummins.
It won't be.
Well, no, I know it won't be, but he just kind of looks like him. And also Peterson, or South Africa have Peterson, we'll be losing by a lot, says Nathan Sim. And also, I'm yawning. I'm very tired. I'm not. I like Kiwi lads that can stay up. We South Africa will get tired from like 1 a.m. at 12 a.m. says Barry Green there. Because the thing is, sometimes my yawns aren't even through like tiredness, if that makes sense. Like a lot of the time, it is from looking at a light for too long. Yeah,
and I mean, screens are tiring. If coming from someone that works a lot on. That's all we do is basically on the screens all the time. So it is tiring. Must be something in there. Hello.
I just like fully zoned out.
Yeah, I know.
Looking at the trailing by 135.
I noticed that.
I was like looking really deep into it. That's a brilliant shot. That's going to be changing it down from 135. And this will be close to going to the boundary. Doesn't make it. That was great fielding. I don't know whether he stopped it, though. I was able to do fastest 100 in Test match cricket, says Artis. Who is the fastest? I feel like maybe Brian Lara.
The fastest 100.
Yeah. Has he been able to go up there and get it? And Elgar is an arrogant knobby.
Herschel Gibbs.
Can't do no wrong. Herschel Gibbs, another good shout. This captain we've had, says Gareth. And Colin de Gronholm to bring up the 100 with a 6, says Neil Wagner. Tell you what, it would be very impressive. But yeah, something about the trailing by 135, like got my eyes locked on it, and I couldn't stop looking at it. I got caught in a trance.
Well, that's why I went like that for you.
We wave back to the people.
That won't be us on the screen, though.
See that kid in the back? You see the one in the striped shirt and the blonde hair?
What are they eating?
Looks like a pie or like a pastry.
It looks like a pastry of some sort, yeah.
That's all right, doesn't it?
It did.
Colin de Gronholm now. Oh, well, ball once again by Maharaj. I don't think he's going to be disappearing anytime soon. And also it was Mishashok up against Australia, and you have just you must just rate the number 135. And also, if you got about the commentator Brendan McCullum, That's true. He would have had a quick century in his time, wouldn't he? I guess he was probably one of the first for New Zealand who brought test match batting, like kind of his short format batting to test match cricket, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he showed that it was still effective. Good use of the feet from Colin de Grandhomme. There's going to be at least the 2. Might be racing away for the 3. They're running hard, and they will be able to get 3 on the throw. I'm moving them up to 97, getting closer, and 54 balls fastest 100, says Nathan Sim, and is 135 your favourite number. It seems to be that way, doesn't it? Although now it is down to less than that. It is sitting at 128 now. They are trailing by. Currently, it doesn't look like there's a huge amount of wind, does it? Well, I think they said a little bit of a northerly earlier on.
Yeah, but if it's northerly, they're normally reasonably warmer than easterlies and stuff.
Currently now 4 men around the bat for Kyle Jamieson. And a man deep down the ground. Does he take it on? He's decided it straight. And they will get themselves another single. Easy run.
It does.
Maharaj is not too happy with that one, although he's still nodding. He still looks relatively happy. I think he knows that he can get either of one of these batsmen out soon.
At any time, yeah.
He just needs to get that ball in the right spot. It's more of the case of you miss, I hit.
Yep.
For Colin de Grandhomme stumps, or possibly be getting a bit of a smacking soon. Well play by de Grandhomme, though. It's getting right behind it. Fastest double, Nathan Astor, I think.
Saw the second half of that.
And you could also do it in minutes, though, says Nathan Sim.
Oh.
I guess it depends on who gets a strike, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's probably a bit tough that way.
Oh, that was almost, tell you what, that could have been 4 overthrows and that would have brought up the 100.
It would have.
So that was almost a mistake. Right, South Africa, but now at the end of the over, it's going to be 237 for 6 now after 68 overs here. Currently, that does... I mean, it's salmon. I'm not a huge fan of salmon, as you know.
Salmon. I love salmon.
I would rather just a stock standard fish from a fish and chip shop.
Would you?
Yeah.
What about blue cod?
It's all right.
Oh, all right.
I think I'm one of those fellows that, like, if a fish or a steak is too fancy, I don't like it because it's too strong.
No, okay. That's fair enough.
You know? I like a dull piece of meat that doesn't have a lot of flavour.
Okay.
Currently, we have got their Stokes Cape Town 2016, says Bob Jobs there. Currently trailing by 127. Mako Janssen added back into the bowling attack. Now, big man.
He's got a couple of wickets, but he's gone for a few as well, hasn't he?
Yes. Although he's up against Jamieson, I believe they had a good little battle in the first game between these two men. Currently 6 of 14. Kyle Jamieson to de Grandhomme. He's 3 away from being able to bring up that 100, sitting on 97 of 129. Been looking impressive throughout the early stages. 2 slips in a gully here for New Zealand, and Janssen going to be going over the wicket. Nicely in behind it there for Kyle Jamieson, not allowing it to creep through. And Hasim Amla, sorry. In 2012 is Australia 176. Favorite number is 135. And while I haven't I'll have you know my favorite number is 179. And this is Gareth. Here you go.
There you go.
What is your favorite number?
Oh, probably 14.
How many yawns I'm going to have on this one?
I don't care.
Sorry about that. Going to be hit to the leg side, and they will be running the 2 runs. And love the fight from the Black Caps. Yeah. And Janssen and Jamieson are the same height. Says AFL, yeah, they both have to shop at specialist shops because they will need very long clothing.
They will.
And also, imagine trying to find a onesie if you were Kyle Jamieson.
Would you bother though?
No.
If you wouldn't. Would you want a onesie? I
mean, I don't want a onesie anyway.
No.
A 2-meter man having a onesie, though, would be jokes.
Oh, you'd wear it to a costume party.
I can imagine Kyle Jamieson wearing one of those, like, you know, those skeleton suits with, like, the bones, like the black suits with the bones. I
Yeah.
can see him wearing one of those.
Yeah.
Just looks like that kind of guy.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. And also, what fish are your guys' stock standards? We have elephant fish here, don't we? Or sharks. Shark?
Yeah, at the fish and chip shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's mainly elephant fish, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Also, cricket is a random questions day, and there says Neil Wagner. There's a little bit, but we do enjoy random questions that we do get. And also, Flick, there it says AFL. And also him, what fish are, I read that one. It starts 258, says Bob Jobs. And also I love Danny commentary on the PSL, or Donny commentary on the PSL, I believe that would be. And currently the final is actually tonight.
Is it?
For the PSL. Yep, it's already over.
Already over and done with.
And that is going to be 2 sides that I can't remember the names of, but I'm going to get them up on my phone. And interesting, ours is Hokey in there.
Or hake.
Oh, hake.
There is a hake, yeah. Yeah, well, we can get hokey, which is very nice. Flounder.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Sole. Crumb sole is very nice.
Yeah.
Yep. Blue cod's my favourite, followed closely by salmon. And if your dad catches any fish, trout.
Okay. I'm just finding the PSL. It is going to be the Molten Sultans taking on Lahore in the final. That's at 3:30 a.m. tonight, or as I like to call it, lunchtime.
So, anyone we know in there, those teams?
Tim David. Do you know Tim David from the BBL?
Yep.
He is there for the Molten Sultans. Also, Muhammad Rizwan, I believe, is on the Molten Sultan side.
Okay.
Currently end of another over, and it is going to be 239 here for the Black Caps. Only 1, maybe 2 overs away from De Grono being able to get the century. If he gets the century, of course. Also, I don't buy fish, I catch it. I don't buy pork or venison, I shoot them, says Chris Howell there. There you go. Currently, they have got that boat ride that does go around, don't they?
That's pretty cool.
Right, Maharaj going to be bowling again. Here's the most common, but it's crap there and tastes way better. Hey, Chris in there. Here's John, nicely played once again by De Grono and Owl. How do you mother cricket ODI, cricket T20 cricket, Test cricket as well? So I assume that is in terms of your order, which one you like the best.
I probably like Test cricket the best.
Okay.
Then one day, then 2020. I think 2020 has ruined a lot of guys batting in some ways. And the Test match is the true, can you bat for hours? And that's the true, basically, the batters is what you go on.
So I'm actually my least favorite. If I had to choose, I'm not saying I don't like it, I would go ODI as my least favorite. Reason being, it's quite long.
Yeah, true.
100 overs. And I normally, if I had to watch a 50 over game, I watch the first 20 overs. I watch the last 10 of innings, but I don't normally watch completely through. I just bang my elbow on the wall. Right on the funny bone.
I suppose when you say it like that, I haven't watched a one day for a while.
Also, T20s equals rounders. There says Gareth, and also way better. Plus, it saves a lot of money with food prices in there. Nice com. Says go on. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are back tomorrow and the next day. 2 more matches or 2 more days of this match. Good shot from Kyle Jamieson down the ground. Well fielded, though, by Janssen. Get down and thanks for you. And thanks for your mum. And there's Arnis.
No worries.
And we appreciate you being here too, mate. Currently 70 overs down, 241 for 6. De Grono moves up to 98.
Nervous 90s.
He's been waiting a while, hasn't he?
He has. He actually has been quite patient.
And also, I don't watch ODIs. I only watch IPL, BBL, and tests.
No.
And there says AFL. So yeah, either T20 or the test matches. That's the thing for New Zealand. I'd love to be able to cover their World Cup, the women's side of it. But 50 overs on days that are going to have like overlaps does make it tricky. But the final, maybe we will be able to do. Or the semi-final, that type of thing. If New Zealand are in it, might be the best option. You'd be keen for that one, yeah? That man is trying to crush a can. He's just nailed it.
They look cold.
They look very cold. Sleeping bag and all.
Yeah.
Try and keep themselves slightly away from getting hypothermia.
Wow, fancy taking a rug to cricket. You shouldn't have to,
Ooh.
but they do need to.
It was well bowled by Janssen there. Jameson wasn't able to get out of the way of that one. Just got the glove and didn't take long to get to 98, but a bit slow now.
Yeah.
There says Chris Howe, and also England won in the 2020 or 2017 Women's World Cup, and you are the best, and you are the mum. So best, love you, bro. Says Anas there.
That's sweet.
Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers.
Oh, that almost got the glove of Kyle Jamieson, I think.
Yeah.
Now Janssen gets to have a little bit of a crack at Colin de Gronholm, sitting here on 98. Short ball once again from the big man. Okay. Tactics seem to have changed just a little bit here. South Africa right at the time. That de Gronholm might be able to get that century. Why are you yawning?
Because you keep yawning.
No, I don't know. I was just looking at the wall.
Yeah, right.
I still can't believe that performance from us last night. Xavier went to the ground to watch the Rebels play up against the Western Force.
Oh.
And the Rebels did not do well at all, sadly.
Yeah, well, that's what you said. They didn't turn up.
And he said that the food's not even good at the ground.
So where was it?
Amy Park in Melbourne.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a bit rough. The food's always got to be good, doesn't it? I mean, the pizzas at the MCG were perfect. They were really nice. We went to the Boxing Day test match.
And also bad fielding being set for Maharaj. And this is Gareth. That's another short ball there from him.
They're not going to let him get his 100, is it? Yeah.
And also, what was that score, dude? In the Rebels, says Chris, one moment, I will get the exact score for you, but I know the Rebels did not score a try in that game.
Wow.
Well, they might have got, no, they didn't even get one late one. I think they ended up with 3 points up against about the 30-something of the Western Force.
Wow.
Which that game going into it was actually 50-50 for the odds.
Yeah.
Yep, completely dead even.
Wow.
No one could decide.
Yes, they can now.
Okay, it was 28-3 for the Western Force in that one, and 3-28 loss. And yawning's more contagious than the common cold. And there says Dan DeGestro. And also, how do you favorite movie and favorite actor? Says Arnis. Who's your favorite actor?
Living?
Yeah, we'll go Living for now.
Well, okay. Living for now.
Sounds a bit brutal, doesn't it?
That's a bit hard now.
You like yourself a Hemsworth, don't you?
I don't mind them. They're funny.
The Rock?
No.
No, you don't like The Rock?
I do like The Rock, but he's not my favourite. Probably Kevin Costner, because I quite like him in Yellowstone.
Okay, there you go. And also Kingsmead has the best slap chips in South Africa. Slap chips. Is that kind of chips with a kind of cheese on top and whatnot, kind of loaded chips, I guess we call them over here, would we?
Yeah.
So along those lines, at Amy Park, they put way too much chicken salt on the chips.
Yeah, nah. You want to taste the chips as well, don't you?
And also, whose home ground is Amy Park in Melbourne. Amy Park, it is the Melbourne Rebels. We do have theirs, but people are looking pretty chilly. I'm glad we are sitting in here and not in there.
Yeah, it's not exactly warm here either, but we're inside.
It is, yes. The lights do bring a bit of heat.
Yeah, they do.
Which is kind of cozy. I realize as soon as I do turn off the lights, I get cold.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's almost fire lighting weather. There's log fires.
There. Misfield. Do they take the single? They do. And Bavoom is slipping all over the place. His feet are not really planting on the ground at the moment. Now, Colin de Gronholm, 98. He's been waiting patiently. He's got 9 minutes.
He has.
And also, Hamish on ground, people are wearing so much blankets. What is the temperature here in Christchurch? If leather ball hits players, it will hurt players so much. This is coding. So currently in Christchurch, we're sitting at about 10 degrees Celsius. So not exactly a hot day. My favorite actors are Bollywood. It is Shah Rukh Khan and Hollywood Tom Cruise in there. You don't mind a Tom Cruise, do you?
I only like 2 of his movies.
Top Gun.
Top Gun and Cocktail.
Oh, I was going to say Few Good Men.
Oh, I suppose that's all right. So probably 3.
Gonna be de Gronholm. He wants it too. Does get it as well. Colin de Gronholm. He wants 3. Gonna be taking it up to 101. And Colin de Gronholm now. They raise in attendance for Colin de Gronholm. Matt Hagley has been able to bring up 100 from the big man. Yep. And then I says, uncaged, what's your opinion on Rebels' performance? They need to do better. Not doing so good past 2 games, says Barry. Yeah, a little bit of a slow start to the season at the moment for them, sadly. But Western Force, they have been looking pretty good. Over Colin de Gronholm, 101 of 138 balls there. Still 2 sixes. Was able to get them nice and early on. Now Jameson needs to make sure that he sticks around there and they get themselves another partnership starting to form. It's just a nice glided shot there from de Gronholm. Waited for it and job done right. And then slap. It means firm, soft, can't stand up. That has crispy areas eaten with salt and vinegar. And this is Gareth. Okay. Nice. Something we're going to have to try at some stage, perhaps. Nicely played. The last ball of that over. Now 72 overs down. And it is going to be 247 for 6. And Colin de Gronholm with the clapping from it was Dan. And also he's wonderful in Yellowstone and Ageless. A lot of classic movies. Field of Dreams, The Untouchables, Dance with Wolves. And so many, many more from Dan.
There's one earlier on when he was a Navy officer. Oh, I can't think of it. And there was a bit of controversy about his role in it. And I saw it the other day and I can't remember what it was. But it was one of his earlier movies. Kevin Costner. But you wouldn't know what it was. No.
No clue.
No clue. Yeah. No, I can't think of what it is now.
No, Janssen once again will get himself another over. New Zealand only trailing by the 117 runs now. New Zealand women's side up against Pakistan are actually sitting 7 down for 165 runs. It's a warm-up game for the World Cup, though.
Oh, okay.
So no need to panic just yet. And Tom Cruise, my favorite movies, Night and Day and Mission Impossible. And maybe they need Quade Cooper back there with him. Do you think he will come back to this old team? I don't think so. I think the money's too good in Japan at the moment. Oh, a little bit of lobby from Kyle Jamieson. Whipped away for 1, though. It seems like Janssen has been told, bowl a few more short balls. Hate when that happens. Currently, his team were applauding Colin de Gronholm for that effort. Currently 6 minutes left of this session. Not very long at all, is it?
It goes quick, doesn't it?
It does. It's weird.
It is.
Like time zones are weird. And just time's weird.
Okay.
Look at 101 runs of 139 deliveries. Janssen, he's been expensive, 74. But he has got the 2 wickets. Oh, just evading that one there from Colin de Gronholm. Only just getting underneath it, though. Almost wore it on the arm.
That would have hurt. You can tell you're yawning by the look in your eyes.
Not me. And also, you like PUBG, bro. I haven't actually played a lot of PUBG in the past. In fact, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever played PUBG.
What is PUBG?
Players Unknown Battleground, I believe is what it stands for. It's kind of like do you know Fortnite?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like that, but more, I guess, slightly realistic in terms of the models of people and whatnot. Currently now Janssen, I believe this will be the second or third last over. Short ball right in behind it for Colin de Gronholm.
He almost looks bored with it, doesn't he?
He doesn't show a lot of emotion, Colin de
No.
Gronholm. You know that something's going on in his brain. And
That's a good six.
I assume he's happy. Shot down the ground, though.
Yeah.
From de Gronholm. He's just in it all around the park by the looks of it there. He was able to bring up that 141 deliveries.
Oh.
That's off the glove. Oh, it's dropped by South Africa. The keeper puts it down, and Verena not able to hang on to it. That could have been the big breakthrough that they needed. There's South Africa. And Verena wants to hide his head in his gloves, but has to now stand back up and continue keeping. What an opportunity that would have been. Did end up coming straight off the glove. Got a hand to it. He did well to get that hand to it.
That was over his head. That's probably save 4.
He's disappointed. And a lot of centuries are good individual achievements, but not crucial to the match as well. This is one of the heroic tons, vital to the team. Great stuff.
Yep.
She's Dan there. Currently Janssen. That would have been his third wicket if South Africa win this game. To make it a 1-1 draw. You just smash an egg on your mum's head on camera, says Barry.
Really? I dare you to do that.
On camera, says Barry there as well. No?
No.
In the air. Simple wicket. And now Janssen has been able to pick up the wicket of Kyle Jamieson, so they didn't get Colin de Gronholm, but they've now got Kyle Jamieson, and that's going to be 7 down now wickets. Says Ramesh, it was indeed. And also New Zealand need 320 all out, I think. And there says Arnis.
Yeah, it's just Barry Green.
Not sure. I don't think I've ever asked what his age is. How old are you, Barry? I've realised I don't really know too many ages of people.
Well, I suppose it's a bit hard to remember everyone's anyway.
Currently, Jamieson losing his wicket 13 of 30 deliveries, and that's a wicket only 2 minutes away from lunch.
Yeah.
Not what you want. And come on, you lads. I know you can do it. Pull through for us, and there says Barry.
No.
I think more than likely, unless you've got a spare room, Barry, I don't know whether or not it will work out for me because I'll probably get kicked out. And please leave now. And there says Arnis. Although hopefully New Zealand don't lose too many more of their wickets in this session at least. And I missed. Great job, Colin de Gronholm. How did he bring it up? It was a shot out cover away, kind of a late cut for 3 runs, in fact.
It was.
He was able to get it.
KFC.
Another KFC ad. There's so many ads for food, isn't there?
Makes you hungry, doesn't it? Yeah, that's good.
Now is good.
Yeah.
Tim Southey has made his way out to the middle.
He won't thank Jamieson for this.
Definitely not if he goes out now.
No.
It's the worst case scenario for a batsman. You got to go out there, face literally like 2 balls. I think they'll have 1 more after this one. 1 more over, that is. As I know, I'll be hard for Colin de Gronholm to get support now. I might swing with more risk. Not quite played comfortably by Southey, but it's worked out. He's still going to be there, and that is going to be the end of the over. A good one from Janssen, picking up his 3rd wicket, and it will now be 249 for 7. And love this live show, says Arnis there. And yeah, we have got plenty more of it coming in the future. Tomorrow, we'll be having our next matchup or our next day of cricket, and that will be day 4 of this test match. And then day 5, if it is still going, we will be here for that day also. And hopefully it does go to day 5. I hope it's a long one.
Yeah. Well, they sort of only gave us, 2 days in a session last time.
Yeah. And also we have got there, don't worry, Kiwi ladies, she will forgive. I'm sure she's not like that. Here's Barry. I mean, I don't think I've ever cracked an egg on her head, so certainly be a testing ground. And why wasn't it lunch with wicket so close? Says Dan. It's a good question. Did they start a couple minutes late or something?
They might have done. But obviously it wasn't close enough to the lunch break that they had it. They obviously felt that, because there was only 1 more ball left in the over, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we have got this last over of Maharaj. Leg sidish in the air from Southie, but flicked fine. And he might be able to get himself just the 2. Yes, he does. But running between the wickets there for Tim Southie. Doing a bit of that, aren't we?
Yeah.
A few yawns.
Yeah, a few yawns.
Got to be good for you. Get the adrenaline? No. The, what is it? Release? Endorphins? No. I don't know. And umpire isn't hungry, and there says Gareth, maybe not. Maybe he just wants to keep on going for a little bit longer. Might be keen for another wicket. Currently, believe 3 balls till we go to lunch.
3 balls?
Yeah.
Just 3 balls.
3 more. Tim Southie needs to survive.
He does.
Can he do it?
Yep.
Nicely played there by Tim Southie. And no coffee, Hamish, says Gareth. I haven't actually ever drunk a coffee in my life.
No.
Believe it or not. Which is something that is very unbelievable almost, isn't it? Yeah, just never had it.
Oh, I've had it. It's not what they crack it up to be.
I also white or red for the ball, says Dan De Castro. And there are heroic tons. Ben Stokes tons are always a match-saving winning. And this is Dan De Castro. Yeah, very impressive man. Cricket World Cup 2019 final. We love it, don't we?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. And also Stokes wins that Ashes match with something else, says Gareth. And him, I think it was Headingley, wasn't it? With Jack Leach.
Yep.
Those 2 linking up. And that's series fastest test series win, New Zealand and versus South Africa, says Arnis. Currently now advancing. Risky.
Last ball of the second. Last ball of the session, and he's going like that.
And he's tried to advance there, Colin de Grandhomme. Could have got himself in a lot of trouble there. He had ended up going out. But that is going to be the end of this session now, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be, I guess it's a 50-50 one. They lost 2 batsmen in the end for New Zealand, but they did also gain themselves around about maybe 80 runs, somewhere around there. And also, you have never drank coffee. I have never drank coffee, never had tea either. No. There you go. What's worse than when Bangladesh won or England's win in the Super Over? Says Neil, I'd say probably England's win in the Super Over because I actually really enjoyed watching Bangladesh beat the Black Cats, which sounds bad to say as a Kiwi, but you enjoyed it too, didn't you?
They played well. You can't take that away from them. They played well. They were the better team. And they won.
And also, I've got the I'm going to PUBG. And take care. Love you, bro. And there says Anas, and do enjoy your game, mate. And hopefully we do see you in the near future. Sorry, guys, kind of forgot. So sorry. And this is 10 okay, so it's all good. I feel like it's one of those ones that, like, I don't really mind it, that Super Over. I know that some people, it's still real, like, stabs them in the heart every time they hear it. Are you one of those people? Yeah.
What could have been?
Could have been close, couldn't it?
It was. But then they reckon that wasn't the right umpiring decision either, which makes it worse.
It does.
Yeah.
And also next stream 140, says Nathanson. Yeah, that will be when the next session is going to be kicking up. Or kicking on, I should say. So what we will probably end up doing is after that next session, or probably when New Zealand lose their last 3 wickets, depending on what time it is, that might be when the next kind of stage of the live stream does end up ending, and then I'll probably be sleeping to that, because sadly I do lose my mum for the next live stream.
I'm sure they won't mind.
They'll miss you. And Raw's disgraceful. Should have been a second Super Over, etc. Next, sorry again. And also, we have got the Hamish. What do you think New Zealand will take lead in the first innings? I don't believe so. I think they'll be behind by maybe around that 50 mark. They work extremely hard. Maybe they get it down to about 30, but more than likely probably around that like 70.
Yeah.
Definitely after that last shot we saw from Colin de Grandhomme. They were risky. He was willing to kind of go for an opportunity. But currently, we are going to have another wicket falling for New Zealand women's side. They're actually now 8 down. Not what you want.
So what are they playing? They're 50?
50 overs. Looks like they're going to be bowled out by about 36 overs.
Ooh.
Or maybe a few more. They're currently 35, so I'd say maybe like 40 overs. Okay, you're just messing with me in there. Says Gareth. Nah, never drank coffee, never drunk tea.
Nah.
I'm boring.
And have you had a?
I haven't had a Red Bull.
Energy drinks. You shouldn't have those anyway. They're bad for you.
And I'll say, yes, I do mind, Thomas. Says Dan.
You'll be right. Hamish will get you through it.
I'll end up falling asleep. I'll just be back here going.
And I'll come home from bowls and go, Hamish, you're still on.
Yeah, you'll end up coming home at like 8 p.m. tonight. Way later. And I'll just be sitting here.
Mm.
And you'll be like, Hamish.
Hamish.
The Hurricanes was good yesterday. Great win. Was indeed right down to the wire that one went. And nonetheless, we will be returning to the live stream.
You're not even on the screen properly.
I know, I'm kind of hiding, aren't I? And I was like, wait, that's what you drink, just pretty much water and Fanta. Those are my two go-tos, aren't they?
Yeah, you've had hot chocolate.
Yeah, once or twice, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, just pretty much sometimes juice if I'm feeling adventurous.
Oh, gives me heartburn.
Nothing too fancy overall, just pretty much, stock standard stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nonetheless, I guess we will be back at around 1:40. I better type up the thingamabob.
Yeah, put your thing on.
We go here, and we go down to, I'll start typing it. We'll go we will be back at 1:40 p.m. New Zealand time for session 2. I suck at typing under pressure.
You do, don't you? So when someone's watching you, though, you always do it wrong.
There we go. And also, it's like a cricket partnership, good standalone prices together in there, says Dan De Castro.
Oh, wow.
There you go. This is comfy.
Right here.
Oh, well, I guess that is going to be the end of just this part of the live stream. We will be back in around 30 minutes' time, and that will be for the next session where we might see the end of New Zealand's first innings of batting.
No, they might wag a bit.
We'll have to wait and see. Is that a pun for Neil Wagner to get himself a half-century perhaps?
Well, you never know. He'll be keen to get a few runs.
Will be indeed. Thank you all very much for watching. Do just hang out here in the chat if you do want to for the next half an hour. Don't go anywhere because we are going to be back in a very short moment with session 2 of day 3 in this test match. But thank you all very much for tuning in. And my mum is going to be leaving us. Celia will be back to solo for the last session. I feel like I'm missing my other half. We will see you all. We will see you all in a little bit later on.
See ya.
Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you are ready for a second session of day 3. Currently, New Zealand, they are trailing by 111 runs, with Colin de Grandhomme very recently bringing up a century, moving up to 103 runs of 144. Just before the lunch break, we did see Kyle Jamieson dismissed, and that meant that Tim Southee makes his way out there now and sitting on 3 runs off 5 deliveries. Now, New Zealand, they probably do need to play quite attacking in the next little while, try and get themselves as close to trailing by 0 as they physically can before having South Africa bat before the end of the day, unless, of course, Southee and de Grandhomme, or maybe de Grandhomme and Matt Henry, can get themselves a massive partnership like we were seeing in the kind of last few games for the Black Cats. It seems to be that tail water that can really help propel their innings forward and get them towards a total that they are happy enough with. But do let me know how many runs you guys think New Zealand will be able to get in this game, and also who will be able to get themselves a few more wickets for South Africa, perhaps. But we are currently sitting probably around a minute away from this game being back underway at Hagley Oval. 2 games in a row that this is going to be taking place from Hagley. So a few people in attendance by the looks. So it looks like a relatively nice day. Overcast conditions, which means the ball will swing and it will have a little bit of purchase, maybe in the last session of the day for the New Zealand bowlers. So we do know what they can do in an evening session with the ball in hand. But Rabada currently 3 wickets for him. 3 wickets for Marco Jansen as well. And good morning from Turkey with 3:40 a.m. there for Jacques. So welcome in, mate. Early morning start for yourself there, that is for sure. Roughly about the time that we are actually going to be starting our Six Nations live stream that is taking place tomorrow night, I should say. After this live stream, we are going to be sleeping for a little bit because I haven't actually slept all night at this point in time. And the worst thing is I've got an eyelash in my eye just before we started this next session, but now we are all good. There's no cricket being played in the background by the looks of it overall, but still overcast. And now Colin de Grandhomme and Tim Southee will be making their way out to the crease. These two are capable of being able to put on some good runs for the New Zealanders. And if they can get that total that they need to trail by down to about 50, I think that New Zealand would well and truly take that from where they started, losing both of their openers in the first few runs and the first few overs, in fact, was. But now we are going to be almost ready to go. I think they just said Hamish Bennett's on the commentary. I realised I thought he was actually playing for Wellington recently, but I guess he is now in the commentary booth for this next stage of maybe his cricketing career. And Hamish, I missed Donna in there, says David the Mod. And yeah, I do miss her already. I think she is going down watching the final with the bowls that has taken place here. She might be back for the evening session if we are still awake for the evening session that will be happening a little bit later on. Hamish eagerly waiting for New Zealand to take lead and attacking batting, says Coding. Although if they do end up getting themselves a lead, I would be very impressed. I think more than likely, though, maybe coming up just short, but still close enough that makes the next innings of this game a very exciting one. Could easily end up maybe going either way, or maybe the draw is going to be on the cards for us once again here at Hagley. Now making their way out there onto the field, the Proteas starting at about probably 3 minutes after they were supposed to start here, but that will be because of it going slightly longer for the first session of the day. But this is a second session. This session will be ending at 3:40 p.m. New Zealand time. And Tim Southee, Colin de Grandhomme, they are both out there. And de Grandhomme being able to bring up their 112 fours, 2 sixes. And I think my strategy at this stage is probably going to be, depending on how long New Zealand bat for, we will either be doing the end of the New Zealand batting innings or possibly the end of this session, whichever ends up coming first, just because if I don't sleep at some stage before tonight, I will probably end up crashing during Ireland versus Italy, which we definitely do not want that one, as we are going to be covering the next day of cricket that will be taking place on the channel also, and that will be the full day 4 of this test match. Now Jansen, he will have the ball in hand here. 19 overs, 2 maidens, 75 runs, an economy of 3.95, but the big stat here that he is definitely looking to increase is the wickets. He has already been able to take 3, only 2 away from the fifer. So we will have to wait and see whether or not he can get the job done. But first ball after lunch now. And it is right on the money straight away. Tim Southee has to play the 4 defensive to that one. Trailing by 111 runs at the moment here for the Black Caps. And they will be looking to try and build their way towards a possible, I'd say, 50 total deficit. That will be, 100's probably first step. Then from there you go down to 75. Then from there 50. And just slowly do it in small increments because they've still got Neil Wagner, and he actually almost got himself a 50 in the last match, scoring 49 runs as the night watchman. Janssen going back to him. Southey hits it in the air aggressively. Doesn't quite get the timing on it, but he will still get 2 runs for his troubles there. Or does he? Colin de Gronholm having to run hard for the 2. I believe he got back there not really comfortably, but it is still the 2. Tim Southey looks like he is going to be playing the aggressor if he does need to. I mean, it wasn't even really in the slot to be able to hit it too well, but it just clears Bavuma, gets them the 2 runs. And now going down to the trailing by 109 runs. So every run will be crucial. Oh, okay. It was actually his elbows that ended up knocking the bails off, hence why there wasn't really any real big appeal or anything along those lines from the South Africans. Short ball. This time it goes up from Southey. There is a fielder there, and he's taken. And Bavuma this time takes the catch. And Southey now losing his wicket. And that will now make the Kiwis 8 down for 255. Janssen picks up his 4th. And now they are only 1 away, South Africa, from having their first 5 in this match. That would be young Janssen would be able to do it. But Tim Southey, it looked like from the get-go he was going to be playing aggressive. Didn't want to use up too much of his energy batting. Had a couple big swings. And does give it straight to Bavuma. He mistimed the last one. He mistimed that one even worse. It went straight to him. And that is going to be the wicket of Southey. He has dismissed 5 runs of 8 deliveries. And New Zealand now sitting 255 for 8. Only being dismissed a couple minutes after lunch. Pretty unlucky in that one, because I guess like Kyle Jamieson just before lunch, probably about 4 minutes or so before lunch, and now Tim Southey probably around 4 minutes after lunch. So both batsmen not quite getting it right for themselves right near the break. But the next break that we will have will be 20 minutes, a little bit later on, but there's still plenty of time left in this session. I believe more than likely we might see a little bit more of a defensive Wagner, or a bit more defensive than the way that Southey played anyway. I believe we'll still see him a little bit aggressive. Well done, Janssen. We're still aiming for a 100 lead, says Jack Smith. And with him as a bowling option, and Rabada also, I feel like that is still a certain possibility here. And Neil Wagner, he is going to be on strike, is he? No, I think he looks like he is at the non-striker's end. Now charging in Janssen to Colin de Gronholm, and I don't believe Colin de Gronholm will go too overly aggressive for the first couple balls. Okay, that was a big swing. He is going to go very aggressive by the looks of that. So it seems like the intent from New Zealand is to try and score quickly and try and put the bowling lineup back under pressure. But they've been told to not muck around. Bavuma was able to take that catch nicely, though. Tim Southey was dismissed. I think he knew straight away that he had not timed that one anywhere near as well as he would have liked to. Just got hurried on a little bit by the extra bit of pace and bounce that Janssen does have to offer. 2 balls left of this burst over. Colin de Gronholm, he goes big with that one. It's gone high. Has he got the distance? He sure does. 6 runs there for Colin de Gronholm, and that will help them out big time. Getting 6 of that ball, and now trailing by 103, so trying to cut down that deficit in a big hurry here for the Black Caps. That is his 3rd 6 of this test match as well, Colin de Gronholm. Anytime you give him a little bit of shortness, little bit of height on the ball, that man didn't even get close to lining that one up for the catch in the crowd. That was a good shot. Good power from Colin de Gronholm. Actually hits it over. It was the South African man out on the boundary. It's just one of those ones that if he mistimes it, it's going to be out. But if he doesn't mistime it, it's going for 6. Steps across. Going to be whipping into the leg side this time. It's a catching opportunity. Just fall short of the fielder out there. And that will be the end of the over. De Gronholm moves up now to 110. And he will have the strike for the next over. 75 down to 162 for 8 here for the New Zealand side, the Black Caps. I was trying to decide whether I was going to say the Black Caps or New Zealand. I said both of them in the same word, and 666 says David the Mod there. Currently trailing by 102 runs. Wagner, I don't believe he'll have to do too much. He will be at the non-strikers end for a majority of this stage, I would think. And also Matt Henry when he makes his way out there. We've got to remember that man batted extremely well in the last match for New Zealand. And them a nice, about, wasn't an 80-run partnership between the last 2 men for the combo of, it would have been, who's the name that I'm looking for? Was it Blundell? Was it Blundell? No, it was Nichols and Henry, wasn't it? Or was it? No, I probably got the wrong names there. Can't quite think of who it was, but now Maharaj to the leg side there from De Grono, not willing to go too aggressive so far against the spinner for the early stages. Does still need to be careful because Maharaj, he's got one wicket, but he's been bowling phenomenally and can easily try and slip that one through. Now he steps to the leg side. It's a slog sweep. It is racing back out to a Bavuma. Yes, Waggy run is the call there, and they do get through for 2. Good running from Colin de Grono. And it is nicely done there for de Grono to retain the strike, now trailing by only the 100. Rabada maybe not throwing that one in as quickly as he possibly could have, but he does sweep it in the end. They were very late deciding that they wanted to run for that one. That's a good shot from Colin de Grono, but it goes straight out to deep cover for the single, and now the chase is less than 99 needed for them to get back to a level playing field here for the Black Cats. Maharaj, he's gone 1 for 35 off his 14.3. I will mention we will be back for day 4 and also day 5. So anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here for these live streams. Neil Wagner on strike now, getting his first ball to face. How aggressive does Wagner go? We know how strong he is when he does end up swinging the arms. He plays some classic cricket shots. Will this be one of those times, or does he try and build himself into his innings a little bit more? It's always hard to tell what Neil Wagner's thinking. He always looks angry. There's that one. Nicely just in behind it, playing it out cover way. It is the dot ball for the first ball that Wagner faces. De Grono, I do think, does he? I'm going to say he doesn't get to 150, but I think he gets to maybe around 125, 130, somewhere around that mark for him. And I don't know whether it's he who will go out or whether it's the man at the other end, perhaps. Brilliant delivery there from Maharaj. I might have been mid-yawn, but I still saw that one. Now, Wagner couldn't quite work out how much it was going to be spinning, and that is going to be the end of the Maharaj over. And it is 265 for 8. So currently now, de Grono, he will have the strike back once again, and I believe it will be Janssen who is bowling to him, which does mean there's a good possibility that we see some more middle range, maybe half by short stuff, but also, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try a pitched up delivery outside of off stump. See if de Grono does want to take it on. Because if he does, maybe you've got that option of being able to lure him into a false sense of security. They've still got Matt Henry as another boy will be able to make his way out there. Did he get 50 in that first game? He was very close to it if he didn't get the 50 in the end. For Matt Henry, did very nicely in Canterbury to get himself the man of the match performance after getting 7 wickets in the first innings also. But now Janssen going to be going back over the wicket, whipping it to fine leg. And that is just going to be the single. And now Neil Wagner, he is going to be facing off against Janssen, which is going to be a very exciting combo. Currently, I think Janssen might have received some short stuff from Wagner by the sounds of it, which is why he will be fired up to bowl him here. Okay, now Wagner, he does give out a bit of the short stuff. So normally he's not too bad at playing the short stuff as well, because as a bowler, it's like leg spinners. Normally leg spinners are decent at playing leg spin because they know how annoying it is when they bowl it, so they've got to train in it to make sure that they don't get out in the same dismissals as they bowl type thing. So now Wagner, normally if it's a short ball, he'll actually take it on and normally hit it along the ground. This is when he skies one and gets out, isn't it? He gets the short stuff straight away. That aggression from the youngster Janssen does give him a bit of a stare down. Currently he is sitting on 4 wickets taken, only 1 away from getting to his 5 for here for Janssen. Getting closer and closer, possibly picking up a very well-deserved 5 for. He's bowled well here, Janssen. He's been a bit expensive, but a lot of these bowlers for South Africa have been just in this little patch, I guess you could say, of the day, because New Zealand already scoring 100 runs. Now Wagner stepping away there. 2 men back on the pull shot at the moment. So we think there's going to be another short ball, maybe a rib tickler here from Janssen, who now has been sent back to his bowling mark. So that makes a fast bowler even more frustrated. Maybe an extra couple Ks on this one. Just bowl it there. It's into the ribs. He's just kind of scotted a little bit. There was a lot of yes knowing, but they decide to not run in the end. Now Wagner a little bit hesitant with the way that he went there, but we're seeing the short stuff that he did give to Janssen. Did a lot of chatting to him as well by the looks of it. They're just showing that battle from those two in the first innings. It was a fun one. And now Janssen gets to give it a bit, and now Will Wagner goes in the air, tries to get onto it, doesn't quite get all of that one, but he will get back for the 2 runs. So similar to what we saw in the first innings, how Janssen did end up trying to go after Wagner at one point. I think we're going to see a lot more of this in the future, hopefully, between these two, because it seems like both of them just have that aggression when they are bowling, and also just they just have a little bit of skill of being able to get runs when they have got the bat. If they get 60 runs, I'll be happy if we are behind. And there says Nathan Sim, pretty much anything under that mark, that's going to be a pull shot there from Wagner. Plays it beautifully. And it's going to be a whip in almost all the way for 6. I think he got it, 1 bounce for. And Janssen, he's not looking impressed at the moment with Neil Wagner. Does end up picking up the 4 runs there, Wagner as well, now trailing by 92. Yeah, anything around that 50 mark trailing by, I would consider a good comeback from the Kiwis. Was banged in short. He just pulls away with it. Does end up perfectly piercing the gap. 1 bounce for. Janssen's face says it all there. He is not happy with the fact that Wagner was able to pull that one away to the boundary. Currently 6 runs off 7 for Neil Wagner. Short one there. It's a good ball there from him. And now a little bit more of a stare down. That will be the end of the 77th over. And it is going to be 272 for 8. I don't think that battle between Wagner and Janssen is finished just yet, because we've got to remember Neil Wagner gets a chance at him when he's got the ball in hand a little bit later on. So entertaining, thrilling session stare from the bowler. Says going, yeah, there's plenty of feeling out there on the pitch at the moment. And both sides want to be able to call themselves winners of this match. If New Zealand win it, that helps them for the World Test Championship. If New Zealand lose it, there's a chance that they may not even make it through to the final, and South Africa will try and continue to build their momentum and go New Zealand. And there says Reid Nichols. Apparently Maharaja once again. I think Wagner might have been hit on the knuckle, but he doesn't want to show the bowler that he felt that one. Janssen, he's moving his way right back to, I believe he'll be at fine leg. Like they're saying, he hasn't actually ever got a test fifer. So that is probably a monumental achievement if he can end up picking up that one more wicket that he does need. Maharaj, beautifully bowled, right in the slot where you need it. Colin de Gronholm, how long does he wait before considering going after it? The new ball actually only a little bit away. In total, it will be another 17 balls till we get it. And this is exciting stuff. Even half hour of this New Zealand will be okay. There's Dan De Castro, nicely played down the ground. And Colin de Gronholm does end up picking up the single. They almost considered 2. And not quite to be able to get through quick enough. But now 16 balls away from the new ball. And I think once the new ball does come out, that's when we're going to see Rabada back. Probably going to see a couple of the other bowlers for South Africa switch out, I would think. And more than likely, I believe that will be Maharaj. He does have to give way. Although I would say maybe hold off taking the new ball for a little bit longer. If you're going to bowl Maharaj a little bit more. Nice shot from Wagner. Piercing the offside, and that is going to be 4 runs. Wagner now moves into double figures. He's been in good form with the bat in hand for this series. Currently trailing by 87 runs now for the Black Cats. Just a little bit too short there for Maharaj, unfortunately, and he was punished out through cover, and he looks disappointed with that one. But now, 77.3 overs. Right, what is Maharaj's plan? It looks like he's changing his field just a little bit here. Current time, they've still got the slip, they've still got the bat pad, and I believe they've still got the cover, so I think everyone's just kind of taking a step in and maybe a couple men on the offside taking a step back. A bit straighter for that one, no run taken. Not worried, new ball, more worried about attacking a spinning Rongan in there, says Dan De Castro. And yeah, at the end of the day, Colin de Grandhomme, as much as they'd like to hold off, if he gets a ball with a bit more flight, he will try and smack it to the boundary. Neil Wagner has done just that. Massive shot from Wagner. And it goes all the way for 6, almost onto the roof there. And Wagner goes bang, moves up to 16. And Maharaj has been sent all the way to the boundary. Brilliant shot from Wagner. A slower delivery. 76.6 Ks. Gave him the extra lob on it. See if he wanted it. Neil Wagner said, I will be having every single piece of that one. And I'll send you 90 metres down the ground. He has timed that one well and truly. Wagner almost putting it out of the park. Going into someone's tent almost there as well. And they're clapping around the wicket. Playing it quite aggressively there for Neil Wagner, but that will be the end of the over. This is fun, says Dan De Castro. Certainly a bit of a chess match at the moment between bowler and batsman Neil Wagner. That's the thing. You get them down to 8 down New Zealand. They've still got Wagner. They've still got Henry. Those two can still score runs. And Wagner to get 50, said Nathan Sim. He did get 49 out in his last innings that he did bat. And what a shot from Wagner. 50 he is scoring. Oh, everyone's saying 50 for Wagner at this point in time. Tell you what, 50 for Wagner and de Grandhomme to still be there at the end. That would mean that New Zealand would actually take a little bit of a lead, perhaps. And now Janssen, once again, going to be bowling. This time, he will be bowling to Colin de Grandhomme. And also, careful now, says Dan De Castro. Yeah, the big thing for New Zealand is they can't go after the wrong ball. If they go after the wrong ball, that could be their downfall. Like they're saying, Rabada might be coming back. I've realised since having my mum here, I am slightly uncentralised. We'll go like about there, maybe somewhere about there. It's not too bad for ourselves, but we're at Hagley Oval. That ball that Neil Wagner hit went about there, right into that embankment. The way he smacked that one downfield, I believe it was. But now trailing by 81 runs, 283 they have been able to bring up for New Zealand. Still one slip, a man at bat pad, and Janssen now going over the wicket, right of mine for Kyle Jamieson. In fact, sorry, it was Colin de Grandhomme. Only sitting on 115 runs not out. I wonder what is Kyle Jamieson. I keep on saying Kyle Jamieson. I don't know why. But Colin de Grandhomme, what is his highest test match score? I'm going to have a quick look at this. Colin de Grandhomme. Highest score, right? What is his highest test match score that he has had? His highest in test match is actually 105, so he's got a new high score here. Colin de Grandhomme, so very well batted, and I believe before Janssen got his debut, bowled to Coley and kept getting him out. Says Nathan Sim there, and also Monday rugby tomorrow. Yes, says Reed, and it is indeed. We have got Ireland taking on Italy as the first game and only game of the Six Nations that is going to be on tomorrow, but we will be covering that game at 4 a.m. New Zealand time alongside the cricket later on in the day, so there is plenty of action that will be coming very soon. But currently New Zealand sitting 284, trailing by 80 runs, and Wagner back on strike here and 115 now. He's Nathan Sim, sorry. So yeah, previous of 105, getting better than that now, sitting on 116. Also sitting on 16, it's Neil Wagner. Short ball, glider beautifully, and that is experience from Wagner. Glides it down to third man, and that is going to be another 4 runs there. And now Janssen, he's not too happy with what is going on here. Wagner playing it like a veteran. Just steps way to leg, knew that he was going to be bowling the short one, glides the bat over the top of third man. Does pick up another 4 runs. So he's just boundary hunting at this stage, Neil Wagner, but he's not trying to overhit the ball for a lot of his boundaries. Just playing genuine cricket shots. Getting rewarded with plenty of runs there. Right, where does Janssen go now? Does he go full and straight or does he go short? He's gone short again and it's down the leg side. He's continuing try and go for the body of Neil Wagner. For the man in close, though, the bat pad, he could be useful. We saw a couple balls almost pop up to him in the earlier stages of last season. Sorry, texting so often. I'm so excited it sings, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. And don't normally listen to disco, but Big Struck EE says that Dan De Castro, and yeah, it's certainly going to be an exciting finish to the New Zealand innings. And if it starts as exciting as this is for the South African batting innings, we've got ourselves a big treat for day 3. And also Pankarja, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I said hi, welcome in to the live stream. Hope you're doing fantastic. Janssen with the short ball, whipped to the leg side by Wagner. Once again, will get himself just the single. Hello, Hamish Bro. Good morning, says Michelle. Welcome in to the live stream. Hope you're doing well, mate. Speed of 128 Ks there for Janssen. At the moment, South Africa, they need to find a way of getting these 2 quick wickets. Try and close down that deficit of New Zealand and South Africa, because they are continuing to get closer and closer in New Zealand. And also 6:35 a.m. in India, so very early morning start for yourself, Michelle, there. I hope you are feeling wide awake at this point in time. Colin Grono, new high score for him in test matches. Now sitting at 116, not out. Facing off against Janssen for his final ball. Does end up pulling it away nicely to Gron home. And they are going to keep it to just the single. He will retain the strike for the next over. And after 79, it will be 290 for 8. Now, the big thing for Janssen here is he cannot drop his head. And he needs to make sure that he continues to bowl, I guess, not just short because he wants to try and take the batsman's head off, but also bowl to a little bit of a plan, perhaps. He's starting a guy named Pat, and I can't pronounce, since it's Estonian. And there says Nathan Sim, and it's 6 a.m. here in India, says Pankarja. Very early in the morning, wake up early morning for New Zealand this innings, and Neil Wagner is looking so comfortable as compared to Tim Southee and Jameson, which was dismissed on short bowling, says Coding. And yeah, it's kind of going down to, like what I mentioned earlier, when you bowl so much short stuff, you get used to facing short stuff. So you know that you're going to be getting it, so you got to make sure you can play it well, or else you get yourself in a bit of trouble, because everyone, they know that you're going to be bowling short. So they just kind of prepare for that type of bowling. But if you can play the short ball, like in short format and also in test match cricket, you are in a very good position. And also Shadabat is in the chat as their con winner. And there, I'm not too sure what that says, but I assume it is who's going to be the winner of this match, perhaps. And currently, I would say there's a good chance. I'm going to say there's a good chance we go for a draw here. I don't think it will be split by too much more than the draw. Maybe it's going to be going down to the second last or last session. Hello, says Gian there in the chat. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back for day 4 of this test match. Also, day 5 will be coming just around the corner. And Hamish Bro, and how this test match is balanced on both sides, says Michelle, and also Gian. He's got New Zealand's there as well. Rabada, nice shot from Colin de Grono. I'm just gliding it out through cover. That's going to be 2 runs. He just ended up timing it to perfection there. De Grono and Hamish John in there. Says that Nathan Sins and also we get the New Zealand's. And they're from Gian, but currently only 5 balls away from the new ball. That was close to a no ball from Rabada. Really needs to make sure he doesn't have too many of those. And then the next little while, he's done well there. Keep that one in the field of play. Now De Grono moving up to 119. But that one was a little bit better. Yes, no, yes, no. Wagner has to scurry through. Would have been the run out if it was a direct hit. But Dean Elgard just misses the stumps. And I says James Gaming, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. And the new ball, it is going to be due in 4 balls time. And that would have been the worst possible time for New Zealand to lose that wicket of Wagner. It just became the yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Yeah, he would have been gone big time, Neil Wagner, if that had it. And can you play cricket? I can. Probably not that well, but I'm not terrible at it either. I can bowl a little bit of spin. Not a terrible batsman out through the offside. Normally leg side is where I struggle more, which normally it is the opposite way around. But yeah, I'm more of an offside player than a leg side player. And then bowl a little bit of leg spin, a little bit of off spin as my 2 options. Rabada, short ball, trying to get onto it there. Wagner was after it, and I can hit 6s. And in there it says James, see, I never quite had the power to be able to hit 6s, just because I was a lot smaller than a lot of the other kids on my team. So I just didn't find that power till, I guess, later on. And maybe also it's a paradox. Southey and Jameson felt pressure to keep Colin de Grandhomme, carry on, and Wagner comes in, not much to lose now. He goes for it, works or doesn't, says Dan de Castro there. And yeah, I feel like Wagner's one of those players. He doesn't really, it's a weird one because it sounds like a harsh statement, but it's almost like Wagner doesn't care who's at the other end. Like, he's concentrating on what he's doing with the bat in hand. And I think that's a good way of playing at times. In this situation, it's working to his benefit. Yes, if they needed to chase down maybe like 50 runs or something to win the game, it would be different and he'd be concentrating on de Grandhomme a bit more. But Wagner here, he's just playing his own game of cricket and expecting Colin de Grandhomme to run. If he does end up getting a bat on ball, which he just has, it's a shot straight to the man out in the deep. And it is going to be taken there in the deep by, okay, that was actually the young fella, Janssen, who was able to take the catch. And now Rabada's picked up his force, so now there could be a fifer on the cards for him. Come on, New Zealand, and Hamish Bro, Colin de Grandhomme proved it. He's big match player once again, says Vishal, although now Matt Henry and Colin de Grandhomme going to be the two out there. Rabada pretty happy with that one. So currently we are only sitting 30 minutes into this session, and New Zealand are only 1 wicket away from ending their innings. They are currently trailing by 70 runs and dismissed at 2:09 p.m. and it is 21 off 18. The yawns are coming thick and fast today. I think that is because I was up for most of the night. And I think I jinxed it, says Dan. Maybe. Might have done, but that's all right. I jinxed it as well, so it's all good. Currently, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got plenty more cricket coming to you guys very soon. Also, rugby, we do cover on the channel alongside it. Football and everything else. And also does stream in when New Zealand are all out. I think since it's going to be relatively soon, we will probably watch a little bit of the South African innings as well and see how we do end up going. Who knows? Maybe my mum will be back for the third session of the day if I am still awake. As long as my eyes are open, we are going to continue with the commentary is pretty much the way I look at it. Matt Henry now 16 matches, 294 runs with a best of 66. He's had 250s. Now he is going to be on strike for Rabada. Oh, it's up in the air. Is there a man out there? It's taken, and that's going to be now Matt Henry gone. Golden duck for him. And that now means that New Zealand will be bowled out for 293. Rabada gets the five for well bowled by that man. Hamish Bro. New Zealand takes some lead. He has 50 or 75 runs, then some damages. South Africa's second innings inside 200 runs here. They're going to have to bowl South Africa out in quick fashion. But a good catch in the deep. And also, I was on last night. Says James Gamey, you were indeed. And Rabada, he couldn't believe it, getting another wicket. I believe there will be hat-trick ballers at next innings that he does get to bowl. But Colin de Grandhomme, he's going to remain at 120 not out. Does get to raise his bat. And what was a very impressive innings from him. And it's whole new high score. And now New Zealand, they'll have a 10-minute changeover period. And then South Africa will have their two openers in Elgar making his way out there. And also it will be Irvia did actually get himself the 100 in the first innings. And it was his first ever century. Can he make them back-to-back bats? The near future. Currently, it's still overcast conditions. These are the kind of conditions that Tim Southey loves. Neil Wagner, little bit when he does get it swinging, and Henry should have played safe. Hindsight, says Dan de Castro there. And did he get 3? Says James, it was actually... Wait, who got 3? Are we talking about Rabada? Because these two, between them, actually got 9 of the wickets. Only one other one taken by Maharaj, and that was the wicket of Daryl Mitchell. But goes for the golden duck there, Matt Henry. I know we all go like that, and we will go like that. But Latham and Young both losing their wickets extremely early on to Rabada. 0 runs for Latham and 3 for Will Young. Then from there, Conway getting 16, 39 for Henry Nichols. Daryl Mitchell up to 60 runs of 134 deliveries until he was LBW'd by Maharaj. Blundell getting 6. De Grandhomme getting 120 not out of 158 deliveries. 13 for Jameson, 5 for Southey, 21 for Wagner. And then the final wicket falling, and it was Matt Henry who was able to pick it up, 5 for 91 to 200 and 93. Good job, New Zealand, says Nathan Sim. Yeah, they fought back very well. Best economy out of anyone was actually Maharaj, the spinner. Then Sapumla was actually going all right with the economy, followed by Rabada and then Janssen. Even though he did go for 4.45 per over, he still managed to get 4 wickets for himself. Mulder, the most expensive out of the group. And Irish, do you think Matt Henry should have blocked that delivery and should have given the set Colin de Gronholm strike as so irresponsible by Henry? I guess it wasn't the best idea for him to go out there and try and swing for the very first ball that he did face. Although you don't know what was said to him maybe in the changing rooms before heading out there. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe Latham whispered in his ear, or just go out there and swing for the fences, see if you can get a couple of boundaries quickly. But I assume, yeah, it just didn't quite make huge sense why he would go for such a big, I guess, risky shot so early on. And well, I need a tough team effort, obviously, or needed team effort, obviously. Colin de Gronholm was a star. I got a support to chip away, but now they need some world-class bowling. It's 71 for none. And who's batting, says James Gaming. So the openers, it is going to be Irvia and also Dean Algar, the captain for South Africa. So because New Zealand are only trailing by 71, South Africa are unable to enforce the follow-on, which means they will be batting next and New Zealand will be batting last. We have still got the rest of day 3 to go, and then after that, we are going to be having day 4 and 5, both days covered on the Kiwi Lads channel as well. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as we are going to be back for every single moment of these next few games, hopefully, that we are able to. We've also got the Cricket World Cup that we will hopefully be doing a few games of. I'm going to slowly slide back in my chair because it is extremely comfy when I stretch out my legs. I do need a comfy chair, although I might fall asleep on a comfy chair, so maybe not. But this is a good chair. Apparently, we've got some ads for utes. Not really in need of a ute at the moment. An Algar Golden Duck. Well, Southie says Nathan some brutal, but would help New Zealand out. They probably, I would say by the end of today, if New Zealand have South Africa about 6 down, they'd take that every day of the week. I'm going to scratch my eye. Although closing my eyes is risky after being awake for about 24 hours. I was Irish Pro. I well played New Zealand after a shaky start with 91 for 5 there. And Hamish, how much Black Caps need to restrict South Africa to chase on day 5? 300 is safe, or 350? Even 350, I think, will be tough. I think if they can restrict them to anything under, miracle-wise, 250 would be absolutely fantastic for the Black Caps. But anything under 300, I think the Black Caps would be pretty happy with, because that would mean you bowled out South Africa for around that 229 mark, which is still a very good total. But currently, they are showing the Asia qualifiers. The FIBA World Cup. What is the FIBA World Cup? FIBA World Cup. I'm going to have to look up what the FIBA World Cup is, because they just had it advertised for the FIBA World Cup 2023. FIBA. (2023) basketball. It's basketball. New Zealand versus India in the basketball. And Dan DeCastro. I feel like Dan is just an encyclopedia of knowledge. And whoa. And they're from Crazy NZ. Welcome into the live stream, mate. And also, Uwe, following a ton. Maybe bowl him a few slow balls, get him swinging, and I hope he makes a mistake. Just thinking strategy out loud, says Dan. And yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they don't allow him to get himself even another 50. Why is my eye so itchy now? That's unfortunate. It's just on that side. So I'm going to have a bit of a stretch. And then we are going to be ready for the next innings, where we're going to get to see South Africa batting what should be a very exciting second innings for them in the batting department. I feel a lot more wide awake than I look at this session. Do you like my profile picture? I'm going to zoom in on it. I hope it's nothing offensive. Is that the Hurricanes on top of a whole heap of cats? Is that what I'm seeing there, Crazy NZ? Hurricanes hurricaning a cat. I guess a morning, Dan. Yes, very true. We already 71 for none. Let's see. Start gets interesting now. And 71 for 2 sessions left and 75 sessions. South Africa needs to be out until day 4, session 3, at least 325 lead there. And also, Hamish Rowe, New Zealand bowlers want to magic here, just like first test match, 95 and 111 all out South Africa. Although it does mean if New Zealand bowl out South Africa for 111 here, I would say New Zealand are definitely going to be up against it in that final session. It's overcast condition, those, and like I mentioned, Tim Southee loves them. A little bit of extra swing, and the Hurricanes in there. Just crazy and Z. There you go. There we go. Hopefully, the voice will stick around for the later stages, but now we are ready to go. Trent Boult still out on the side, I should mention, as he was expecting a child about last week, I believe it was. That is why he was taken out of the first, and now in the second is there. And also, do you see conditions out there are tailor-made for Southee Henry to rip apart top order of South Africa? I'd say definitely Southee likes these ones. Canterbury conditions always favour Matt Henry because he is from Canterbury. He's had a lot of experience bowling there at Hagley. So it's going to be those two who definitely need to make the most of the new ball, make the most of the swing that they will be able to get, because it is certainly overcast currently. Although maybe Kyle Jamieson might get the new ball here, depending on what they decide. But currently, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated. Guys, will be in here. We have got the cricket coming up. Like I mentioned, the Cricket World Cup. We're going to be doing some of Pakistan versus Australia. And then also the IPL we are quite keen possibly doing. And also I'm going to play a game, but still watching. And there says James Gaming. Looks like Kyle Jamieson. He's got the new ball in hand. Although Southee looks like he's marking his run up now. So he will get this new ball for the very first over. Now the switch over of the new ball in the last match, or in fact it was in the first innings, they didn't really make the most of it for the very first over, but then Tim Southee, after that first over, did really start to wonder how much sleep you expect, Hamish. And there says Nathan Sims. So I would say probably if I do end up watching until the end of today for the cricket, I will end up getting around maybe 7 hours sleep, maybe 6 hours sleep in between this and the Six Nations. Then I'll end up going back to sleep, waking up, and then we'll do the cricket tomorrow. Bro, one thing I mentioned here, partnership is very effective on the surface, and you got to break through. The team was struggling for batting, says Vishal, but Tim Southee, they've got 3 slips. They've got the gully, and we're going straight across the left-hander. And Erdway, freebie. Straight away, it looks like they want 2, but they aren't going to be able to get it. I wouldn't think. No, just keep to the 1, and straight away, Southee giving Erdway just a freebie, not what you can afford to have. Or sorry, Irvia. It is for the pronunciation. Now, Dean Elgar getting 40 plus in that first innings. You know, that one wasn't too great from Tim Southee, unfortunately. Just getting the radar a little bit off. Would have been a very good ball to a right-hander. And unfortunately, Irvia does hold the ball and the bat the other way. Side of off stump, left alone by Elgar there. No need to risk it for a wide one in this one. The last thing you want as a batsman is to chase the wrong ball, get yourself out playing a shot that you really shouldn't have. We're currently Elgar and Irvia. They actually had a very good opening run partnership in the first innings between these two South African boys. But Christchurch, New Zealand is the location that we are at for this game. And currently now Tim Southee once again going to be running in outside of the off stump, left alone by Elgar. I think you got to get him playing in the first couple of overs, and also cooked late dinner. Got you close by though. Big session, says Dan. And also Hamish Rowe, when you wake today, or you're not sleeping after last streaming, says Vishal. So pretty much after the cricket today, we will end up having a sleep for about 6 or so hours, I believe it will be. And then I will be waking up doing Ireland versus Italy for the Six Nations, going back to sleep after, and then waking up to do the test match day 4 of this one. Nicely played there by Algar. Just punch out through cover, and it's flown off the face of the bat. That will be 4 runs and a confident push out through the cover region by Algar to get his innings underway now. Like they're saying, just a hard end for defence. And it just pings off the face of the bat. I believe he got it straight out of the middle, and that one would have felt great for Algar to give him that early confidence. It seems like it's a hard ball here. Plays it nicely. So I think that one was a lot straighter. That's where you got to put it. Have it on the stumps nice and early on. See if Algar has an early mistake, and then you can make the most of it. But currently the lead for South Africa is sitting at 76 runs. Any more than the 300, New Zealand will be in big trouble. Anything less than 300 is still going to be tough, but then anything under maybe about 250, it's a good chance. Well played once again. Algar 5 runs off the first over there for South Africa, and it is going to be 5 without loss. Now, I believe they will be giving the ball to Henry for the next over. Would be a good option. Then they've also got Jamieson and Wagner with de Grano as another bowling option if they do need them. But they'll be open to pick up at least 2 wickets or so before they need to bowl de Grano. Matt Henry, once this man finds his line and his length, he is a very class bowler. As I don't think Amish this test match ending in a draw. Lots of time left, 8 sessions left. Says coding there, yeah. At this stage, I would say that New Zealand, from kind of, I guess, speeding up their innings and propelling it forward, it probably does mean that day 5 morning session at the moment, or maybe second session could be when it is looking most likely. Currently now 3 slips in the gully, also a point. Now Matt Henry running in. 2 pitched up. It's gone straight out to a Colin de Grano. Man who had a very good day. Okay, I think they're just showing the wickets here for the tail end of the Kiwis. And they all just kind of played bad shots that got them in trouble, unfortunately. And Roberto, I don't think he could believe his luck with the fact that they just kept on going after him. Nicely bowled by Matt Henry, left alone though by Irvia. Currently, I believe Henry ended up getting himself about 4 wickets in the first innings. He got 9 in last week's match up against South Africa also. And also, yeah, if draw looks possible, will be because New Zealand is in big trouble and clinging for dear life, said Dan. Oh, uppish. Gone through the cordon, and that will be 4 runs there for Irvia, his first boundary of the day. Okay, how close was this to carrying? I don't think it was hugely close, but it also wasn't a mile off. I think he went in at it quite hard, and he did. My eyes aren't working. They raced away to the boundary. Now, it's actually overtaken Algar. Those two, I think they'll have a miniature battle amongst themselves, seeing who can get the more runs on the board. Henry now hitting it to the leg side. Just the single, or just actually the dot ball. Can you guys see that my eyes, for some reason, like they've all of a sudden gotten extremely heavy? Like it's as if all of a sudden staying up for 24 hours has been like, hey, by the way, you've been up for 24 hours. You probably shouldn't have done that. Currently now Henry holding it once again, going for the quick run. And they do get through for it. Very nicely done there. Overthrows almost, but Blundell having to jump up and take that catch way above his head. Also, my point is also taken by former Black Cats, the captain Stephen Fleming, criticising Matt Henry, a responsible shot. And there, yeah, he was saying about the fact that the tail water, yes, it's nice for them to score runs, but they can't really just throw away the wickets like they did there. Because Wagner You would also say he was a victim of that, and Tim Southey also ended up throwing his away. By Matt Henry once again. Looking at this stance, and that is going to be the end of the second over. Also going for the 5 runs, and it is now 10 for none here for South Africa. Currently Henry going for the 5 runs, and also Southey going for 5. I'm trying to decide out of these two. It's a 50-50 of who gets the first wicket. Normally Southey goes very well with the new ball, and it's normally on about his 3rd or 4th over that he does end up getting himself the wicket. This one be the same. Southey looking concentrated. Going to be bowling to Irvia. Nicely bowled. A little bit of in-swing there. And like I mentioned, he will get plenty of swing in these conditions. Okay, now we're going to see great spot sun for that one. I wonder, has Neil Wagner got any children? And if so, do they play cricket? Because if they do, I feel like they will be bowling bouncers flat out. I feel like he would have taught them very well. Southey now runs in once again. Irvia on strike. Little bit too leg sideish. Whipped away. And that is going to be racing away close to the boundary. Nicely fielded by Matt Henry, though. He does end up just keeping it to the 2 runs. Well done there on the deep. It looked like he might have hurt himself a little bit. Might be just straining the right leg. 2 straight there from Southey, and he needs to try and get that a little bit further on the off stump. And there are plenty of yawns at the moment. We have to see how we're going at drinks. I feel like I might have to go to sleep soon, but that's going to be out. And that's Southey. He's got him. Is he going to go upstairs here for Irvia? That could be the wicket. So good is the comment from Neil Wagner. Elgar saying it's pretty close. He's used it. South Africans, they weren't too sure about that one. Gone, says Coding, and Southey has put it on the money right when he needed to. No different to earlier. I think they might have been talking about Daryl Mitchell's one, saying it's no different from there. Right. Because it's given us out, it's only got to slightly at the stumps. That's looking good. That's looking like back leg. And yes, wicket, says Vishal. And to get Irvia out, if he has missed it, which he has, there's clear gap between bat and pad. All it needs is umpire's call. And New Zealand will have their first wicket of Irvia. It's umpire's call for the wicket, but it is still going to be our umpire's call. They've retained that one. But Irvia now going to lose his wicket. I am going to write in South Africa wickets. Something that we were missing from the last one. South Africa wickets. And it was Irvia who does end up losing his wicket early on, getting 8 runs off 9 deliveries. I think Neil Wagner thought that one was going to be hit in the middle stump without bouncing over the top. But disappointed with that. Irvia coming off his 100, and also Southey, New Zealand vitally needed that because South Africa was batting at a scary run rate indeed, or intent, and also century man out Irvia, and let's go New Zealand. And I feel like that was the thing that I needed to slightly wake myself up, because I feel like I was getting very comfy in my chair, but seeing that wicket now, it's giving me my second wind for this one. But yeah, I think I was looking too over at the light a little bit too often, which that light makes you kind of go like this. And then when you've already like got slightly tired eyes, all you need to do is go like that, and then you're off, which I don't want to fall asleep. Like the last thing I want to do is fall asleep on a live stream. I feel like that would be dreadful for myself. I'd wake up and I'd just see a whole heap of random chat. Luckily, if I had my mouse in the right place, the scoreboard would keep on updating, but that's not really the point. Those are come on, Southey, and away comes, says Dan De Castro. Now, Mark making his way to the middle now a lot earlier than he would have been anticipating. Would have loved a big opening run partnership. So really they are sitting 83 for 1 with the lead of 83. This point in time, they're 12 for 1 though. This current pitch. Tim Southee, can he get himself another wicket here? He always seems to step up in the second innings, no matter the circumstance of a game. Tim Southee always gets himself at least normally 3 wickets in that last kind of area, maybe the last innings, and maybe even 5 for himself here. But now Markram going to be on strike to Southee, who is steaming in at the moment. Got a little bit of extra pace. Well bowled from Southee once again. And come on, Southee, says Vishal. It was well bowled. He gets that beautiful swing in overcast conditions. He knew it was good. Straight away went up for it. Markram decided, or sorry, it was actually Irvia decided to go upstairs for it. I think the New Zealanders, they were just trying to taunt them, saying, go on, use it. And it did end up with umpire's call. Dean Elgay couldn't believe his luck there. Well, ball once again by Southee. That looked like it was a straight delivery rather than the outswing. He's saving that one for possibly the last delivery of this over. And also, Ashrow before the tea break, New Zealand, we got here 3 or 5 wickets in the lead, just inside 130 runs, says Vishal. But that's the thing. They've still got another hour and 5 minutes left of this session. And like I mentioned, if they get them 6 down by the end of today, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Although at this stage, with this early wicket, maybe 7 or 8 down could be an option for them after the around 60 overs or so. They will be able to have a nice shot from Markram for defensive, and that is going to close out the over now, and it is 12 for 1 after the 3 overs. Tim Southee, though, how many wickets has that man got? I feel like with Bolt being out, it's benefiting Southee because he gets to score all of those extra wickets for himself and add to the tally with the foot race between him and Bolt. But currently at Hagley Oval, they are allowed a few people in attendance. You've got to be spaced out, though, kind of social distancing. But Elgar sitting there 4 runs off 6. Markram not out 3 balls faced and still yet to get off the mark. No extras being scored as of yet, and also 12 for 1 is the total. But Elgar is going to need a captain's performance here. He's on strike now, and Southee's line in this innings is so lethal straight, and he is targeting the batsman. And if Matt Henry can help him out here and also find his line early, that is when it's going to be dangerous. And I believe Matt Henry does prefer bowling, I would think, to the right-handers. And now he is switching to the other side. This will be a good one for him and Markram. So that's where he gets a majority of his wickets, is that ball that comes in, goes away a little bit off the seam, can create a little bit of indecision. Come on, Henry, redemption time for Golden Duck. Can't focus on making dinner. And they're in crucial phase. He's Dan exactly right. Wickets are required here for the Black Caps. Currently, now Markram on strike. First look that he is having with Matt Henry in the second innings. Has him a slightly shorter ball, and it is fielded by a point for this one, which is Henry Nichols. Different Henry. That one was the first delivery from Southee, just a little bit too far down the next time. Then the next one was beautiful and straight. Now, South Africa, in South Africa, home conditions playing better playing against India. But in New Zealand conditions, they're struggling with batting. Says Vishal, nicely played once again by Markram, getting him behind the ball, keeping that elbow high. Stop that ball from being able to possibly pop up one of the players who are just on the edge of the circle. Currently, Southee and Latham having a bit of a chat. I'm sure that they are discussing field sets, maybe what is happening in terms of the technique that they're seeing from Markram here. Well played by Henry. Well played by Markram. I want Markram here as quickly, says Vishal. And I think if they get Markram and they get Elgar, the thing is, though, that's still not through the lineup in a way that they need them to be. I'm just going to look through the South African lineup again. Have a look at what I can see for it. We go like this. And we are going to go NZ versus South Africa. Work to the league side there. Straight out to the fielder, and there's going to be no run. And yours again, need an LBW shouted there, says Dan. I think it would help at this point, but currently next batsman, and they've got Rassie van der Dorsen. You've got to get him out. Bavuma, you've got to get him out, and then Verena. It's probably the next batsman that you've really got to make sure you get out early on. So in the South African innings, we saw Rassie van der Dorsen. He was able to get 35. Markram got 42. Elgar currently at the crease got 41. 29 for Bavuma. And then also, Verena was a little bit disappointing. Janssen and Maharaj got 36 and 37 respectively for getting out by Wagner and Kyle Jamieson. So this batting order does go deep. We should have a yawn counter. I feel like I'm currently up to about 57 at this point in time. Oh, how dark would it be if I turn off this light? It's too dark, unfortunately. That light, I think, does cause quite a few of the yawns, but I kind of need it on or else I am sitting in darkness. Tim Southey now, once again, running in. It's a nice cover drive, well fielded, though, by Wagner. Being able to stop a certain boundary with the way he struck that one. Elgar's getting everything out of the middle of his bat at this current point in time. Okay, Wagner not too happy with that one. I think it ended up hitting maybe the ring finger of Wagner, just looking at it at the moment. Did he just twist it back into place? Oh, he's pulling his finger near Wagner. I can't watch him do that. Like they're saying, is he trying to put a dislocated finger back in himself? Which is brutal. And I was like, yeah, this South African lineup is not weak. They had a bad cycle last 2 years, but since India series, they look strong again. He's Dan de Castro. Now, once again, Elgar will be on strike. 2 slips this time, I do see. Once again, trying to get it out through that gap. He's willing to chase that one, then it's pitched up just a little bit more. Just go after it. Yeah, I don't know what he did, Neil Wagner, but he just, I don't know. Did he end up putting the finger back into place, or what happens here? I think it might just smack him on the finger. It might have been a little bit of a stinger, and also I know Wag's important bowler too, and I believe it is actually on that left hand, which is not what the Black Cats will be wanting. I see bowled by Southey, but it is going to be whipped away to the leg side. Willing to take on the stumps, though. Something you need in the early stages from your bowlers. Now currently 3 balls through the 4th over of this game. And South Africa now looking to try and close out this session. Maybe only losing 1 other wicket would be ideal for them. But if they lose more than the 1, they just have to make sure they can regather, kind of regain that momentum in the last session. The last thing they want is back-to-back wickets in a hurry, because that gives New Zealand half a sniff of being able to get back in the game. See how they're giving some width on it. Elgar refuses to go for that ball. Does end up just leaving it. But Elgar currently sitting on 7 off 11. This chair, I think it's this chair, has become so much more uncomfy in the past, hour. It's been sitting on it for, I believe we've been sitting on this chair for 15 hours. So I think that's why it's starting to become a little bit less comfy than it once was. Nicely bowled by Southey once again there. I need an ice cube to put down my back. There's something, and also a very true, Dan, after the retirement of Amla, de Villiers, de Kock, and Duplessis, we're in the rebuilding phase. Our guys does not have the experience those guys had, says Jack Smith. Currently shown for the dismissals we've seen in the past. Henry Nichols actually very good. Oh, sorry, Matt Henry very good to the left-handers also, if he can get the angle right for himself. I'll go on strike. Sally, the bowler, does end up squaring him up, and that will be the end of the 5th over. 15 for 1 now, so slowly slowing that economy rate down a little bit more, that run rate that they have got at this current point in time. I don't think I have any ice cubes. Now that I think about it. Which is unfortunate. Because ice cubes are great. I have a Fanta can, but that probably isn't as cold, I wouldn't think. Now it's going to be Henry. We'll get another opportunity of bowling. This will be his third over. He is going to be bowling to Markram. This is an important wicket. These two are important wickets for the Black Caps. If they want a chance of winning this game, they need to get these two out before the end of this session, I would say almost. I'm going to slide down in my chair again because it's comfy. Although that's risky business. At the moment, we have got 55 minutes left of this session. And now Matt Henry charging in once more. Leaves that one alone. It's a loose one from Blundell. Doesn't quite get it clean up. I'm watching the TV. Full length ball. Looks most dangerous ball to get the batter out. Do you agree, Hamish? Full length versus good length versus short ball, which is the most useful wickets. I'd say if you get it on that kind of halfway in between good and full length, I think it's about 4 meters down the pitch. And it's that one that they don't quite know whether they're going forward or back for it. And then you cause that little bit of indecision, just a half flicker in the mind. And then that's when you get that outside edge straight into your slip cordon. About that length. That length right there that Henry just hit, that is the one that you want to have it at. And I could probably bet you that was around 4 meters out. Look at there, I'm realizing this will never draw. And thanks to New Zealand fast run rate and South Africa with a head start now. Someone gonna win. Says it, Dan De Castro. Yeah, I think the only way we somehow randomly get a draw is if either rain starts to affect it or maybe South Africa or New Zealand start to kind of take more of a defensive approach in it. Currently, Markram, he's not looking too troubled by Henry, but there's still a couple of balls that have been relatively close to being able to sneak their way through. I don't know, we will go like that, and we will go like that. There we go. He won himself a timeout. I always feel bad for timing people out, but not really supposed to spam, unfortunately. Currently a lead of 86. Nicely played once again, getting him behind it from Markram. Looking very solid in the way he's defending currently. I have an idea. It's not going to be a good one. Probably going to be an absolutely terrible one. I'm going to have a drink. Six overs done. And it is going to be 15 for 1. Now, I've got a tissue box here because of hay fever. I'm going to get strategic, and this will wake me up big time. I'm going to try and pour some water on a tissue, and I'm going to put that tissue on the back of my neck. Oh, geez, that's way too much water. It's on my pants. Right, that's all we need, right? Just a little bit of water on there. And we just grab the tissue. And we just put it down the back. Oh, that's cold. That'll do it for a while. It's going to be 4 runs, so against Neil Wagner. And it was Elgar who was able to hit that ball that way. Tim Southee just over-pitching it a little bit. It's a good drive forward from Elgar. Full face of the bat. Oh, it actually went almost through the legs of Wagner for that one. Just not what he would have been wanting. Currently now the lead of 90 for South Africa here at this point in time. But Southee won't be too happy with that fielding effort. Outside of the off stump left alone there. 131, he's starting to get some good speed on it as well for Tim Southee. Daryl Mitchell's liking it very much. He doesn't really get too many opportunities to bowl in Test match cricket. He has more of a short format kind of bowler. He actually bowls in the later overs of a T20 and an ODI when he is needed, Daryl Mitchell, for his Canterbury Kings side. I believe that's who he plays for. And the New Zealand Super Smash actually batting quite far out from his crease, Elgar here. Probably a good 6 inches out from his line. Leaves that one alone. That one's actually popped off the surface quite nicely there for Tim Southey. They're just showing that one. It's actually the one that goes right across him from Matt Henry is a good option. But at the moment, Southey seems to be liking trying to lure him in with that slightly wider one. And perhaps that is to actually set up Matt Henry's ball for the next one. Or in the next over, I should say. They've also got Jamison. They've got Neil Wagner as their two other options that they could be going with here if they do need another change. But Tim Southey now, well played by Algar, making sure there was no gap in between bat and pad. Getting right in behind it. But Markram, he's currently sitting there 0 of 14. Algar is the one pushing the table or pushing the pace over in terms of the strike rate, 11 off 17 deliveries. Now leading by the 90, like I mentioned. But Algar, I would say it's probably about his time to score a 50 here. He's been good for a while. He just hasn't quite been able to tick over to a big milestone. He got 40 last game or last session. Well, last innings, in fact, is the word I was after there. Moment, Tim Southey. He'll be happy to get that early wicket, but he will definitely want another one in the near future. Currently, I believe it's Tom Blundell also trying to just fire up the bowlers because New Zealand, they know they need continuous wickets, one every maybe like 6 or 7 overs just to keep that momentum flowing and keep themselves feeling like they're right in this contest. So if you let South Africa get a big partnership here, that is where the trouble starts. But that is going to be the end of the over, 4 off the over, and it is going to be 19 for 1 now after 7. Dean Algar looks like he's getting a little bit of a replacement there for the vest, or is he just getting himself some water? It looks like he might just be getting the water and also getting rid of the vest. They're deciding it's getting a bit hot there in Christchurch, something that we didn't expect to see due to the weather report not exactly being favourable in the heat department. I believe it was supposed to be about 11 or 12 degrees there in Christchurch for today. I'll just have a quick look and see whether or not any rain popped its head up. Wednesday's supposed to be raining, but that will be the day after the end of the test match. So we should be all right in that regard. It's actually 16 degrees at the moment, it's saying for Christchurch, although they've just said 10 to 12 degrees. Maybe we believe them a little bit more, but currently now 3 slips and the gully. Will they get an outside edge from Henry? No, Markram right in behind it. He's looking solid in the early stages of his innings. And looking like he's not really in any hurry either to be able to go on. We've had more than half of this test match, though. In fact, I think we're ticking right over to about 5 or 10 minutes over halftime. And at this whole test match, which means we've still got another 1,350 balls left or so. So still plenty of time for both sides to be able to build up a few more. Nice plays. That one was straight, well fielded. That stopped any chance of being able to scatter through for the single. Okay, I think they're saying Markram at number 3 is the real deal. Actually mentioned about Ricky Ponting there. Markram facing up against Henry. Nice shot to the leg side. Doesn't scatter his way through. Once again, just going to be the dot. Still yet to get off the mark. And that is one thing that as an opening batsman / top order batsman, you kind of learn to live with. You know, sometimes you're not going to get a score or you're not going to get a run for the first 35, 40 balls or so. Very true, Dan. A rebuild with the right players and players to be chosen on merit. No politics in there. Says that Jack Smith, once again, left alone and behind. Claimed by Blundell. He has been taking them cleanly ever since he had that one fumble. He has made sure that he has got it right. Kyle Jamieson looks like he is warming up currently. Might not be a mile off, but could be a key for the Black Caps in the second innings with that extra height. Maybe a bit more variable bounce. Markram now. Can he get himself off the mark? Got 40 in the first innings. Leaves that one outside of the off stump. No rush here for the Proteas as they continue to try and get that 300 plus lead over the Black Caps. I feel like I've never had so many silences on a live stream, have I? Anytime I look at the scoreboard, I just end up like zoning into it. Like I end up reading, oh wait, someone in the commentary box has got their phone off silent and I can hear them getting the text messages with it going ding every once in a while. So I'm not too sure who that is out of maybe Craig McMillan or possibly Mark Richardson, but someone's got their phone on this current point in time. They're showing the tram in Christchurch. There's some great tourist attractions in Christchurch that you can go to. So I highly recommend anyone who hasn't been there, once it does all open up, be sure to check it out. There are quite a few nice places that you can find, including, I think I should mention, of course, Hagley Oval. If you want to go check it out. Currently very cloudy in the background here at Hagley Oval. Not what either of these sides will really want to see. They want to see a result rather than a rain kind of shower. Left alone outside of the off stump once again from Elgar for Tim Southee's bowling. So it seems that it's going to be extremely patient. Oh, Dean Elgar's actually taken a big shuffle acrossways. He's actually marking himself outside of the off stump. And also I have says James Gaming. And yeah, it is very nice. I was born in Christchurch, but pretty much as soon as I turned 2 or 3, we did move down south a little bit further, and I've been here ever since. Geez, that's a good ball from Southey. And I can't believe it's missed the outside edge of Elgar. It's gone like a bullet sideways. Okay, so they are just showing that previous wicket. How about this ball that we just got to see there for Southey? They're too busy showing the replay that they already have premeditated. That one was close. Jeez. That was close. And Elgar, he is just sat there going, what can I do with that one? Yeah, at the end of the day, they either hit your bat or they don't. If they do hit your bat, normally it is just the edge. Nice shot down the ground. Straight to mid-on though, and Kyle Jamieson. Oh, okay. Brendan McCullum is saying if he was captain, he would say to Tim Southey, take the gamble, go for a Yorker here and see whether or not Dean Elgar does expect it. I think because he hasn't received a Yorker in a long time. I want to think Dean Elgar, definitely not from Tim Southey in a test match. Pitched up a little bit more. It's a nice shot out through cover, and this is going to be possibly 4 more. Wagner trying to chase it hard. Does cut it off, and they will be able to get back for the 2 runs. Just comfortable. No chance of the run out there. Tim Southey currently, he is sitting here at what is Southey going to do? I'm going to say it'll be an LBW will be the next wicket that he gets. I think he's going to get another one. And Hamish, how's my auntie today? Gets auntie come to the stream, says for show. She was actually here for the whole first session of the stream. Left alone the outside of the off stump from Elgar. But yeah, she was here for the first 2 hours. And she is good, but she is currently away from home, which is why she isn't actually here at the moment for this one. This patch that I put on the back of my neck that was just covered in water is now warm. So that didn't really work for myself because it just became warm water. And then that was even more cozy. So that wasn't a good tactic. Another tactic can you use to keep yourself awake when you've been up for a while. I've got a shot pen somewhere. That's probably not the best idea, though. I feel like I need a forfeit. If I fall asleep on live stream, then I need a serious forfeit. It's going to be left alone once again now by Dean Elgar. The end of the 9th over. You've got currently another 42 minutes left of this session. I don't believe at this rate we will be covering the final session of the day unless my mum does end up coming home before the end of the kind of break, because or else then I probably will end up falling asleep in the last session of the day. Unfortunately, been up for a while, and I think it is kind of the inevitable at some stage to end up zoning out. But currently we have got the plans of doing Ireland versus Italy. That will be in the middle of the night. And then also following that, we will be doing the games taking place between New Zealand and South Africa, day 4 of the test match. But now Kyle Jamieson will be running in 14 matches, 64 wickets. His best is 6 for 48. That would certainly help the Black Cats if he could get anywhere near that one today. Another yawn, just for good measure. I should say. It's always hard to tell who they're talking to because someone go off was a South African accent. So that could be Neil Wagner, or that could be one of the South African batsmen. And also we have got there, Hamish, will you cover the third session and also the rugby also? The third session and also the rugby also. So he's coding. So pretty much if my mum is here, I'll have a little bit more chance of covering the third session just because she'll be able to help keep me more alert, I guess, for that last one. We will still be doing the rugby at 4 a.m. and then we will be doing day 4 of the test match, which is going to be taking place tomorrow. And hopefully we will be able to do the full day of test match cricket tomorrow. And then after that, day 5, we will be doing the whole day 5 for that one as well. So plenty more actually going to be taking place on the channel very soon. If you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Henry Nicholls now sitting there at first slip. He edged a little bit. So that is because Daryl Mitchell is actually not in the slip cordon. I do see. So where have they put Daryl Mitchell? I guess is the big question. He might be off the field. I see. Who's that? That's Blundell in the background. Will Young, I remember a catch that he actually ended up putting down in the first inning, sadly for him. But Nicholls at first slip. I think Latham should still be out there somewhere, I would think. Henry Nicholls, Tom Latham, Tim Southey, I believe, are the slip cordon that they have decided to go with, which does mean either Daryl Mitchell's out on the boundary somewhere or he is currently getting a bit of medical attention. Henry currently having a bit of a chat with Devon Conway in the field, trying to work out what they are going to have as their plan next, probably circling out whereabouts Devon Conway should stand for Matt Henry's bowling as well. Markram still yet to get off the mark. I do see 23 balls faced, no runs. Kyle Jamieson, 3 dot balls in a row here. It's well bowled once again. And that is going to be just once again another dot ball. Markram not going anywhere at this stage in terms of that run rate, but he's also not going anywhere in terms of staying out of the crease, which is going to be great news for South Africa because the longer that man is out there, the better for them, but still holding the post there afterwards for Markram. He's looking solid for not being able to score any runs, and we need more WBBL or WBL and good stuff in there, says James Gaming. We need more WBL. Is that the Women's Basketball League? I assume that is, if I'm not wrong, but now hitting it through the gap for Markram, and he now gets himself off the mark. And that is going to be moving up on to 2 runs of 25. Of 25 deliveries. Nicely played off the back foot. Just a back foot punch there from Markram. And then that looks like a Rachin Ravindra at the moment in the field. And also, I mean, LBW in there. Well, we need more LBW and good stuff. Okay, that makes more sense. But yeah, either LBW, bold, they take anything at this stage. Caught behind. Kyle Jamieson here over Markram. Not if it's too straight, though. With the end of the first over from Kyle Jamieson. And it's going to be 23 for 1 now. And also, hello, brother, in the chat from Raji. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently, New Zealand, they are trying to fight back in this contest. South Africa are favourites to be able to go on and win. Currently, Elgar, he is sitting there 13 runs off 25, and Markram saying 2 runs off 26, and also Markram fighting to save his international career. And there says Morse. Welcome back, mate. You must have woken up from your sleep, did you? because you're currently sitting at about 4 a.m. or somewhere around there. Definitely a late night for yourself. Currently now Elgar on strike. Plays that one extremely late under the ice of Tim Southey's bowling. But Will Young, I believe he is still out on the field. Devon Conway, I haven't seen too much of him, and I know that they have already made the change of Rachin Ravindra. So I don't know whether or not they have got 2 substitute fielders or whether it is just the one and Ravindra out there currently. But I haven't seen Mitchell for a little while, so I think that is why I think it could be him going off. He did have a lot of strapping on one of his fingers earlier on in the game, so perhaps that could be causing him a few issues. But Tim Southey now bowling outside of the off stump, left alone. Once again, there from Dean Elgar. I looked at that for far too long. I was trying to work out Elgar's strike rate. I think it's around 47 or somewhere around there, but I looked at it for ages trying to work it out because it's just under 50. But I wasn't sure whether or not it was 50 or 46. 45 each taken, and it's going to be the wicket of Elgar. And Southey has got another one. Good morning, or good morning. And then I woke up from a deep sleep, mate, got 4 hours, and at 4:05 at the Republic, and that is the wicket of Southey there. And now that is going to be Tom Blundell taking a screamer of a catch, and the captain, Elgar, he is now going to be gone round the wicket off the outside here. Elgar gone 13 runs off. It was a total of 27 balls faced. We'll go like that. Daryl Mitchell, he was ready to take the catch there, but diving across, it was Tom Blundell who was able to take a fantastic catch. And now New Zealand getting themselves their second wicket. The captain, Elgar, goes 13 runs off 28, and Southey picking himself up the 2 wickets there. That's helping him towards possibly getting another one of that wake up. And this is James. Yeah, anytime we got a wicket, even if it's not a wicket, and it's just like a 4 or a boundary of any sort, like it just seems to wake me up well and truly. Because, 24 hours in a row, normally I can do it relatively easily, but today I'm struggling a little bit. I think it's because we don't normally have 15 hours of live streams from staying up for so long. Normally we probably only have 10 hours or something like that. What a brilliant one-handed catch by Tommy Blundell. That's like a belonged to him. Tears coding, yeah, he was diving. He almost ended up getting his body weight the wrong way and then came back, took it one-handed. If Daryl Mitchell had put that one down, I don't know whether or not we would have heard the end of it, but now it's going to be Markram and Fundadusen at the crease now. So, the question here now. I just see Daryl Mitchell. He was getting ready to take it. It didn't go into his hand. He got confused. He was trying to find who ended up catching it, and then he had a big smile on his face when it did see that it was taken from Tom Blundell. He backed himself, and that's what you want to see in a keeper, someone who is willing to take a dive to the side if you need to. And he gets the tap on the head from his teammates, including Southey. Wagner grabs him and says, "You good thing, mate." And now they want to keep that pressure up. Southey already taken the 2 wickets for himself. He's into his 5th. In fact, this will be his 6th over, but he won't want to stop bowling at this point in time the way he's going. But Rassie van der Dussen, 15 matches, a lot of runs, been able to score in that time. But now Tim Southey, he's got a lot of wickets in his career. Can he get another one of Rassie van der Dussen? It's a good ball straight away, but solid for defensive there from van der Dussen. Right and behind it. Only 10.4 overs down for the Kiwis. I think they are on track for their run rate or their over rate at this point in time. Currently, Tom Blundell able to take it, and everyone's just looking at Daryl Mitchell being confused at how that one stuck in the hand of Tom Blundell, or more of the case of where did that ball go? Well, bowled by Southey. That one was coming back in an important partnership for South Africa now. Both these guys batting for their career here, says Jux. Yeah, the next man into the crease, it would be Bavuma, and New Zealand would love to see Bavuma before half an hour because that will be the tea break, which is going to be 20 minutes off. And then we've got another 2.5 hours left of the day if they do need it. I don't know whether or not my eyes will still be open at the end of the day. Unfortunately, the eyelids are starting to get a little bit heavier, but we'll try our best to get through this session and then maybe some of the last, depending on how we go and depending on whether or not my mum is home, to try and help keep me awake. Southey bowling outside off stump, left alone there from Van der Dussen, and that will be the end of a very good over from Southey, sitting 2 for 15 off 6 overs now. Another big yawn. And also, did you manage to get any sleep? Says no, Mum. No, I was thinking about it. And then by the time I had actually cooked myself some food, it was probably sitting about 9:30, and I knew that I had the live stream to start prepping for, and only about an hour after that. So I kind of, I guess not really dozed, but I just sat somewhere. Like I sat on a chair and pretty much just went on my phone for an hour, which I could have tried to nap, but I don't know whether or not it would have made me more tired or not. So I'm probably going to be sleeping after this live stream. And also 94 for 2 with both openers gone isn't bad. Says Dan de Castro, exactly right. They've still got a good lead here for South Africa, but losing a few more wickets before we get to the end of this session. And also by the end of the day, if they are that 7 or 8 down, then that is where the trouble is going to start to lie for South Africa left alone there. Markram, it's going to be so important that he stays out there. He's sitting on 2 runs off 27 deliveries. Van der Dussen yet to get off the mark, sitting on 0 off 3. Like they're saying, Rusty Van der Dussen, he was not having any fun facing up against Matt Henry. So maybe that is who they decide to go with soon here for the Kiwis. Although I think Neil Wagner will probably be the other option they'll go with before they give Henry another bowl, but nicely done. Once again, they're in game even now, says Karas. Yeah, they're certainly getting a little bit closer with those wickets of Southey. It's been looking good for him so far. And they are showing there, Rassi van der Dussen. He did actually end up hitting it, or trying to chase that wide one indeed, to get him in a bit of trouble. But he will be hoping that he doesn't end up chasing the wrong ball here, or else it could end up, like someone mentioned, it may not just cost him this game, but it might end up costing him a little bit of the, like, I guess, game time in the future for South Africa. Well, bowled by Kyle Jamieson once again. I went to bed, I think, around 4 a.m., woke up at 8 a.m. to go to the toilet, then went back to sleep till 2:30 p.m. Sounds like a good old sleep, that one. That's about 9.5 hours, isn't it? Or somewhere around there, 10.5 hours, in fact, it might be. So there is a lot of time left in this game. Play the shine off the ball and then start putting the scoreboard, or putting a score on the board. And Markram looks nervous, says Karas, and Amesbro, I want 2 wickets before the tea break, says Vishal. I assume that is another 2 wickets from here, so that would be 4 down for South Africa. And Karas has said New Zealand smells blood. And at the moment, they are getting the ball to swing and the ball to talk a little bit. It's going to be left alone there by Markram outside of the off stump. I'm going to have to sit up once again. Anytime I slightly slouch down, that is when I start to yawn again, unfortunately. At the moment, I believe it's Blundell really trying to fire up Kyle Jamieson here. See if he can get himself the wicket of Markram, who's sitting on 2 runs off 30 deliveries. That won't really bother him too much, I wouldn't think, though. He does normally go at a lot higher strike rate, and half an hour remaining for the tea break. And there says Vishal, nice shot. That's a brilliant shot from Markram. The back foot cover punch. It does end up getting it for 4 runs. Now moves up on to 6 off 31 balls. Brilliant shot. Brilliant play from Markram there. Just gets it right, doesn't he? It's a nice shot. Standing up tall. Pierces it through the gap. You can hear the commentator in the background, who we're not supposed to be able to hear. He said he's still struggling at the moment, Jamieson. And that is true. He hasn't quite been able to find his length or the line that he is really after. A nice shot, says Karas. Jamieson over, and it is going to be 27 for 2 now after the 12. But Markram is shaking his head a little bit. I don't know whether or not he's too happy with one of the shots that he played in that one. Surely it wasn't that back foot punch. So that was a very nice one. For anyone who is new to the channel, I should mention, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I don't normally yawn this much, I swear. It's just for some reason I have decided to start doing it today. And Markram wicket I took here early. And do you remember me? Says game on dude. I do indeed. Are you here for one of the earlier rugby live streams? I believe it was. Hope you are doing well. Only child with a South African flag there trying to get behind this South African side who are currently leading by 98 runs. And also New Zealand, Hamish, I get a feeling after India tore the first match where Kyle Jameson took 5 wickets after he was struggling to take wickets in New Zealand conditions too. His average also has affected due to this, and Markram needs to face 60 to 70 balls and he will be fine. New Zealand needs to get him out before that, says Cariff. And also New Zealand or South Africa says game on, dude. I mean, I'm from New Zealand, but at this point in time, I think this game is almost a 50-50 split, to be honest. Nicely bowled once again there. But Matt Henry up against Van der Dussen, and he does like this angle because it does mean that he can possibly create a chance of a little bit of seam movement. That one came back in, which did mean that it actually came off more of the middle of Van der Dussen's bat. It was got a great game, and definitely 50-50, says Garris. Nicely played by Van der Dussen once again, playing it under the eye line. Doesn't want to reach for the ball. That's when you end up getting yourself an outside edge, getting yourself into quite a bit of trouble. And also, how come they managed to get a crowd at the game? Is it because it is outdoors? Is there more than 100, says Novmum. So I believe they've got them split off so that they can go to different entrances type things, so that they can have 100 in one area, 100 in another. And as long as they're going through different entry and exit points, they are fine, I believe it is. Or something along those lines. They are allowed some form of ground. Karis says, subscribe. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated. We have got plenty more cricket coming in the future, whether that is South Africa, whether that is New Zealand up against England in those test matches. Pakistan versus Australia. Cricket World Cup's coming up soon. So the IPL, it's another competition we like to cover. The KFC Big Bash, we covered all of the games in the last year's season. We have to wait and see how the season this year goes. Also, while Latham is not given over to Southey, he was looking threatening to take wickets. I think he bowled 6 in a row, Southey, so they don't want to risk him too much with an injury. So I feel like that is the last thing that they need, is to lose Tim Southey to an injury. What I am going to do is I've got that very cold patch that I pretty much found, or I made from just a random piece of tissue, and I dunked it in water and I put it on my back so that I do wake myself up a little bit more. Seems to be doing the trick just at this point in time. And we have only got another 20 minutes left of this session. New Zealand won another wicket that could have almost been out for Matt Henry. He did end up getting it cutting nicely. Oh, shot at the stumps there for Neil Wagner. I think Van der Dussen was in his ground though. It's a good shot from Neil Wagner on the stumps. How close was this for Neil Wagner? He throws it in. He was just back. Rassi Van der Dussen, but that's a bit of a warning. Don't advance too early, or else Neil Wagner will try and throw your stumps out of the ground. Nicely played once again there. Right on behind it, and that would be the end of the Henry over. I believe it was a maiden, or pretty much a maiden anyway, very close to one. Now leading by 98. It is going to be 27 for 2 here for South Africa after 13 overs. I think Rassi Van der Dussen just explained there's a little bit of pop off the surface. It might end up deteriorating a little bit more when we get to the later stages of day 4, maybe day 5. It looks like Neil Wagner now getting the opportunity to shine the ball. Or Jameson gets himself another bowl. I don't think it'll be a mile off, though, Neil Wagner, from the Henry end, I would think. Now Kyle Jameson bowling it to Markram. Well played. And behind it, looking very solid so far, Markram. His technique been pretty precise, but it's been working well for him. If he continues to have the technique that he is using here, I feel like he could definitely end up heading towards maybe around that 50 mark. He didn't quite get it in the first innings. This could be his opportunity. I think my yawn count has almost gone up to 100, hasn't it? Now to get on home. Waiting for this ball to come to him. That hasn't that time. And I see your man, says Taylor. And also Armstrong still looking at another collapsed. And South Africa innings, here we go. Or here they was going into the shell, says Vishal. And I think they are just looking to try and get out this last 20 minutes without losing another wicket. If you lose another one here for South Africa, you're in trouble, because not only do you lose either Markram or Van der Dussen, but now Bavuma will have to face off for about 2 or 3 overs worth before we get into lunch, which can be a very troubling time for a batsman if you only get an extremely short amount of time at the crease. Nicely played once again. Markram right in behind it. Tom Lundell at the moment trying to fire up the Black Caps. And like I mentioned, they can get a wicket every maybe like 7 overs. That's when you can probably really get yourself in a great position to be able to go on and win this game. But if you don't get one every 7 overs, if it takes you a little bit longer and maybe a 50-run partnership comes up along the way, then it's all runs that you're going to have to make up later on. Jameson now shot. Absolutely brilliant shot from Markram. Just a standing on drive. And just an incredible one. And your man in there, says Taylor there as well. Shot from Markram. Just missing the wickets there. Back down the ground. Very nice one. Van der Dussen thought it was going straight towards him for that ball. Was that a car I heard? It might have been a car, which means that my mother might be home. She will be very excited with the fact that we have had a couple wickets falling for the Black Cats here. And also we have got their home for New Zealand next series when playing after this series. They have got a series in about a month's time that will be up against the Netherlands. And that is going to be in New Zealand. Then after that, we head up north, and it is going to be a series up against England for test matches, which is a little way away, but it is still there. And Taylor has said, yeah, man, again. And there you go. Wise words. Markram sitting on 10 runs off 37 deliveries. Short ball from Jameson, just mixing up the length a little bit. And that will be the end of the over now. 14 overs down, and it is 31 for 2 here for South Africa. And South Africa, they lead this one by 102 runs at this current stage. Hello.
Oh, what's happening?
Well, New Zealand lost their last wickets pretty quickly.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then now South Africa are 2 down.
2 down?
Yep, Elgar and also Evia. So the 2 openers gone.
Who got them?
Saudi got both.
Ooh. And have we been bowling well?
Saudi's been going good. He's been in a little bit of swing overall. But I would say Jameson's still not quite finding it, unfortunately for him. Now, Rassi Van der Dussen, would you like to join me for the last 20 minutes? Henry almost lining it up with these stumps. One moment, we will go like that. We're transitioning on the fly, ladies and gentlemen. Whoops.
Not a lot of room, is it?
Not a lot, no. With the green screen, it's pretty tight. Let me put in behind there. My mum's back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's underneath my legs. Yeah. I'll just pull on that. Give you that one. There you go. We'll plug this in like this, like that, and like that one as well. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. I'll
Which
switch.
way?
Yep.
Why?
And I will go like that. Here we go, like that.
Just like that.
Actually, I think Netherlands first thought of New Zealand because they have never trips in New Zealand, if I'm not wrong, says Michelle. And Michelle was asking after you a little bit earlier on.
How's it going?
Apparently, 14.3 overs down. See how the able to take those first 2 wickets in his first spell. Well played once again by Rassie van der Dussen. I'll be honest, at one point my eyes were getting very heavy.
I was wondering if you'd still be awake when it came. It's not warm outside either, by the way.
Isn't it? You don't look very warm.
No. But yeah, it was interesting.
And also, I just finished playing Cricket 22. There was a glitch, but I'll be playing 10 over games soon. Says it, Neil Wagner there. But yeah, I did a new tactic.
What was that?
Can't find it now. I put I had a tissue and I ended up putting water on it and I stuck it on the back of my neck.
Why? Does it keep you awake?
Yeah, so it was nice and cold.
And did it work?
A little bit.
It's probably warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's now warm. Unfortunately, it fell down the back. Man, Henry short ball. Nicely whipped away by Van der Dussen. Once again, that's going to be a single.
Though. 6 overs, none for 7.
It did start. It started pretty frantic. They got 10 runs off the first 2 overs, and Matt Henry, he actually bowled the second over, so he went for 5, and then from there in his next 5 overs, he's actually only gone for the 2 runs.
Wow!
And it was great to see him. Mama Hamish, it says goading.
Is it good?
Who ended up winning the bowls? Did the person who was supposed to win it? Did they win it?
They were on their way, so it was still going.
Did you get too cold?
Yeah, it was a wee bit cold. And I thought I'd come home and watch the last 20 minutes.
And I don't know how's it going, says David the Mod there.
I'm going well, David. Yourself?
And hello, Auntie. How are you? I'm early asking Hamish Bro, Auntie, come to the stream. And also thanks for coming here, Auntie, says it Michelle.
No worries. It was too cold outside anyway.
Currently now 15 overs in. 32 for 2. For South Africa, but now Kyle Jamieson, he's gone for 10 runs so far off his 3 overs.
He needs a big one here, doesn't he, Jamieson?
He does. He needs a few wickets or else he's probably fighting for a spot in the side. Because his batting, that's the thing. If his batting was good, it's gone up in the air, but it's gone over the top. Nice shot from Van der Dussen. And now that is going to be at least just the 2 runs. Yeah, it's one of those big ones that he hasn't been performing with the bat. He hasn't been performing with the ball.
Yeah.
So why is he there? In terms of...
is he an all-rounder or...
I think they class him as a bowler. So if you're there for his bowling, you're probably better off once Bolt is back, adding Bolt in there.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't. Yeah, Wags wouldn't have bowled yet.
Not quite. Also, Hamish, is Donna your mama name in there?
Yeah.
And also,
I'm trying to work it.
Good, thanks, Donna.
Yep.
And was sad about Inga and Jolie there.
Yeah, sad week for New Zealand rugby, really.
Both on the same day as well.
Yeah, that's real sad.
Who is that man with the... Yeah.
That's old Rutherford.
Is it?
Yeah, he's changed a bit in his looks, hasn't he?
He never used to have a mustache.
No.
I've seen New Zealand do well, says Neil Wagner there, and Hamish 17 minutes break remaining for the tea break. It'll be nicely done, and currently only the 12 minutes or so left, Neil. I said about the fact that, for me to get through more of the cricket, I was going to need you with me to keep me on my toes and awake.
Oh, okay. So you're doing the next 2-hour session, are you?
Not sure.
You're there. Yeah. You look a bit spaced out.
I had the most silences on live stream I've ever had, because at the end of every over, I just sat there staring at the scoreboard.
Mesmerised.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky I came back for the last.
Jameson is bouncing over. LBW for Southie actually was the first one, and it was umpire's call. And also same with Mulder, not performing with bat or bowl, and as a batting all-rounder, he must contribute somehow, says Jux there, and hi, says James. And both so young, I thought Inga was older, says Nov Mum there. And she woke up from she said she went to bed at about 4, woke up at 8, went back to sleep till 2:30.
Oh, you're lucky. That sounds like your hours.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I feel like tonight I'm going to be waking up at like 3 a.m.
Well, haven't you? Well, Wednesday. Oh, the game. Yeah.
4. So we will be starting at probably 3:45, somewhere around that mark.
Yeah, well, don't wake me up.
Try not to. Your jersey looks more green on the green screen, doesn't it?
It does actually, yeah.
Even though it's blue.
That's blue.
Oh, it's on that side. It might be actually the light. Ow.
No. If I shifted that a wee bit. No.
And maybe if you go towards the green screen a little bit more with it.
With it, like that.
Toward, as in like
that.
Twisty. Yeah.
Is that better?
No. Little bit, but not hugely.
Oh, okay.
But it's all right.
That's all good.
We know your arm's actually there.
Yeah. Oh, so.
But tomorrow I have to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to get the 12 years ready for school. Gotta love it, eh? Early mornings for school. I was
6
never.
a.m. Why so early?
I was never an early morning riser, was I?
No, we used to sort of nudge you out of bed about 8 o'clock.
And then I still managed to make it to school each day.
Yeah.
Just in time.
Only because your mummy drove you.
That's true.
Yeah, if I didn't drive you, you'd be late.
Yeah. Me and Isaac walking, we were always right on the verge.
I wouldn't be able to do it now because I started at 8:30. So.
Although if I was going to school now, I could drive.
Oh, yeah, you could too, so yeah. Forgot about that one.
Yes. It's always fun though, coming out at school and going, there's my mum's car.
Oh,
I get the ride home.
Geez, I was good to you kids, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Like taxi service.
There's a brilliant shot down the ground, similar to that one from Markram.
And it was always
there it is. Look at that
nice
shot. Lovely.
Isn't it? And if I was ever late, it was because of the cat. Every time a coconut, I'd go about to leave, the cat would come in, slowly eat his food, look at me as though say, are you in a hurry? Carry on. I say, and then I'd have to pick him up and chuck outside gently.
I get waked by my 14-year-old at around 7 a.m., then 7:30 a.m., then 8 a.m. He leaves at 8:30 a.m., bikes to school. There's Nov Mum there.
Oh.
See, that's the thing. I feel like the only day that I ever consider waking you guys up early, went straight through the slip cord and we raced away for 4 runs. Yeah, the only day that I consider waking you guys up early is for Christmas because I just can't sleep in.
Yeah. You could always hear you. Christmas morning, you'd hear dun, 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 all the way to the lounge and then dun, 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 dun. Emma, it's been. And then you'd run to us. Can I go open the presents? Yeah, away you go. Same every year. Even when you're 18, 19. No.
Did last year, though.
Yeah, you did.
No.
I think you were just taking the piss.
Yeah, no. They never sent a sack this year, no.
No, you wanted one, but I was going to put one out, but there's nothing to put in it.
Bold, well fielded. Drama Matt Henry. And you always want to play a little bit better off your own bowling, don't you?
Yep, because you can't blame anyone else then.
Yeah.
Nice
fielding from there. But currently, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Right. We're going to be back tomorrow with day 4 of this test match and also day 5 will be taking place.
Yep.
Wow. Right in behind it. Matt Henry's still bowling his spell. He's similar to Wagner in terms of like long spells. Like he's currently bowled 7 almost. And I would say that he'll be replaced by Wagner. Jameson will be replaced by Southey at the other end, I want to say. And they'll give him another crack just before tea. Bowling straight through with the Yorker. And Matt Henry picks up the wicket of Markram. a bit excited there, didn't you?
Got a bit excited. What a ball.
Not another Yorker, someone just said. I think he might have picked someone up like that in the first innings. Matt Henry goes through him 14. Brilliantly bowled. Ended up, it would have been plum LBW if it hadn't bounced off the pads, and he celebrated big time. Matt Henry fired up, scores, or doesn't score. I always say scores a try because of the other one. But Mark Ramey's gone off 44 balls, 3 down for South Africa now.
Nice.
And I was almost dozing off, right? I was sitting here going like this, and then there was the LBW, and I went, pretty much. But also told you all, says Harris, and also what about the Italy game? We are going to be doing that one as well. Ireland versus Italy, 4 a.m. Choo-choo.
Is that the only game during the night?
Only rugby game during the night.
Okay.
Unless I do Gallagher Premiership.
No.
Yeah.
And when are you going to sleep?
Yeah, no, I probably won't do Gallagher Premiership. As about Henry Castle, Aidan Markram, and a wicket's crucial for New Zealand. Exactly right.
Go you, good thing.
Yeah. And now Bavuma, though. And Bavuma, for me...
He's like a brick wall, isn't he?
He just sticks around.
Yeah, just stays here. Doesn't give his wicket up. 60
to 70 balls if Markram can't face. That he won't be comfortable. He ended up facing 44 in the end. It just gets a Yorker from Matt Henry. He wasn't expecting it, was he?
No.
I think he must have dismissed someone with the Yorker earlier on in this test match.
Yeah, he did.
Was it Markram as well?
I can't remember which one it was.
Might
have been, actually. It was a slower, it almost... Remember, the guy missed it. No, it was...
Oh, was it Bavuma?
Bavuma.
Okay, well, I would think Matt Henry will get another over here.
Might have been him, was it? Oh, I can't remember. It was only yesterday.
Left alone. It was actually yesterday.
Yesterday.
It feels like ages ago, doesn't it?
Oh, no. Days just roll into one.
I'm really happy for Henry getting a good run, and things are going his way. Bowling excellent.
Yes.
Says Karis, and also my 12-year-old is extremely loud when he wakes up in the mornings. Once his meds have kicked in, he quietens down. I almost said ACDC, but ADHD.
Okay.
For that one. And also New Zealand on top now slightly, says Karis.
So, Hamish is a bit that way too. When he's awake, when he was younger, everyone had to be awake.
Oh, so it was lonely, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Check, see, you guys awake yet? Nah. I guess I'll go back to bed for half an hour, but really I just sat there waiting to hear someone get up. And then right time to get up now, everyone's up.
You could have got up by yourself. No.
Too much effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
Currently now Jameson. That was a risky shot for Van der Dussen after just having a wicket lost. Someone liked it. I think that would have been Neil Wagner. He likes everything, doesn't he?
Yep.
God, Jameson, he's fired up. He's got to be, though, because he hasn't taken wickets.
Fired up. Yeah.
Like, I guess that's the thing. He needs wickets, and he's not allowed to wake us up for 7 a.m. in the weekends.
Oh, even 7 a.m.
7 a.m. is very kind of you.
Yeah, very.
Like 9, 10.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
He's getting right in the batsman's face. I always laugh when he does it because he doesn't take wickets when he does it.
No, they'll just hit him for a 4.
Yeah. Like Mark Richardson's just asking the question of why they get so angry.
Well, Mark Richardson wouldn't understand because he's an opening batter, isn't he?
Well,
he's a bit of a spinner too. I'm sure I don't know if I think was he left arm spinner? So you wouldn't realise fast bowlers.
No. All considering the two.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, he almost chucked his arm off his sweater there for Devon Conway.
Oh, it must be cold.
Is that his?
Yeah, it will be.
It looks way too big for him.
No, they're all big. You've got to wear big because you've got By the
Because you
time
got
you
to
get
throw
your,
it, don't you?
no, but by the time you put a jersey on, you've got your thermal, your shirt, your vest. So it has to be quite bulky to get everything on top of everything else.
Bavuma's
They're
brave.
nice jerseys though, aren't they?
The jersey with the sleeves.
The knitted jerseys. The old-fashioned jerseys. Not like those other things that they used to have. Yeah, they're the real McCoy jerseys. See, knitted.
Yes.
Good old knitted jerseys.
And also, I get up at 6 a.m. Here's James gaming there.
Ooh.
I mean, sometimes, like, I've always, like, weirdly, I've never done it. But if I'm up at like 7 a.m. after I finish like 10 hours of live streaming and the sun's just about to come up, I'm like, I could go for a jog. Like, this looks like jogging weather.
Yeah.
And then I go out and I eat some chips and have a can of Fanta.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just one of those ones. Some time left for tea. I think we've got one more over here.
Yep.
By the looks of it. So one last opportunity for Matt Henry to try and pick himself up a wicket of either Van der Dussen or Bavuma, possibly. The question is, are we here for session 3?
That's whether you are or not. You're the one who has to stay awake for another 2.5 hours.
I feel like it's just heating up, though, isn't it?
It is.
I could teach you how to end the live stream. You could chill out with the chat for a while, couldn't you? I just be.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you just got a little edge on that one. And also, you guys like tea or coffee? I've never had either.
No, I don't like either.
I have Coke in there. Here's James. Had to hit that.
Yeah, he did.
If he didn't, that was going to be the how's that one?
That would have been.
Now, Rassi van der Dussen.
Because this is the guy that. Oh!
Couldn't hang on to it there. Matt Henry could have been a one-handed screamer, caught him bold.
Yeah. As I was saying, he's the guy in the first innings that didn't look as though he could move his feet, or his feet weren't moving properly.
This would have been an absolute. It bounced. It bounced.
Good fielding. That was good fielding.
It was.
Oh.
Neil Wagner's so South African.
He's G's the boys up. He's a good team player.
Yeah, but the batsman will think he's G'ing them up.
Oh, no, he's showing it the stumps.
He had it earlier for Rassi van der Dussen.
Okay. Oh.
Just bounces short.
Well, they keep showing it.
They're just showing the hard work of Matt Henry, I think.
Yeah, good fielding. 2
balls left before tea. Give him a walker, he's a walker. No, give him a Yorker, he's a walker.
Oh, some of those sayings you boys came up with were
I don't come up with them.
cringeworthy, eh?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's almost the outside edge there.
Bold. Once again, one last ball for Matt Henry. And the best thing is he can probably come in after lunch and bowl again.
Yeah.
Alongside Tim Southey, I would say, is the combo that they will be wanting to go with. Van der Dussen, they're under pressure, as the song would say. Matt Henry running in for the final ball.
Oh.
To the leg side, wants the quick single and does get it. So he will have the strike for the next over of the match. And that will be the end of the session, though. And it is going to be 42 for 3 off 19.
That's pretty good.
I think New Zealand would claim that big time there.
Yeah, they probably would.
And what's happening in New Zealand? When's this COVID restrictions be gone? No idea. Probably next year.
No. Well, as I keep saying, the peak of COVID's not till mid-March, end of March. And then from there, I reckon all restrictions will basically be April, May. And we'll try to get back to normal. That's just my guess.
Yeah. And NZC has dropped in terms of test matches since 2020. And that's New Zealand cricket has dropped in terms of test matches. That's a loud engine. I think it was a truck. Brum, brum. Big truck
You
going
never know, it
past.
might have been a tractor.
George.
There is the odd tractor that
Could be
drives
George.
past. Yeah. George, where you been?
George loves a pie. He does, from the one on the way out of town. A long time, I think. We have like 14K cases today.
Yeah,
Says
so
Nov Mum.
they're just waiting for that peak, aren't they? And end of March, maybe, and then it'll just keep coming down, and we'll do what the rest of the world are doing and just open up. April, May.
That was the Tim Southey wicket for the LBW, and then this one off the edge.
Good
It
catch.
was a great diving catch from Tom Lundo, and Hamish Rowe should be last over before tea time. It was indeed, and hi, says Moss there.
How's it going?
He actually woke up from his deep slumber.
Did he?
Yep.
It's always a good sign.
Well, it is really.
So what are you doing?
I don't know. At this stage, I'm keen to see more cricket.
Oh, okay.
But then I don't know whether I should be sleeping or whether I shouldn't be sleeping.
Well, it's entirely up to you. So
it is, isn't it?
You're going to have to make a call shortly, aren't you?
I'm the boss.
You are the boss.
I'm the
What's this?
Yeah.
Nothing
Everything else.
Who's the boss?
You are.
Okay.
I kind of want pizza. Do you want pizza?
No, I had pizza for lunch.
Yeah. And please don't sleep this coding. Also, Hamish, you are in a farming community, kind of, but not really.
Yeah, well, we're surrounded by a lot of farms.
But then, like, we're kind of in the township side of it. I've been driving around in my car and realised my warrant was due last December. Whoops. Best to get that one booked in, I would think.
What can you blame that on? COVID. Just say you were worried about other things.
And Jackson said, no, we want to hear your voice, please. Says that Jack's there as well. I think the people are speaking, aren't they?
They are. Do you want to have a break so you can slap yourself away? Some cold water on the face.
Yeah.
Have a drink. Have something. Chocolate.
Do we have chocolate?
Only those macaroons.
Disappointing.
It was, wasn't it? I mean, your dad got some fizzy for you, surely.
I did have a drink of fizzy earlier on, didn't I?
Did that help?
Nah. Had a little bit. Was a major amount, but 2 wickets so far for Tim Southey and 1 for Matt Henry, we should mention.
Yep.
Wickets going across the bottom at the moment. Evia, Algar, and Mukram was the other man who was dismissed there. But nonetheless, I think we will be returning in about 10 to 15 minutes' time.
Okay.
Somewhere around there, we'll end up having a nice wee drink, get myself revitalised, ready to go for the last innings of this match. Yes, I have it booked for a warrant and a service Tuesday.
Good idea.
There's Nov Mum there. But nonetheless, we will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes' time for the final session of the day. So do stick around and we will be rearing to go. But we will see you all in a very short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for session 3 of the day, and the Black Caps already getting 3 wickets in that last session, which is a very good start for them. As you can see there down the bottom, Urwe, I always say his name wrong, but it's Urvia, and then also Elgar and Markram are the other men we have got there. Gavin and the Jet High guys have said, where's Hamish? Passed out now. We were just getting some food and getting rejuvenated for a little bit earlier on. And another big session of cricket, because if the Black Caps can get out of this innings with South Africa getting bowled out for less than 250 runs ahead, they are still in this game well and truly, and it would be a great opportunity for them to be able to go on and really cause an impact. And at the later stages, it's a very loud motorbike, isn't it?
Very.
Currently Bavuma and also Rassie van der Dussen. Now Tim Southee, we did actually predict that, didn't we? Saying that he would get himself a nice little spell early on in this last session of the day. It could be 2.5 hours, but more than likely probably sitting around that 2 hours and 15. I think they've been pretty good for time so far throughout the day for South Africa and also New Zealand in their bowling. Rassie van der Dussen, he will be on strike. Now, he has been struggling up against Matt Henry. He hasn't actually had to face him too much today as of yet. And also, I'm still here, and there says James, so welcome in, mate. Hope you are keeping well. 6 overs bowled by Tim Southee, 15 runs, 2 wickets taken, 1 maiden, and an economy of 2.5 for Tim Southee.
Sort of evenly poised, isn't it?
It could easily go either way between these two sides, which I think is why I am very nervous for this session.
Yes, it could be quite exciting.
And also, Rob Leota's just randomly view my Instagram stories in there. So he's Xavier Brown, so I guess that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
Who's he?
Rebels player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tim Southee now charging in. Left alone outside of the off stump now from Rassie van der Dussen. And you feel like there's either going to be a big partnership or a wicket coming very soon.
Yeah. Well, it's either way, isn't it?
So 30 overs roughly left in the day. How many wickets do you see the Black Caps getting by the end of today now?
To be still in it, I think they need 4 or 5, basically.
Okay. I predicted 6 or 7.
Oh, well, 6 or 7 will be all that.
Or like as in 6 or 7 in total.
Oh, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, all out would be ideal for New Zealand, really, but it'll be a tricky one for them.
Yeah. I mean, the South Africans aren't going to roll over like they did in the first test, are they?
No.
They won't let that happen, or shouldn't let that happen. But if we bowl well enough, well, they've got no control over it, have they? No. Quite exciting.
Tim Southee now once again. He's already got the 2. He got a 5 in the second innings in the last match. That was up against South Africa as well at the same exact ground.
Yep. Oh, it is the same ground, isn't it? Because they haven't gone anywhere.
Although I believe the only change that they made to the pitch is a little bit less grass cover.
But it's not the same pitch because they've moved it over.
So it's interesting because the spin option with Maharaj actually looked all right for the South Africans earlier on, and we don't have a spinner.
Have we got a part-time spinner?
Nah.
Not even a part-time spinner?
Not really,
what?
Unfortunately.
You know, because you're, what, a week later, we're almost March, the weather's changing, and you still don't select a spinner.
So good.
Okay.
So good. Toronto, they don't need a spinner.
No.
Got 120 runs. His new high score as well, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, his previous best was 105.
So who went out, him or Wags?
It was Wagner, and then it was Matt Henry, Golden Duck.
Oh.
Short ball from Southee. But he was well and truly aware that it was going to be coming soon. Van der Dussen and does head it down to deep square leg for the single. Now currently only the 1 ball left of this over. And would you agree Reece Hodge has been poor to the start of the season? Yeah. Unfortunately for him, he certainly didn't have a great game. Getting that yellow card debatably could have almost ended up with a red card for himself earlier than he did. So he got a yellow card, went off the field for 10 minutes, came back out. Deliberate knockdown, could have been a yellow card, got away with it with just a penalty. and then did another deliberate knockdown and got yellow carded and red carded because it was 2 yellows.
Okay.
So he went well.
So does that mean he misses the next game?
I don't think so, because they're both pretty weak ones.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was more like he was slowing the ball down in the ground, or like in the breakdown was one of them. And then the other one was just that deliberate knockdown. So it wasn't anything too crazy.
Okay.
And that one. I'm back from Dindon. Welcome back, Donna. Says Dan De Castro there.
Jeez, I haven't heard it called that for ages.
Currently the lead of 114. Neil Wagner.
Yeah, come on, Legs. Let's go.
Right. So I would say Colin de Grandhomme, I wouldn't expect him to have a huge amount of bowling tonight.
Oh, I don't know, because he'll be on a bit of a high, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but then he could be tired. Like de Grandhomme, you never know. Maybe if he does want the ball, I would give it to him, because, like you said, he might be found a little bit of extra form since getting himself that century.
Well.
It's a nice shot down the ground. Nice shape from Neil Wagner early on, and watch some highlights from Blues game. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck looked lost. Missed the final tackle as well, says Morse, and he did end up giving away 2 penalties in the end. One for playing a man on the ground, which you are, of course, allowed to do in league. Not so much in rugby union. And then his other one was also a penalty for something you're allowed to do in league, but not allowed to do in union.
So did he play in second 5?
Yep.
So he was opposite
Julian Savia.
So how did Julian Savia play?
He went all right. I thought overall he did look better in the centres, because Salisi Rayasi really shone out on that left wing, getting a hat trick for himself. Good shot from Nassi van der Dussen. Does end up whipping it away to the boundary, increasing the lead by a little bit more. But anything under 250 New Zealand will take as a very, I guess you could say, a very chaseable target, even though it's not going to be easy. But there should be potential to be able to chase down anything over 250 on a day 5 and day 4 pitch. You're probably looking at a bit more in favour of the South Africans. But
South Africa are still in front at this stage.
Nice shot once again from Van der Dussen. And also, this is a good one. No one favourite now. 3 huge wickets, 3 away, or 2 wickets away from New Zealand ahead. Or these two, if they get going, South Africa could be ahead at stumps. Who knows right now? Fascinating. Says Dan De Castro. Certainly is. I am very much so sitting on the fence.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I believe I'm actually going to check the odds and see how the TAB are rating them. I believe they'll still say South Africa are favourites, but New Zealand will also be up there, I would think.
Yeah, it's pretty even Stevens at the moment, because we got those 3 wickets that sort of helped our cause.
Of course, New Zealand TAB will be a little bit different, because, of course, then they will be slightly more in favour. So New Zealand are favourites to win this game.
Wow.
At the moment, according to the New Zealand TAB, $1.70 compared to the $2.25 of South Africa and $14 for the draw. At this current point in time. And shouldn't Roger Tuivasa-Sheck play wing? Why would New Zealand buy a winger like Sheck? And that guy not a Sonny Bill Williams. And there's his Morse. And yeah, it's an interesting one. I think he's decided that he wants to play centre. I think he decided that was his best bet of being able to get into the AB. So I think he actually picked to be there more than likely. I think I've heard him in an interview say about how he did actually want to be in the centres rather than out on the wing. But depending on how it goes, I guess. And I was out at Bath beat Newcastle. I have no idea. I thought Newcastle were going to win that one every day of the week. I guess maybe missing a few of their key players for Newcastle, though you can't always use that excuse, of course.
Your squad's your squad now, isn't it?
Yeah. Six Nations. Also, Galileo Premiership, you kind of just get used to having players away, don't you?
Oh, you got to, yeah.
And also maybe odds New Zealand, because wickets are huge, but batting is a slow crawl for the South Africa odds edge. So here's a Dan De Castro. And also, yes, Hamish, it's a fence for me too. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. Because
I'm starting to go like that.
You're starting to shake your leg. It's nerve-wracking, isn't it?
It is.
Definitely if we go to day 5.
I know. If we're at day 5, though, New Zealand's still got a chance of. See, I wouldn't have thought New Zealand would have a chance of winning this, but the last hour.
Nice ball shot once again.
But what would I know?
Mothers know a lot.
I'm only a couch potato that comments on sport.
If you're a couch potato, then what am I?
You're a I don't know what's worse than that.
I have a question for you.
Oh no.
So it's Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
New Zealand need 100 runs.
Yep.
They have 4 wickets in hand. You're taking the morning off work to watch the cricket and then going in the afternoon.
Who's the batters?
Still Henry Nicholls is in.
Yeah.
Alongside Wagner, who came in as a night watchman. No, probably not Wagner as a night watchman. Probably Nicholls and Jameson.
Is TAB still got it on?
Yes.
So I can watch it on TAB.
No.
No, I'll probably still have to go to work.
Oh, no. So pretty much what you're saying is day 5, we want it to go past the first session.
Yep.
Because then you're home from work and you'll be able to watch the next one.
Yep.
Same with tomorrow, if tomorrow is the last day. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Currently now charging in once again, Tim Southey. Nice delivery, but Bavuma just solid in behind the ball. Like you called him earlier on, he is a wall. Just keeps on keeping that ball out as much as he needs to. Apparently, they are not too happy with each other. They're probably both, probably both have similar accents. You know, Neil Wagner, when he's fired up, he's certainly talking a lot of the trash, isn't he?
Well, why not?
Southey currently, he's been impressive throughout the second innings of pretty much every single match that the Black Cats have had recently. He just seems to really stand up. It's as if from having so much experience, his body doesn't react in the same way that someone else's does for like those later days.
Yeah.
Tom Blundell's going to need a hand from Daryl Mitchell here soon. Try and get the eyelash out of his eyeball. All the slips ready. Yeah, big full toss from Southey. Now, was that on purpose? Not that high, of course. Was he going for the Yorker, but just misjudged it a little bit?
They did.
I think it slipped out of the hand, didn't it?
Yep.
That was that the knuckleball? I think it might have been there. Currently the lead of 120 this current point in time, and just the 1 ball left of the Southey over. Then we will be back to the other end, and Neil Wagner, who hasn't actually gone too often to the short stuff as of yet, but the ball's still swinging. A nice shot from Bavuma.
Yeah, it was.
Does get 4 runs down the ground, and that's going to be 4 to close out the over, and it will now be 53 for 3. That's probably not the end of the over that Southey would have been after, of course.
Sorry, I was reading comments. And that's how you zone out.
That's all right.
There's so much to look at that and then that. It gets me every now and again.
Right. Bavuma or Van der Dusen? Who's the next batsman gone?
Van der Dusen.
You going with him? Okay. Caught behind?
No, I think mid off.
Oh, little chip. Okay.
Mistimed.
Wagner now for his second over. Nicely played. Ooh. He's looking to dill scoop that one, Rassie van der Dusen. If Wagner ended up throwing it, he's an angry man, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, but you can't be a nice guy when you're a fast bowler, can you?
It's a nice shot. Straight to cover, though. Not quite able to get it through This is going to be, I would say, first half an hour here is a key session or kind of a key phase of this session for both sides. Because it's either South Africa building up a nice partnership, or it's going to be New Zealand breaking that partnership again and exposing another middle order batsman, which I believe in the next case would be Verena, I think is the next man to the crease.
Wicketkeeper.
Yeah. Got 4 runs in his first innings. Nicely played once again. Oh. And the distance still a little bit of banter between the two. So that was the first innings. Rassie van der Dussen was dismissed by Neil Wagner. Had a bit of a laugh about the shot that he did end up playing. And I think there's just a bit of tension between those two at the moment.
You think?
Just a little bit. Yeah, Latham is asking the question a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
For him kind of skipping forward down the pitch. Okay, they have said that it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Wagner now. Well bowled. And once again, going to be going straight to the fielder. I think Wagner might be dropping a few swear words now almost.
You reckon?
He likes a few of them. He's talking all the way back to his mark. Where does this ball go? Devon Conway's laughing about it. He's angry, Neil Wagner. Steaming in. That is going to be just a dot ball at the end, but that is going to be the end of the over from Neil Wagner. And it is going to be now 23 overs down, 53 for 3. Yeah, for South Africa, but Wagner bowling 2 overs, 5 for none. And there's 2. Currently Van der Dussen sitting there 14 off 50, and Bavuma sitting there 4 in fact, off 7. That was the last shot of the over of Tim Southee. He was able to do a nice straight drive.
It was a nice straight drive.
At the moment. We're a bit nervous, Verena. He did put down a catch in the first innings, New Zealand's first innings, wasn't it? How's everybody doing? Doing very well, thank you, mate. Hope you're doing well too. Currently, New Zealand, 3 wickets they've been able to get for themselves. They need a few more, though. Tim Southee trying to get it through Bavuma, but it goes straight to him. I'm sorry, you got to go. I'll be back soon. Says James Game. No worries at all, mate. Currently now, Tim Southee leading this bowling attack. Him and Matt Henry, I think between them will get 7 wickets.
You reckon?
Wagner will get 2.
Yeah.
And Jameson, I'll gift him 1.
Okay.
Because if he doesn't get 1, he'll be sad. I'm going to give him 1. Colin de Grono misses out. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll need him.
Is he going to?
He'll get 5 overs. 5 overs, I'll give him. It's a shot.
Yeah.
Once again from Bavuma. Back foot punch up through cover. That one's going to be racing close to the boundary, chasing it down.
Good shot.
Nicely done by Will Young, it was. And Colin de Grono throws it in, and they do get the 3 runs. And what's the highlight so far, says Edge? I'd say the Henry Yorker was a very good one, which did end up dismissing in the end. Markram, that was a very nice delivery. Couple big shots from Colin de Grono gets him up to his high score, which was the 120. He was able to get not out. And then I'd say some very classy bowling from South Africa, though. In the mix of it, Wagner's getting fired up as well for him and Van der Dussen. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. And also, we have that Christmas Wednesday update on emojis coming. Texas Xavier, we will probably end up, we want to do some Easter ones. I think we have got Plan Me and Isaac. Hot cross buns.
It's Easter.
That is
cream eggs.
Cream eggs. I do like Easter eggs.
And a chocolate bunny.
There you go. So that might be the next ones. I normally get Isaac to design them. It will probably be when he is slightly less busy. I will hopefully be able to get him to try and get some designs going.
Oh,
Bowled by Tim Southey. Not interested there for Bavuma. It's quite a big size difference in him and Jamieson. And also, some Wagner sixes were fun. And yeah, that was true. He did get that 6 down the ground. You missed that one, didn't you?
I did.
It was a good shot.
Good shot. Well, I noticed he had a quick fire 20, but then I turned it off and didn't know what happened from there.
He had a very good shot, about 90 metres down the ground. He smacked a 6.
Cool.
Off the spinner as well, I think it was.
Wow.
Currently now Southey charging in short ball. He's been jumping on it nicely, Thunder Dawson, though. Seems like he's been ready for it every time.
Short ball's not the one. It's the one that gets him up. He doesn't know whether to come forward or stay back.
That good hard length.
Yep.
And also, what's the current ICC ranking? This is Ed. I believe if we're talking about the World Test Championship, it is Sri Lanka in first as we currently sit. I think New Zealand are in about 5th or 6th. And then Australia are also sitting relatively high up there with India and around that 5-6 region as well. I'll just make sure that I've got the World Test Championship rankings correct. I shot from Bavuma, but it does go straight out to point. Okay, the standings for the ICC World Test Championship currently as we sit. Once it loads, it is Sri Lanka in first, then Australia, then Pakistan, South Africa, India, New Zealand, Bangladesh, West Indies, and also England. And but I so agree, Hamish, that Henry Yorker gave New Zealand equality. Equality, that is equality, isn't it?
Yep.
And hi, mums, and they're from Prandya.
How's it going?
And also New Zealand, Australia, India, ICC ranks. World Test Championship is too early.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka only played 1 series in there. And yes, and at the top of the top at the moment for them, because it's actually done off series wins. So pretty much you get percentages done off like each match that you've won. So you might play 1 series, but if you get 100%, I think you can still get yourself relatively up there. I don't really know how it works and how many you've got to have, and they will not stay first. And there's Dan. But currently Rassi of Hunderdosen and also Bavuma. It's the 2 men who are currently occupying the crease for South Africa. We'll be looking to try and continue building up this phase of just a little bit of a good partnership. They're going to get an overthrow there. I think New Zealand's tempers are starting to get to them a little bit here. And normally someone who keeps it nice and calm, Kane Williamson. He's not there.
No.
And Neil Wagner, that's going to fire him up as well even more, isn't it? And it's a no ball. So not only do they get the overthrow, not only does Van der Dussen get off strike, they also get a bonus run because of that no ball bowled by Neil Wagner. I believe it was a no ball anyway. They haven't actually given it one. I swear I saw the referee go like that. Also, it's a percentage to win. Sri Lanka 100% from 2 tests means nothing as well, says Daddy Castro. And also Proteas says LB. That was the first one that Southey was able to get, was given as out. And it was in the end umpire's call. That was the next one. That was a good ball and a good take.
Yeah, because I don't think Mitchell was, that's
Henry was certainly fired up after getting that Yorker into the right place. And also scoreboard, please, says just one moment. We will go like this and we will go like that. There we go. It has started updating it once again. Wagner, almost a slow ball there to Bavuma. I mean, I'm looking at this angle that Wagner's bowling, and I don't see it hugely challenging the outside edge.
No.
I feel like that's going to backfire that statement, but I would prefer seeing Wagner actually try and maybe going over the wicket to Bavuma and try and, I guess, kind of not rough him up, but just squeeze him a little bit, you know? Try and give him no room to swing the arms, because with that angle going across, he's just got that cover drive off the back foot punch if he does want it. Such as that one, but it's an interesting shot. But with him going that hard at it, it's always going to be a boundary.
Yes.
And that is 4 runs for Bavuma. And also Hamish Neil Wagner is brilliant bowling in Test match cricket, but he is not playing ODI or T20. What the reason? He is not all formats. I usually understand, but quality bowlers not play ODI at strength. And there says Michelle, I think it's just he prefers test match cricket, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does play all formats of the game domestically. But yeah.
I think he doesn't go as well in
No.
short format, just because he's really, like, for so long he's worked on that line and length for test match bowling.
And he is an aggressive bowler, and sometimes that doesn't always pay off in ODIs in 2020. You got to be sort of have that variation, as they say, don't you?
Also, tense moments this partnership could get dangerous. I really feel the match hinging on this session. Obviously, though, and there says Dan De Castro. Definitely right. Currently, the lead, I would say South Africa by the end of this session will lead by 200-ish, maybe a little bit less, around 190. But it's how many wickets down has New Zealand got them? And a good shot once again from Bavuma. He's not feeling troubled there, is he?
No.
It's going to be the end of the over, and it will be 62 for 3 now. That's a lot of pulls, isn't it?
Yeah, Hamner Springs. We went there years ago. It'd be quite good to go there again, I reckon.
Oh, is Hamner Springs not actually a place?
Yeah.
Like, as in, like, it's not like a town, though.
Yeah.
It is a town.
Hamner, yeah.
Hamner.
Well, it is called Hamner Springs.
Okay, I thought it was. I got confused, though, because, like, so that's Hamner Springs.
Yeah.
Inside of Hamner Springs.
That's the pools and that you go to, the hot pools and.
So it's the Hamner Springs
thermal pools.
Springs.
Ask Nath about it, Uncle Nath. They've been there.
And also, South Africa put themselves in a good position to win the match. Says LB. And also, what position do you play in cricket? Says Ed. So when I was playing, I was kind of middle order. And then if I needed to, I would keep. If I needed to, I would bowl. I was pretty much just anything I needed to do, like spin bowling, medium pace, not as quick as some of the bowlers, but still not terrible.
Not terrible, no.
If I had to open, I would. To bat 11, I would. Just pretty much wherever I was.
I preferred opening, then you didn't have to bloody wait around. Because waiting around, I hate waiting around.
I mean, to be fair, with our team, you didn't have to wait around to bat 11 either.
No, you didn't.
You just got bowled out every time.
An hour.
Yeah, it's a quick game. Right, Amish well said 200 for 3. South Africa's winning 205, stay tense, and 200 for more. New Zealand winning forgive my rocket science in there. Going to be nicely bowled once again by Tim Southey. Continuing to base his line and length just outside off stump. Rassie van der Dussen, he's looking very solid, and this is where I think Matt Henry, if he is ready to bowl soon, is a good option.
Yep. Because
we know that Rassie van der Dussen, he's had Matt Henry in his mind for a long time. Currently, he's got a new distraction in Wagner.
Ever since that first ball not the first ball, but that first over of day 3? Day 2? No, day 3, where he bowled him in the first over. And then the rest of them just fell over. And we won that in the first session, didn't we? It was all over. Was that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm back, says James Gamer. Welcome back, mate.
How's it going?
Currently, Van der Dussen sitting 16 runs off 56. Bavuma sitting there 11 off 16, going at a quicker strike rate. Also has been a bit more aggressive in the shots that he's been playing.
Yeah, but that's obviously the way he plays. He's got some nice shots.
Sally once again.
No.
He's that one alone too far outside of the off stump.
Gonna make them play.
New Zealand, they need a little bit of luck, and they need probably a little bit of miscommunication or like kind of a lack of concentration here from the Proteas. And also we go to the UK to see New Zealand play in June, says Robert Hooker. I'd love to be able to, but I don't think it will all be opened up possibly by then, will it? It's at Lords.
England, there's no restrictions now.
Would you go to Lords for a game?
Oh, definitely one day, but not at the moment. Not in the next couple of years. You've got to wait till things calm down before we start travelling again. But UK is quite a long trip.
It is. It's like 20 hours, isn't it?
At least.
And no spin bowlers, including the squad. South Africa has a Maharaj and a play here. Can one bowler if Todd Astle? And there's Vishal. I mean, if they had someone like a Todd Astle, it would be useful, but sadly, just no spin options, I don't believe, other than maybe, I mean, I don't know, Devon Conway. Devon Conway, does he bowl any spin at all?
I don't know if he does, because he wicket keeps as well.
I
mean, you've got Will Young, he wicket keeps. Tom Latham, he wicket keeps. Conway, he wicket keeps.
We got a team of keepers and bowlers.
Yeah.
Pace bowlers.
So who else is there? Well, you got the wicket keeper now, and then you got your four seamers, Mitchell and de Gronholm, and who's the other one? Nichols. Does he spin? He's the only other option.
Sure. Who are we here and do the countdown there, by the way? Could you hear that? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think it was like in the camera area of who's going to switch to a different camera or something.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And 250 target, as your guest says, UP. You see, I'd say anything under 250, New Zealand have got a chance. Anything between 250 to 300 is probably a bit more of a 60-40 in favour of South Africa. And then anything more than 300, I would say South Africa have got this one pretty much in the bag. And you would have to go for a decent amount of time to make it worth it, especially with the cost of flights, etc. Says Doug.
Yeah, you'd have to go for at least a month. Because it takes you 2 days to get over there, 2 days to get back. Well, that's almost a week gone.
Oh, Jamison outside of off stump, left alone by Bavuma. Rassi can be more aggressive. He bats himself into a hole, says Jacques there. Yeah, he's sitting on 16 off 59, and he seems very content with not allowing the New Zealand bowlers to think that they've got him at all rattled or at all worried about what they're bowling at the moment. Kiwi lads are back at home. And there says Brandon. Currently, a lot of rugby on this weekend, wasn't there? I've realised Six Nations isn't actually coming next weekend. So it does mean that we won't actually have a break. That's a good bouncer to Bavuma. And also we have got to Auckland and to home 1 hours in there, says it Brandon. Oh. Okay, I was just checking as well. 5 down currently for Pakistan women's side. They did actually get bowled out in 44 overs, New Zealand.
Okay. For
that game. Okay. It's a good bouncer. It's a great shot from Bavuma.
Yeah.
How do you get this youngster out?
How old is he?
Oh, he's probably not that young though, is he? I'm going to have a look. He's probably 28 or something like that. What's his name? Bavuma. Temba Bavuma. He is 31 years of age.
Wow.
They'll find out who is playing next weekend, says Brandon. So we have got the Bunnings NPC game, or not the Bunnings NPC, sorry, Super Rugby Moana Pacifica taking on the Crusaders, Chiefs playing the Blues, and then Hurricanes taking on the Highlanders. They are the 3 New Zealand games that are coming up. And also draw 100%, says Sidu there. Currently, the draw is actually the most expensive option in terms of the betting odds. Like they're saying for Bavuma, he doesn't do the whole put the bat up high. Yeah. He doesn't do a little shuffle. He just sets himself and goes. Watches the ball, plays the ball, and normally gets the ball out of the middle of the bat. Although, I'm great at jinxing things. No, that one was still.
He's very still, isn't he?
Yeah. And also, I'm very tired from it. As I says, Brandon, so possibly a sleep might not be a terrible idea. At some stage. I'm slightly more awake now.
Yeah.
I think it's because I know that this test match is hanging in the balance for both sides.
Yeah.
So it's kind of woken me up a little bit more. Currently, we've only got another 2 hours left of this session, eh? Boom. You know it.
Oh, I can last, can you?
Yeah. She'll be right.
She'll be right, mate.
Now, Bavuma. Well played, right behind the ball.
guys are looking pretty solid.
They don't look like they're going anywhere. They're not really scoring
No.
at a huge rate at the moment, but as long as they're still out there, there's going to be runs available every once in a while. Okay, de Gronholm
No, he's just giving
Jameson his big vest back. How far away do you think de Gronholm is from getting an opportunity? Currently, Van der Dusen sitting there on 16 off 59. Bavuma sitting on 11 off 22. So these two building up around a 20-run partnerships as of late. A few more opportunities to try and make that towards 50. We actually saw a 133-run partnership between two Kiwis out there, which was huge for them. And also, I got a question for you, Hamish. What is your favourite game rugby so far, or rugby game so far? I mean, I thought it was Rugby Challenge, but then I played it again recently and realised it's just not as good as I thought it initially was. So, I mean, people say Rugby 08. I'd say Rugby 06 purely because me and Dad spent a lot more time playing it than Rugby 08. So I'd say Rugby 06. Long time ago. But it didn't end up coming out, but oldie but a goodie.
Oldie but a goodie.
118 Ks for that delivery of Neil Wagner. I think he's getting annoyed at his teammates saying that he's doing well.
Why would you get annoyed at that?
Because he doesn't think he is. I think that was what happened a couple of overs ago.
Oh, okay.
How they were like, good ball, and he was like, it wasn't. Or something along those lines. That's gone up over the top, and Rassie van der Dusen has pounced on it and does end up getting himself the 4 runs, and 250 is not enough for South Africa, and New Zealand should go, or should going for this target definitely, and 150 overs have given New Zealand here. Says for sure, yeah, they aren't going 250 declaration.
Oh no, they're not.
That is for sure.
No, you can't declare.
No. And also not rugby on an Xbox. And this is Brandon in real life. I mean, the game between the Hurricanes and the Blues was a pretty good one from recent times. So I'd say that game was pretty good. South Africa versus New Zealand in recent times is also a nice one. That was off the glove, I believe. Wagner asking, and he might have just got it off the wicket of Rassie van der Dusen. Does he go upstairs? He's still standing at the crease. Wagner celebrating. And I think he has actually gone upstairs. He doesn't think he said it. There was definitely a noise of some sort. What was the noise?
I don't know. I don't think he said it.
You don't think he is?
Mm-hmm.
Is that because you want to be pleasantly surprised when you see the noise?
I don't know. Yeah.
It's hit something.
It does, but he doesn't believe he said it.
It's because he doesn't want to believe that Wagner got him.
Might have been I don't know. Oh.
Everyone waiting anxiously.
I don't know. Oh, yes.
There's some sort of noise on the glove.
I know there is some sort of noise, but...
Aldridge, when you've got it, that's what they are asking for now. Is this going to be Rassie van der Dusen out?
Not one, reckons?
Yes. There's not one there. It's missed. It hasn't connected, and Rassie van der Dusen will still be there for a little bit longer. Wait, that's an interesting call from the DRS. I recommend you change your decision. Does that mean he can go, well, maybe I don't want to?
No.
Well, recommends are not the right word, is it?
It means...
Maybe not. Dang. Yeah. Close for Wagner.
Yeah, I just had that. I don't know. I would have called it. I called it first alive, but yeah. He didn't seem too worried. And then he hits a 4.
So that's going to be 4, almost out 4. And that is going to mean that Rassie van der Dusen now moves up to 24 runs. Him and Wagner are going to have a boxing match soon. It's a nice one for him. Yeah, just try and chase that one down the league side a little bit, didn't he? think Tim Southey or whoever that was who was in close knew that one was racing away to the boundary. Normally you want that second man running with you. So you got that relay throw.
Yeah.
But he was just like, nah, it's gone.
Nah.
We won't worry about that one. Nice pole shot once again. From Rusty van der Dussen. Good control over the ball. And there's going to be now a lead of 142 now ahead. But that is a wicket that they certainly needed for the Black Caps. It looked very
non-committal.
It looked very smug, but he knew it's all right. He's like, nah, just review that.
That's why I didn't like the look on his face, because Daryl Mitchell knew he was gone. That guy thought he didn't want to have a bar of it, did he?
No. And they still got 3 reviews as well.
Yeah. So
it was worth the crack, even if you thought maybe there was like a 5-10% chance you didn't hit it.
It was a good appeal. Wagner appealed for it, got it overturned. Oh well. Bit of excitement.
Currently 42 minutes into the session. Yet to see a wicket.
I know. Was it a good call?
Which one?
Staying up.
Yeah. It's been exciting so far. We've seen a couple big shouts and whatnot. My brain's still slightly competent.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything behind the eyes.
Brutal.
Well, you've got that glazed look. You used to get that glazed look when you were a wee kid. In the back of the car, and you say, just go to sleep, Hamish, next minute. 5 minutes before we get somewhere. They're going to wake Hamish up again.
Yeah. I got 2 episodes of the show coming back, and 2. I say no more, says Brandon. And also, hi, says Marley. Welcome into the live stream. Hope you're doing well. Currently, South Africa sitting here 71 for 3. And Rusty van der Dussen sitting there 25 off 65 with Jameson now steaming in. Pitches it up a little bit lofty. It is going to be misfielded, but he did get just enough of a hand to it, I believe, there. Stop it from making it to the boundary, or did he? Relay throw nicely done by Matt Henry and Colin de Grono. And also, do you want me to say more, says Brandon? Well, you did say no more, so I feel like it's an interesting one. Because it's like, do you want to give it away or do you not want to give it away? I guess is the big question. Well, Young, not impressive play. The Series 1 New Zealand trying another option as opener with Latham, says for show. I think because it's just a 2-match one, they probably didn't want to try and change too much.
Even though you got rid of
quickly
waiting in the wings.
As I mean, Will Young up against Bangladesh, I believe, got himself a couple 50s, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he just hasn't quite been able to do it up against South Africa. I want to see if your mum can say.
Joel Lecker Ding.
That wasn't too bad. There you go. My mum is part Afrikaan.
What did I just say, though?
You said you good thing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Learn something new every day, don't you?
I'll say that at work tomorrow. And they go, what? I'm learning Afrikaan while I'm on YouTube.
Vuma. 11 on the back, 11 on the score sheet. And to do some 28 on the score sheet, probably doesn't have 28 on his back.
No.
At a guess.
It
might be somewhere around there, though. He's not going to turn around so we can see his back, though.
He's really not impressed about anything, is he?
72. Geez, if he gets that many runs, we're in trouble.
We are in trouble. Yeah.
And also not bad, says JP.
Oh, thank you.
And also, did you see 2 episodes on YouTube? I believe I saw the first one, if I'm not wrong, but I haven't actually had a chance to watch any YouTube in the last little while. Pretty much, if I'm not editing or live streaming, you can attest this. I'm pretty much just sleeping.
Yeah.
Trying to catch up on sleep.
Yeah.
I
don't know how your body takes it, to be honest.
Sucker for punishment.
Yeah.
I think the hard one's going to be getting up at 4 a.m. for Ireland versus Italy.
You're going to sleep through, aren't you?
Nah,
You won't?
I'll set the alarm.
What? You'll do that and then go back to sleep before the cricket starts?
Probably.
Yeah.
Either that, or if I'm feeling real good after the Irish match, I'll probably just stay up through the day and then go to sleep tomorrow night and then sleep.
Yeah, handle that.
Yeah.
What, and then sleep for 24 hours?
Not quite 24 because we got another day of cricket.
Good.
But after that, we're good to go for a good old sleep. Although I got an interview with Norm Maxwell coming mid next week.
Okay.
I'm going to do a Q&A with him for his birthday.
Oh, that'd be cool. Ask your dad for some questions too.
Yeah. We were going to do it over live stream, but sadly due to internet and also he can't join StreamYard through Spain.
Oh, okay.
Sadly.
Oh.
So it means that it's going to be a pre-recorded video, but he's got the same birthday as Dan Carter.
Is he?
Yeah.
Cool.
It was an interesting way that we found it because Katie was saying we should try and see if Dan Carter wants to come on for a birthday, like kind of celebration.
Yeah.
And then we all kind of looked and it was Norm Maxwell shares the same birthday. And we're like, oh.
He'll do.
Yeah.
So have you tried to get a hold of Dan Carter?
No.
What's he up to these days anyway?
Oh, probably making money.
Yeah.
Don't know. Probably selling his banana kicks. Still got a bit of talent with the ball, Dan.
Mm.
And also, I was doing that last night. I was doing this last night for my mum. And there it says Brandon. And also not bad a little bit earlier on from JP with the clapping. And there as well.
That's right.
That's right.
You're stretching the legs.
Yeah, it gets tough on the kind of hamstrings, doesn't it?
Oh, the knee.
The knee, yeah. Oh, okay. More players on the onside. And I would think that Wagner's going with a bit more short stuff. Put it in the box. In position. And now Wagner is going to be ready to go. He didn't get to do up the helmet there. Short ball. Pulls it beautifully there for Van der Dussen. And now that is going straight down to Kyle Jamieson. Neil Wagner having a bit of a laugh about it. He's angry. He's very angry. At this point in
he's
time.
not very economical, is he?
No, he's gone for 5 so far per over. But if he gets the wicket, he will turn about as bright red as he can be.
Is that right?
Yeah, he celebrates and bursts about 5 blood vessels every time that he does it.
Okay. Come on, people.
Right. Wicket coming in the next 3 overs.
What happens if it doesn't?
I would be wrong.
Where's our Gareth? Has he gone to bed?
I think Gareth might have gone to sleep.
Okay.
Just because, yeah, sleeping is a good option for South Africans at this point of the night. Although, they might miss out on a 50 for us, Van der Dussen and maybe Bavuma. So I might be able to get to the 50 mark.
No.
You sure?
Well, if these two get 50s, the game's South Africa is to lose, really.
Yeah. Now Neil Wagner pitches it up. Nice shot. Down the ground from Bavuma.
He it well, didn't he?
Oh, Matt Henry running hard. He's been able to save some runs there. With just the single, but it's good work there from Matt Henry.
It is.
Now, it does actually mean that Rassie van der Dussen will be back on strike, which is what they would have been wanting for a little bit longer, although he's playing the pull shot too well, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You got to take a risk. And good for Yamish. When do you think my Rugby Sevens game? Do you want me to make a video on Rugby 22? If you do have Rugby 22, you could make a video on it. I know that I did some at the very start, and I haven't made any since because the game is not great, unfortunately. But it's got a few other licenses that Rugby Challenge doesn't have, and does actually have the All Blacks in it. Shot ball this time, once again, played along the ground. Bounces up to Tim Southey. Goes straight to him. Bit of a shine there from Tim. I don't know whether this is the field to go with.
No.
It doesn't seem like...
I can't see the point in that. Doing.
He doesn't actually hit it where they've got the fielders. And I know that that's going to jinx it because he's going to hit it there later. But for me, I feel like you've got to scatter them a little bit more. You've got to give them more, I guess, different angles to look at. Like, because at the moment, if you look out there, you're going...
Wide.
Three in a row.
Yeah.
And then you're like, right, well, I can just go that side or that side.
Yeah.
Whereas if you put one guy there, Maybe
I'd
you
go
put him
there.
at a forward
And
square
then-
leg
Yeah.
and then a backward square leg. And then he goes, right, I can see 3 different people. So I'm going to hesitate when I try and smack this one to the leg side.
Yeah.
Try and get a little bit of indecision in there. Because currently, the way that that's set up, it's not a normal field, I guess you could say, that we're used to seeing. But I don't know how effective it has been. It is almost AM in South Africa. The guys can't sleep. We must support our team, says Chucks. And also in your description, you said it's being played at Bay Oval. It is actually Hickley Oval. So that will be a little, I guess, spelling error. And tell you what, we need to give him a round of applause. You are probably the first person in a year and a half that's actually read one of my descriptions. So thank you for reading it.
Well done.
But yeah, I think that would have just been an error from having it as a copy and paste from the first test of the last one and then switching it over. But won't happen again.
No.
Now I have to be sure. Like, that's the thing. I could put anything in my descriptions for the past year and no one would have known.
No.
Like, do you read my descriptions?
No.
Yeah. I should chuck in like a hidden secret code at some stage in there. See if anyone works it out.
What do they get if they do?
Don't know.
A clap.
Probably another clap. Apparently now it's gonna be. He would have been safe for that one, I believe.
Yeah. See, the commentators are saying, when do you actually admit you need a spinner?
Any of these paces want to try and bowl some spin? Because we actually saw that from in the Ashes, Ollie Robinson bowling off spin, coming off his pace bowling. So maybe you give Jameson some spin bowling option.
Well,
Can't go any worse.
Daryl Mitchell's the closest you get to a spinner, isn't he? Because he's a slow medium pacer. So why don't you give him the ball, let him mix it up a bit? This is just too easy for these guys.
Yeah.
They're not under pressure at all. The ball's doing nothing. The bowlers are doing nothing with it. Every now and again there's one that pops up, but they don't look troubled at all, do they?
And the other side of it is you're still 50 away from a new ball.
Yeah. 50
overs, that is. That's 300 extra balls that you got to bowl with this old ball.
And it's second innings for the bowlers.
And
we're only day 3.
That's a noise. Jameson made a little bit of effort in that one. And also, I think you are a best YouTube than me, says Brandon. I mean, I wouldn't agree or disagree with that. It just depends on what like your kind of niche is. You know, like everyone's good in their own individual ways.
They are.
In terms of like, it all gives you a little bit of uniqueness. Because if everyone was the same on YouTube, it would be boring.
That's like anything. If anyone's the same personality-wise, it's boring.
So like, it's good to have little changes.
Yep.
Short ball from Jameson once again. Just bounce over.
Yeah.
It's a wide.
Yeah.
Too many short balls. Okay, Jameson has just said to the umpire, you've been missing them all game. Probably not the best way of approaching the umpire.
They're not going to miss them now, mate.
No.
No. Not the way to go.
No. You can hear the little, there it is, little camera driving around the outside. It's the one that Stuart Broad had a battle with.
Oh, yeah.
Two or one left? I think there's one left in this over.
But I'm thinking he's saying that's over the shoulder again.
Ah, yes.
That's 2. Third one's a...
No ball, isn't it? That's not what they'll be wanting. I mean, I don't understand bowling short to Bavuma either, really.
No.
Because he seems to be, like, how many guys under 6 foot or even under 6'8" do you know who aren't good under, like, a short ball situation because of how often they face short balls?
Yeah.
Like, you get trained. It's like when I had to play for 4th grade or whatever it was, when I was about this tall, and they just kept on bowling short stuff. So it was just pull shot, cut shot, pull shot, cut shot.
Yeah.
Because you know they're bowling short because they think, oh, yeah, it's short fella will just go around the head.
Yeah.
Vuma, he's sitting on 15 off 34. As Raja said, out there. And what is Jameson trying to do? Bowl himself out of the side or what, says Chucks there?
Yeah.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Right. Can we get a wicket here for the Black Cats? This over or the next one, I think, are my 2 overs that I am allowed.
Okay. And then after that, well, what do we do?
If either of those 2 overs here, if the next 12 balls has a wicket, I get pizza for tea. Pizza? No. It's a good shot. That's 4 runs. A brilliant shot, and that will just infuriate Wagner some more.
Is that what you're basically saying?
What, pizza?
About that shot?
Yeah. He likes it. Just getting it so wrong, aren't they? It's not good. They don't seem to quite know where to put this one. And Wagner, he has been expensive so far, sitting on 27 runs so far of 5.1 overs. Another short ball. Good shot. Going to be close to another 4 runs. Jameson cuts it off. Has to do the relay throw with Conway. They get another 2. As Brandon says, David the mod there. Devin Conway congratulating Kyle Jamieson on being able to go down. And I'm having pizza, says James Gaming. I show him Rassi heard me. Is now batting with a mission, says Jax. Yeah, I think he got annoyed when you said that he wasn't going quick enough. And as I have to say, more Brandon going crazy 106. And there says Brandon. A big throw from Devin Conway. Right. Stop bowling short. Another short ball. He loves them there. He practices them for fun, and that's going to be 4 more runs out on the boundary. What is New Zealand's game plan here to Rassie van der Dussen? Is it to try and help him towards the 50?
I don't know.
50-run partnership.
About to lose interest.
Will Young will be sitting there right next to the, pretty much next to the pitch going, what are we doing with this bowling? Because he's picking the gap perfectly. Right. What is the plan now? Rassie van der Dussen, like they're saying, it's about as well as anyone has ever countered this attack from Neil Wagner. And I think it's doing enough to make it Matt Henry's over next.
Mm.
Okay, Tom Latham now coming back in. Who's he having a chat to? Okay, he's been added in as a mid-wicket now.
Oh, I dropped it. Sorry.
Colin de Gronholm puts it down. That was the chance.
Yeah, but he's standing behind him, so how can he see it?
That was a sitter.
Yeah, but look. Big hands, my ass. Sorry.
Colin de Gronholm.
Geez, if you think Wags was angry before.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jeez, that's not good for the Black Cats. That is not good. That was going to be my pizza.
Yeah, it was.
Another short ball. That's going to be racing close to the boundary also. That's a big mistake. As do you have news in there? But straight to de Gronholm. Literally couldn't have found him any better. It was an awkward height. I'll give him that. He didn't really, he went low like that rather than going with that one, which did mean that he was kind of halfway in between. That's the only excuse I can think of for him. And also, I think Wagner dropped the F-bomb.
I think
he would have dropped 5 at that stage. Rassie going to get his first 100 now. Big miss. Shot ball. That time piercing the gap one more time. Devin Conway fields it. And now, Colin de Gronholm, I don't think they will be making eye contact for the next week.
I still don't think it's...
So good, Waggy. That's what he wants to hear when he's heading over with a drop catch.
Yeah, you got 120, mate. You could have at least got a wicket for your team. Yeah. What were we saying the other day about he's got the biggest hands or the biggest mitts? Yeah, he drops probably more than he catches.
And Rassie is batting like a man on the mission in there. And also, look at there, Rassie doesn't he have 100? Does he? I'm going to look him up. Rassie van der Dussen. It's a fun name to say. I'm going to have a quick look. Rassie van der Doosan. High score. What we got in Test match 98.
Oh, so he hasn't got 100.
So he's never made 100. Could this be his opportunity? No 100s in Test, and maybe today says Juck's there. And ODI, he has got himself 100 though, 129 in ODI, and 94 in T20. So he's been close in T20 and in Test match, but never quite been able to get over the line. Is Rassie van der Dussen a wicket keeper? Something that someone has asked. He actually bowls right arm leg break.
Does he? That's
See,
handy.
it's the thing. We've got all keepers who don't bowl. I'm going to check if Henry Nicholls actually bowls. Henry
Yeah, I think he may have. What
Nicholls
do I think that?
bowling. I think it's been a while if he is bowling anyway. Yeah, no, they haven't got a lot about his bowling. So, yeah, I don't think he's got too much bowling experience. But hopefully, they just need to mix it up a little bit. And also, we've got their run rate picking up, almost going to 3 and over. And also, Van der Dussen had 100 in an ODI a few weeks ago. Says AFL, so that will be where that 132, unless that, of course, wasn't his highest one there. And also, can you read my message? This is Brandon. I will try my best, although it has been going very quickly at the moment. We have got big miss there a little bit earlier on. And also, can you know, David, the more QLAs, and also, I don't know what this is, Brandon. So that would be about Brandon's mother actually did pass away yesterday, day before Brandon, one of the two. But that is what he is discussing there. Run rate picking up, almost going at 3 and over. And also Daryl Mitchell, please bowl a few overs and give 1 wicket here. And I would like to see them actually use Daryl Mitchell as a bowling option. Because I mentioned it in the first innings when they were at a stalemate. They couldn't get through. They need to get through this time. South Africa. And our favourites in there, Rassie is a very good ODI player, currently average of 74.5. Impressive. And anyone can bowl him back, Hamish. It's the how you bowl. That's the tricky part, mate. Yeah.
Thursday. Oh.
I mean, Ross Taylor picked up a wicket, didn't he?
Yep.
In his game up against Bangladesh. Leg buys. And now they've almost been able to bring up that 100 and New Zealand. It's interesting, isn't it? That first Test match between South Africa and New Zealand, all of the drop catches were South Africa.
Yeah.
This one, all of the drop catches have been the Black Caps.
Yep.
It's completely rotated. And after 32 games, says Jux. So, yeah, 32 games to still have an average of 74.5 is incredibly impressive for any player. Even having an average of 40 would be all right, wouldn't it?
I'd say.
Currently, they've got a stacked offside field now. Pulled away, beautiful shot from Van der Dussen. He is timing those to perfection at the moment, and South Africa can win this match. And there says Shakib, and at the moment, they are looking like a side who are certainly starting to get themselves into a dominant position, leading by 170. We did mention anything under 250 is possibly gettable for the Black Caps. But I don't think they're getting, it's just clean bounce. And everything is sitting at that height for Rassie van der Dussen to just go, yeah, all right, I love a pull shot, bang.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really mishit any of them.
So why are they still doing it?
Maybe because it normally works.
It normally works, but...
Shot from Bavuma there. Pearce in the field, they're going to be taking the 2 runs once again, and runs are leaking.
They're just going to mix it up. Come on, get someone else in there. Get another bowler. As you say, de Graan one end, Mitchell the other.
And slow it down.
And
then bring in Southey and Henry.
Yep.
And have it go from weirdness in terms of slow, but also a little bit of variation to then just on the money, bang, bang, bang. Get it in the right spot on Friday night. Says that Brandon there.
That's it.
Currently, Rassie van der Dussen sitting there, 44 not out of 82 deliveries. Bavuma, he's actually the second highest run scorer for South Africa, sitting on 17 of 35. This will currently almost be a drinks break, I believe it will be. Matt Henry is in there 1 for 12, and Tim Southey sitting there 2 for 25 of his 10 overs. So Matt Henry's been very economical, but they need to find a way of breaking this up. It's not the short stuff, that is for sure. It's not working. No. Yes, it almost worked, which is why they'll probably stick with it for another 5 overs.
Yeah, but almost is, I don't know, they're not having drinks.
They keep on going straight through the gap.
Oh.
And that gives Rassie van der Dussen away off. And also, what's the plan B? And when you use it, Latham, South Africa looking dangerous now. And last 2 overs, 13 and 7. Well done, South Africa.
Yeah.
And there says Jacques. And yeah, sadly, that second over, or that first over, in fact, if there was a wicket, I was going to be allowed pizza for tea. But because there wasn't a wicket.
You can still have pizza for tea. Who cares?
Yay. I'll probably fall asleep.
Yeah.
So you have to cook it for me. And I'll probably be asleep in the chair when you come in.
Nudge you.
Oi, pizza.
You'll smell it anyway.
Yeah. Also, so poor fielding by Colin de Grandhomme. He needs to take simple catch.
Yep.
So he's coding. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he's dropped too many of those. In the last little while, got 120 with the ball or with the bat. And Hamish, I will still buy you a pizza, says Jack Smith.
Does he not know about our freezers? What's in our freezer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stocked up.
Yeah. Just in case.
Just in case. Lead of 173. Left alone now. Waggy, waggy, waggy. That's what they are saying. Waggy.
Hey.
Wagyu. That's a fancy type of beef.
It
Beef.
is.
It's like a steak, isn't it?
I think so.
Have you ever had a Wagyu beef?
Eh?
Have you ever had Wagyu beef?
Haven't had it. I've heard of it, but I haven't had it.
Have you had caviar?
No.
Would you have caviar?
No.
Would you have haggis?
No.
Okay.
Dodgy tummy. You can't have any of that stuff. That's why I have pizza instead.
And also we have got the AM. And there's his Brandon and also Hamish. Will your mama be there in the rugby stream? So he's coding. It's 4 a.m. So probably not. No, she probably
That'd
won't
be a big no from me.
Also, when you visit me in Turkey, awaiting you. Oh, some pizza in Turkey. Sounds all right.
Haven't been to Turkey.
Have you?
No.
Can I take my mum? Also, tripe.
Oh, no.
What's tripe?
I don't know, but just the sound of it, just, it's not. And I can't remember exactly what it is, but yeah, no, it doesn't look good.
What about black pudding?
Oh, no, I don't think I'd have that either.
Short ball. Almost to the gap, but Colin de Grandhomme fields that one. I think this is more of a New Zealand. I don't want to say it's like New Zealand giving up.
Yeah.
And just waiting for them to make the mistake rather than attacking bowling.
We got 3 quick wickets by bowling well. What are we doing now?
They just seem like they're going right. He's eventually going to miss it one.
But he hasn't.
Look at that. That's a scatter and a half. Also with you, I think my dad used to cook it. The smell is so awful. Awful. Wagner takes the catch.
Oh.
Now, I want to celebrate, but check his front foot first. Because I didn't see it, but he's bowled a few no balls recently. So I don't want to celebrate until I see that this foot is behind the line. Interesting one from Van der Dussen. And Neil Wagner was able to take the catch. Told you, pop a blood vessel. Okay, I think that is going to be the wicket. They have checked the front foot. It's going to be all right.
Did they say that?
I'm gonna put him on the list. Van der Dussen, but you always got to wait because he's been bowling more no balls recently.
Off 85.
And when he gets fired up, he bowls even more of them. 45 off 85. Now you've got to say that wicket should have come a lot earlier there.
Yeah.
For the Black Cats. Wait, is it off 85? Is it?
85. Yeah.
There we go. Right. Let's see how it goes from here. What is the new tactic? If they bowl short again, I am going to be annoyed.
I think we'll just cancel the live stream and go drink.
Really? And what's the difference of Kane Williamson and Tom Latham captaincy, says Michelle? I think overall Williamson's always got something planned. I feel like Latham is trying to have something planned, but it's more he's just letting the bowlers do what they want.
Yeah.
I would say, well, Wagner magic.
Yes,
Yes, coding. And I got best friends like you and Katie Dixon and David the Mon and everyone in this time says that Brandon there. And Kane is aggressive captain. And yeah, I would agree with that. He seems to be able to see an opportunity and just go for it.
He has had a lot of experience though, and Tom Latham's still new to the game, so But then Southey must have agreed with that tactic as well. I mean, there's not just Latham, even though he's the captain. You've got all those other senior players, so they must have agreed to it. It did work in the end, sort of, but not really. Lucky.
And also we got that Jimmy is a goat. And there for Nagendan, I believe that is a Great British flag, or a Great British flag, so that would be England. Of course, taking on New Zealand in a couple of months' time for the test matches.
I was going to ask you, is there a flag like England, like the English flag, but 4 wee things up the top right-hand corner? ... or something. Is that someone's flag?
Is that New Zealand's?
No, I mean, it's like England, with the cross and
yep.
the white.
Okay.
And then up in this corner, and that sort of wee quarter, was 4 things. We drove past one yesterday, and I didn't know whose flag that was, so I was going to ask you.
4 things in that corner.
Yeah.
Do you know the colours?
No, it was sort of at a distance, and I was driving, so I couldn't look too closely.
Okay.
I'll show you that later.
Fair enough. We'll see how it
we'll
goes.
ask you later.
Also, we've got the Kiwi lads. I got video about playing plebe.
Plebe?
Plebe?
Okay.
Playing?
Spell check.
Plebe? Playing?
Playing.
Plank?
Playing.
Playing.
Oh, you know your video games. Oh.
I do. I'm not too sure what that one is. Any rain tomorrow? Doesn't look like it. At this stage, it does look like it's going to be fine weather for the rest of this test match. I wasn't happy with that one, Thunder Dawson. He's a scary man when he gets a wicket, isn't he? And also, hey guys, I just want to ask you one question. Why New Zealand cricket team called the Black Caps? And now I think it is down to, was it before or after the All Blacks?
After, I think.
After. So I think it is based off, I guess, just because of the silver fern and everything, kind of black became the national colour. And all of the teams, whether it's like kind of the men's, women's sports, it's either the black ferns, white ferns,
tall blacks,
all blacks. I mean, do you know what this badminton team's called?
I don't think.
It is what you think.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So, yeah, everything's kind of got either white or black. And they're just showing.
The soccer's all whites.
Yep.
And then the white ferns.
Mm-hmm. And also, we have got the Amishbro, I think, minimum 24 overs remaining in the day. Should New Zealand try and get another quick session wicket and change the game in the last hour of day 3 stumps? Yes.
Yeah.
If they don't get a wicket, it's going to be trouble for them because they're already behind by 175. They need a couple quick wickets here. If they can get a couple more at the end of the day, it's going to be huge for them. If they can get Verena out early, then you do start getting into kind of the middle order / tail. And a couple more quick wickets.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Get them 7 down by the end of tonight. They've still got 45 minutes plus some. It'd be huge for the Black Caps. But to do that, they need to get rid of Bavuma because he's going to be that little bit of a pain in their side. He's that big glass of water you've drunk just before you decide you want to go for the run. And he's that stitch that you get. He's there. He won't bugger off.
Yeah, but if he won't bugger off that end, you've got to get the ones at the other end, don't you?
What's at the other end?
The other batter.
So I'm going to live stream on Twitter. There's Brandon there. Ooh. Currently 35 overs down, 104 for 4 now. And the lead is sitting there at 175. And Verena has been a walking wicket in there. Says Karis. I think his best game was the first one, wasn't it? I think his first innings he got about 15 or something like that. And I think that's actually been his top score so far.
Oh, wow. But then again, Blundell, what's he done?
Oh, did he go all right in the second? No, he didn't have to bat for the second innings. Did he go all right in that first innings of the first test match? He didn't do much in this one, though.
No.
Now, Neil Wagner picking up that wicket. Are you going to do the Women's World Cup? I did want to do some of the games of the cricket, but they are ODIs, which means they're probably about 9 hours straight, which I know sounds weird because we're currently sitting 6 hours 20 into this one. But if it's like quarterfinals, semi-finals, it doesn't overlap with anything, and it's New Zealand in it, I would be keen to be able to follow along with them. Now they go another short ball from Neil Wagner.
Why? Are they trying to... This guy can play the short ball too, so then I suppose it worked last time. Oh, I don't know.
It's an interesting one. We've gone to this tactic many times, and it normally works well. When they don't get it right, it can cost them, like they probably gave away 50 easy runs from bowling short.
Yep. For 1 wicket.
And let's see what Verena could do. And there says Caris and Osatawa enters in first innings for South Africa. Lots of runs are made in contribution to the scorecard above 350. Exactly right. They've still got some good batsmen around that lineup, such as you could go Janssen. He is there. Also Maharaj. Sorry. He actually ended up getting himself about 30 in that first innings as well. Currently Bavuma warming up. The sun's out in Christchurch.
Yeah, well, the sun was out here for a bit, sort of.
A couple seconds.
Yeah.
It's always nice when the sun comes out, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It warms your heart.
Like a lizard.
Like a lizard drinking is what they say.
Is that a thing? Is it a lizard that ends up like, it's cold-blooded, so it's got to sit in the sun, or is that a snake or a reptilian of some sort? It's got to go in the sun to warm up the blood so that it can keep functioning.
Google.
Yeah. Also, have you had any sleep yet, mate, or are you still powering on? Well, still going. We are currently, geez.
If I wasn't here, you'd be asleep.
We are currently 26.
Yeah, flat out like a lizard drinking.
Flat out like a lizard drinking. There you go. Didn't know that one. But yeah, currently 27 hours into my spell.
Top effort. How many donations you got?
We got one from Xavier, $2.99 to show him the picture of me at the wedding.
That'll keep you up for a few more hours. Sorry. Bit sarcastic at times, sorry. Didn't mean it.
And also, who will win the World Cup? I think it's between Australia, New Zealand, and India for myself. I was saying, hey, bro, try to cover Women's Cricket World Cup. And also because in India, there's no live matches, says Brandya. Are they not showing them in India?
Jeepers, it's a bit rough, you know. That's what I always... If it's New Zealand sport, it should be on New Zealand TV for free. And it's like any sport in any other country. It should be free.
Nice shot from Bavuma.
If you want to promote the game, you got to show it in your own country, don't you? It's crazy. It's all about the dollars, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's a Powerade drinks break.
I thought they almost had a drink at that other one when the wicket went down.
Currently 14 degrees Celsius, humidity of 69% and wind of 13 kilometres.
It's quite high humidity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not, because we don't normally have high humidity in New Zealand. Did you want a drink, Hamish?
No, I'm all good. I'm flat out. Buzzing. So what do you think of that first hour?
Would have liked to see a couple more wickets, but we haven't bowled well enough to get them.
So, question time.
No, I'm always bad with...
That's all right.
Bad with these.
That's all right. I am too.
Yeah.
That's why I ask the questions around here.
No, okay.
Rather than answering them, because anytime I answer them, I'm a mile off.
I can see.
I would go with the question of being, who's getting the next wicket for the Black Caps?
Henry.
I'll go Southey. We'll go with the 2 owners, eh?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Winner gets an extra slice of pizza.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I should tell me that before I asked the question.
Did you not go on that, Henry?
Yes, I would have. But I'd say the coaches would have sent out a message to Latham to stop with the short shit and start bowling properly.
Yeah, and Tiger always said, your mum well said about New Zealand sports on TV. She's Tiger, definitely, because like we're known for our sport here. Like our literally, that's what we do.
Yeah.
We play sport, we watch sport.
Yep. But
then they're like, hey, to watch your sport, $400 a year.
Yeah.
They know how to get you, don't they?
They do. I mean, there was only ever one choice before. You know, if you had a TV, you got to watch all the matches on TV for free. And then they brought professional sport out and you had to start paying to watch TV. Well, they're getting paid, we aren't. So why can't we still watch free sport? You know, that's why the advertisers and all that, the sponsors and that, they pay for all this. So why can't we watch it for free?
Yeah.
We don't pay their wages. Let the sponsors pay their wages.
And also, it's
and
kind
the TV
of
rights.
Sorry.
I'll go on for months.
And I also it's kind of annoying that the Super Rugby is shown on Sky and cricket is shown on Spark. Means they've got to find a stream for the cricket.
Yep.
So there's no mum there. Yeah, so we've got a combined plan, don't we, for Spark and Sky?
Yeah.
But like,
well, it's through
you got to
Spark as such.
Yeah. You got to buy like twice. So I think like if you've got the TAB account of mum, you can watch yourself some cricket on there.
When they show it.
I think they're
showing it.
They might have it at the moment. One moment. And
they're actually ahead, so you'll be able to spoil things. But you won't.
No. No, mum wouldn't do that, would she?
No, wouldn't do that. Just text me.
Okay, live stream of this event is currently unavailable.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened in terms of, I think they got in trouble or something. I don't know if they got in trouble. I can watch Rafael Nadal have a bit of a smack around with a racket.
Can you?
Yep, also known as play tennis.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Apparently. I don't want to put money on him. I just want to see him smack a ball. He's playing Cameron Norrie. Who's Norrie doing very well because he hasn't got himself any points yet. And yeah, got no money in my TAB account. There's no mum there.
$1 in.
Although if they don't have the games on there, I guess it's...
They haven't got the game anyway, so don't waste your dollar just yet.
Wait till someone's paying like $500, then put it on them. Great life advice, eh?
Yeah.
From a 22-year-old.
Gamble responsibly, kids.
So you can watch Rafael Nadal smack his balls.
Mm-hmm.
And this channel's for the tennis. Right, wow. Jameson bowling. It's getting a little bit dark and dingy in the background.
Time for a beer.
How about a wicket in the next 2 overs? Beer o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, Wagner's smiling. Put that blood vessel back in the forehead. She'll be right. Right. Verena is he the walking wicket that people have described him as? Or,
well, if you're a Kiwi fan, you'll be hoping yes. But if you're a South African fan, you won't be.
He looks like a combination of two people. It's a nice ball shot. He looks like a combination of Bairstow, yep. And also, I think he's a combination of Bairstow and a UFC fighter, but you won't know the UFC fighter, so I got to think of like a rugby or a cricket analogy, kind of person. Look how concentrated de Gronholm was. He was marching in.
An Irish player. Because the Irish player are gingers, aren't they?
He's actually kind of a Bairstow and a Stokes.
Yeah.
A little bit. And his name is Verena. He is about to get caught. at Gully.
Okay.
Or he's going to lock it and not get caught at Gully. IPL 2021 destroyed. Jameson feels sorry for him. Learned from Mitchell Stark, says an agenda there. But yeah, it just hasn't been going well for Jameson in recent times, has it?
Ever since he got paid the big bucks, he's gone into, you'd think you'd have a bit more confidence of getting paid that much money, but he's just doubting his ability now, isn't he? He did have a good first couple of seasons, though. I mean, nobody knew how to play him, but that's what's wrong with replays in that. The coaches just find out what the bowler's weakness is and play to that, don't they? I mean, everyone's weaknesses are now broadcast all over the world, so.
Yeah.
Oh. What are you? You with us still?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to think of the date that the IPL 2022 starts. Do you know it? An agenda, do let me know.
Yeah,
they have announced it. I know it's in April, I want to say. But I'm not too sure what day. And Verena is now, it's new to Test cricket, actually average 51 and 54 first-class matches, and also not bad for a wicketkeeper batsman, says Jacques Smith there. And it is that big question of how players will transition from first class to professional.
Oh, it's always tough, isn't it?
All the pressure on you.
Yep.
Devon Conway, that man took to professional cricket like a
fish to water.
Fish to water. That's a nice one. If I wasn't 28 hours awake, I would have come up with something.
Yeah, getting a bit slower in your words, expressions.
I think that's because I'm trying to make sure that I also keep my filter. Because sometimes when I get to like deep into sleep, or not deep into sleep, but like deep into a day, I say random things.
Okay.
March 26th.
Really?
Geez, that's not too far away, is it? It's a month.
It's a month.
I'm hoping to do some of those guys, and I love them. How they pronounce such classy players, or produce such classy players, says Shazad there. And yes, the South African cricket. And hey, here in Canada, says Mark. So welcome into Livestream, mate. Do let me know, what time is it at the moment in Canada?
Glendenning. Where have we heard that last name before? Any relations to anyone?
Oh, I'm sure he's got some relations.
Yeah, but famous players?
So, you're thinking he's a famous cricketer's cousin or something?
Glendenning. I've heard that name before.
It's fun to say.
It is, isn't it?
Glendenning.
Yeah.
And also 11:24. So that will be PM, isn't it? I believe. So you guys are getting relatively late. We're not too bad for a little bit of late night cricket. Appreciate you being here. So we are going to be back for day 4 tomorrow and day 5 the next day after that. Neil Wagner once again outside of the off stump. Only 5 balls left for Wagner to try and get you a wicket.
Yeah.
And also basketball, says David Pattinson there. Oh. Basketball, we talking NBA or is that somewhere else?
No, I think it's Kiwi.
Is there a Kiwi Glendenning?
I don't know. I just the last name, as I've heard it before, but because it's not a common last name, is it? So.
Yeah, Wagner looks like he's pitching the ball up at the moment.
Well, should be.
Nice to see. And also, it is easy to meet like cricketers and be names in your country, because in India it is very, very talk to meet big stars like cricketers for heroes because of the population in our country. And we have 5 time zones: Hamish, Ontario, or Toronto, Ontario province, and Quebec province. It's 11:30 p.m. Says Dan De Castro there. Well, this is kind of awesome. We've got 2 Canadians. Well, 2 people living in Canada in the chat. I think that's probably the first time ever. Dan, meet Mark. Mark, meet Dan. Canada.
Jeez. But yeah, Canada, do they play? They don't play cricket.
No. Oh.
Or do they?
They might have a team.
Are they?
Not a not a hugely strong one.
So it'll be in the sort of second, third tier.
I believe so.
Okay.
Now Wagner once again steaming in. Outside of our stump, left alone by Verena. I think they're trying to test him to see how long he's willing to wait before trying to go for the cut shot. And only 2 to 3 test matches, and look at their cricket. I wish other team too could produce such player and accept Australia so test cricket can prosper. And there says Shazad. Yeah, currently, I mean, that's the thing. I love seeing young players make their way into the side and make an impact. Because, like, at the end of the day, the older players, they aren't going to play forever. Unfortunately, as much as they'd like to, we're learning that with Ross Taylor retiring for New Zealand. You know, it's only a matter of time, 4 or 5 years, we're not going to have a Southie in the lineup. Probably 4 or 5 years, you're probably not going to have a Bolt either.
But then are they going to carry on with Test cricket? Because, you know, if you talk to the public, they don't like Test cricket as much as they like the other formats. But Test cricket is where, you know, you get caught out if you can't bat. And if you can't bowl, you get smacked. So it's the ultimate of cricket, isn't it?
I would have thought so.
I mean,
it's a better ball. It's a nice drive.
ODIs and 2020s, you can just whack the shit out of it and get away with it.
Right, 112 for 4 now.
Oh, 183 lead.
We haven't seen a Southie. We haven't seen a Henry as of yet.
I think we have to now, don't we? We need to see someone different.
Because who they've got, they've still got Kyle Jamieson, don't they, at the other end?
Yeah, it's obviously warmed up because these guys haven't got vests or anything on anymore.
Also, Canada is a decent ASOC nation. We have many expats, most of the West, our East Indian, and Jimmy approaching 40s says an agenda. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, like I feel like he's a whole different level of what we've seen from anyone else. Like the fact that he has had injuries in the past, but still continues to not just play, but play well.
He only plays Test cricket, and they look after him. But I don't know if he'll be playing any more Test cricket, is he?
I think he's got a couple more series in him, probably till 2023.
But they didn't pick him for this series.
For the England one?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad were dropped for the next series.
Really?
Yeah.
In England?
Who do they play next?
Us?
No, they must be playing someone else.
They were playing West Indies, I think. Okay, that one.
They didn't get picked for that one.
I was going to say, surely you play them at Lords.
Well, I don't know. They'll be hoping they do.
Jofra Archer might be back by then as well.
There was a headline this morning, something about England get 2 of their quick bowlers back.
That's nice.
But I didn't see what it was.
This is the thing. We always end up like they can be away for like 9 months with an injury. It's always when they play us that the big boys return.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what series that's for, though. I just said 2 of their quicks are back, but I don't know when, and I don't know who. I'm assuming they mean Jofra Archer and who's the other one?
Mark Wood.
Was he the other one that was injured?
Although I don't think he was actually injured, was he?
No, there's someone else that didn't come.
Tom Curran? No.
Yeah, well, one of them.
Sam Curran?
Sam Curran.
Who else they got? Wokes?
Well, who didn't go to the Ashes?
I know there's a few. Straight away off the top of my head, I'm thinking of the likes of Curran, Archer. Overton was there.
Joff and Stone just training.
That's the other fellow.
Yeah. As I say, I just saw the headline. I didn't actually read what else.
And also Namibians look good. Played some good cricket in the T20 World Cup. They did. Another team that impressed me, Scotland, actually pushed the Black Caps in their game. It's good to see. But Matt Henry, he's throwing his body around like it's a rag doll at the moment, isn't he?
He is.
It's a bit of late movement there for Matt Henry. Can he get one? He's got to, because you said he would. And if the mother says that something's going to happen, it happens. It's life lessons. And almost make a World Cup ODI each time. Last one missed in the final qualifier by like 1 wicket.
Yeah, that's
or by 1 wicket.
That associate nation. Oh.
Cheeky boy. That one swung and seamed and did all sorts.
That was too good for him.
And also any news regarding Jofra Archer in the IPL? From the last thing that I heard about it, he's signed for a team, but he's not going to play this season. And instead, he just gets a paycheck because they've locked him in for a 2-year deal. Now, that could be wrong information, but that's actually, I don't know, if that's the case, it's a good deal for him.
Fine, yeah. Sit on your ass and get nothing. I mean, sit on your ass, not have to play and get a whole heap of money. Wow. Wish my job was like that.
I mean, I sit on my ass.
But you don't do nothing.
Kind of seems like I do nothing. Like to an outside point of view. It's like, what, he just sits in front of his computer.
And talks.
Yeah.
Wow. You
always get like not the relatives, but like people who are like, oh, I might start a YouTube channel and do it as well. Like, even though they're like 60. I mean, maybe they could.
It is hard to sit here and talk nonstop. Well, when someone else isn't sitting beside you.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen to this. This is like 16, or in fact, it's more than 16. I'm about 18 hours into live streaming in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I didn't get a beer.
What a mad lad. And I'll say we'll win this match. What is your prediction? I'd say South Africa are still in the box seat. Unless New Zealand get a couple quick wickets. At the end of the day, if they get them 7 down by the end of today, or at least 6 down, I'd say that New Zealand still win with a shot. But currently it does seem like South Africa will have a very good opportunity to win it. And yes, you're right on Archer being signed but injured, says Jack Smith. So, yeah, easy money.
It is, isn't it?
Just say cheers for me paycheck. And we're all good to go. How much was he paid in the IPO out of curiosity? Uppish, taken. That's the wicket of Bavuma, and Neil Wagner gets him. Now, I said that Neil Wagner would get 2. He might get more.
Did you say 1 or 2 overs? Or is this the third?
You want a beer, don't you? Do you want to go get yourself a celebratory beverage? All right, and Neil Wagner getting that wicket of Bavuma. That is a big one for them to get. Oh, careful. Neil Wagner does get it in the end. 23 runs for Bavuma. That is going to be off 51 deliveries. Like they said, it's game on now at Hackley. My answer's almost changing depending on whether or not we see another 1 or 2. And Wagner is a different animal. Never gets tired, says Abdullah. Yeah, the man just runs on carbon fuel and he just eats it for breakfast. The way he keeps on going, Black Cat's certainly back at the game due to Neil Wagner brilliant bowling. Says Coding. And now because of it, Mulder will be making his way to the crease. But let's not forget, these guys can bat in the South African lower order. They have got talent. Hello. Oh, you got a can today. You're a bit fancy.
Someone left cans here at Christmas.
Careful with that one. I'll move that cable for you. So you don't end up crashing into it. There we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
Probably wasn't a good idea to punch that can.
Probably not.
Don't open it too quickly. It might go psh.
It's nice and cold though, so it shouldn't do too much.
Yeah, that crisp crack of a can.
Go on, you eggs. Yes.
Looks like you're drinking like a random circle.
Okay, looks good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wagner getting another one for himself, yeah.
First of many.
Second of many.
I mean, first in this session of many. Give me a couple more minutes, I'll go.
Demba Bavuma was a key player, exactly right. He was one of the guys that if they had him out there right up till the last minute of the day, he would have been there and he would have continued to just tick over the runs and wait. Whereas Keegan Peterson, he played some good cricket against India. Surprised he is not in the squad, says Shazad. The only reason he is not in the squad is due to a positive case or a positive test for himself. So because of that, he wasn't able to play in this match or the one before him. But yeah, he would have been brilliant to have in New Zealand conditions. Real game changer as well. It could have been a whole different result in that first match. or maybe not a whole different result, but definitely probably a lot more runs on the board for South Africa having them there. But Mumbai Indians will archer for 8 crore in there.
How much is that?
I always struggle with the exchange. Not too sure. Off the edge there. Ends up bouncing to second slip. Currently Mulder, like I mentioned a little bit ago, these guys can still bat.
Yeah, they can.
And making their way to the middle.
And as you need to in test matches, you need to bat to about number 10, don't you?
And also Zero Sugar is an invisible can. Yeah, there you go. And whom are you supporting, says Indian vlogger. And now I'm from New Zealand. You're from New Zealand, but I just love test match cricket. So if South Africa win it, like all you got to do is just give them credit. Like they have played a good test match so far.
They have, yep.
New Zealand trying to fight back in it, but we're going to have to wait and see how it does end up going at the end. But at the end of the day, no matter the result, as long as we get a few days of test match cricket, I've got a big smile on my face, no matter what. My mum might consider kicking me out of home now. So our pitch behave right now, it seems like it's still pretty much as if it's a day one pitch. It's not really variable bouncing.
No.
Seems like there's not too many cracks either. That might be due to the fact that we haven't had a huge amount of sun on it over the last little while. Short ball from Wagner, nicely bowled. And also, Bavuma wicket is like finding gold. A yes game on. It's around my evaluation at T at 205 or 200 for 5 is equal. And also, yes, high level test all around, says Dan De Castro there. Currently, I believe we've got another 18 minutes left of regular time, and then we're going to have a little bit of extra time in OK. And there's Shazad. So, yeah, it is a big shame that he is missing from the side because, Peterson, he was very good up against India.
Okay.
Sadly, not there for this one, though. Oh, now Wagner, sorry, I should say, makes his way back to his mark. Gets the cap, gets the glasses, and now gets ready to watch a Henry over. Has been extremely economical, I should say, there. And also we have got there 8 crore equals 5.8 million US dollars.
Holy moly.
For him to sit there and do nothing.
We're in the wrong game.
We are. Sign my mum up to the IPL, ladies and gentlemen.
As a commentator, I might get 5.8 million. No.
And also we have got there the New Zealand bowl, very good. And there says UPSC, and also what a good innings by Colin de Grandhomme. If New Zealand wins, he'll be the player of the match, says the Indian vlogger. Although he did have that drop catch, but luckily it hasn't cost them too badly.
No, it hasn't. But
yeah, second innings is going to be a good one. And also we have got there Hamish, how are you, mate? And another one, New Zealand cricket commentator as the special guest. Says trucking down under there.
They're quite sweet, aren't they?
They are.
You get a big head swell. I won't be able to get through the door. Don't know if they're serious or just taking the piss.
Nah, trucking down under. He's a good bloke. I feel like I don't normally call people blokes, do I? But he seems like a good bloke.
Oh, okay.
If I knew what a good bloke was, it would probably be him.
Okay. No, all good.
And also, if you commentate or commentary the IPL, and it says UPSC, great shot there from Verena, racing away to the boundary, and now he brings up double figures for himself. Also, how much do you think New Zealand can restrict South Africa up to from here? I'd say 275 lead, I think would be a good one. And on the cans, you good thing.
I had to. Wagner got a wicket. Had to celebrate it. And someone left them here at Christmas and said, Merry Christmas. I said, thanks very much.
Play that one late. Yeah, for Verena. And also, by the way, you are very handsome, says Indian vlogger there. Thank you very much. I assume that's to me. Would you call a woman handsome, or does that not work?
No, that's you he's talking about.
Thank you.
Watch him go red.
No, surely not.
Give him another compliment.
No. Wow.
I'll go red in a minute after I drink this.
It's going to be 118 for 5. after 41 overs.
Mm.
Right. Getting closer. And also, whether 250 is needed for South Africa, says UPSC. Yep. My original lead that I thought they'd get to was 250. Anything less, New Zealand have got the advantage big time going into that final innings. Anything more, it slowly keeps on swaying in favour of South Africa. And I'd almost say every extra 20 runs added that, it's probably an extra 10% chance of them winning. So 250, you're looking at 50-50.
Yep.
270, you're looking at 60-40 in favour of South Africa. 70-30 if they get up to 290, 300 plus, probably almost at 100% anyway. So my maths is slightly wrong.
No.
What can you do?
It was getting better.
It was. Wagner.
No.
Yeah, playing that one nice and late there for Mulder. I'm actually kind of impressed with my brain.
Well, you've been up for 24 hours plus. So for it to still be working and for you to be still coherent is impressive.
I have been slurring a couple of my words.
Yeah, and looking like glazed over every now and again. And
like a donut.
You're there.
Yeah. Other than that, not too bad. And Donna, you've likely been busy. So waiting for your reaction to Lovebirds, a little Kiwi gem of a film.
Yeah, haven't got there yet with that one, but
we're up to what episode? About 5 of Afterlife in season 1.
Yeah.
She's not sure about it yet.
Not sure about it. He's so sarcastic. I'm surprised it was allowed on the screens, but yeah. Nah. Can only improve.
We'll eat pizza while watching another episode.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yay. Yeah, I fall asleep.
He'll fall asleep anyway.
Wagner, which is it up, decides to leave it alone from Mulder there. Only 13 minutes left, and then some extra time to make up a few overs. This last session is flown by. I don't know whether it is the fact that it's the last session of the day, and we've also had a couple wickets. That normally helps out a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, but it has flown by. The first hour was pretty slow.
Wagner short. All the way nicely. Now off the mark, Mulder gets himself one's thoughts on AJ Patel not playing Test in New Zealand. I don't think it was the right idea.
No, crazy.
Or the right plan. Yeah. Because to select Rachin Ravindra, who, I guess they selected for his batting as well, and for him to not perform with the bat, just said more that it should have been Patel, just to see how he goes in New Zealand conditions.
Yeah, why wouldn't you give him... I mean, he could have quite easily been in for Jamieson, because what's he done?
He's tall.
He's tall, but he hasn't done anything with it.
But when they're like, oh no, there's something up there, we can't reach it, Jamieson gets it.
We can still get that as 12th man.
That's true. Someone should have thought of that. Still taken with the squad as the tall man. Just don't let him play. Nice shot. Almost a yes-no. Still going back, and that is going to be the end of the 42nd over now, and it is going to be 119 for 5. And I suggest that pitches which support bowlers can turn test pitches or test matches into T20, like New Zealand for fast bowling. Says that Shazad there. And also we've got the Hamid in the chat, New Zealand for fast bowlers and Bangladesh for spinners, says Shazad. And I guess it's trying to find that perfect mixture, isn't it? Of a pitch that benefits spinners, pitch that benefits the quicks, and then also a little bit of benefit for the batsman as well, so that you do get a nice even test match. And New Zealand is more likely to win the match. Seeing the current situation, says Indian vlogger, and as long as they get Verena out here, and then maybe even one more before the end of the night, that's going to be helping them out big time towards being able to get themselves their win. Currently still 2 days left, though. 180 more overs in the last 2 days, plus probably around 10 or 15 here.
Would there be that many today? 10?
Probably not. I don't think they'll squeeze in 10. They might get in 7 or 8. I say, but now Henry going to be charging in. I believe if they get a wicket late, it actually means that that's the end of the day, isn't it?
Is it?
I think if it's after the
After
6
the 6
o'clock. Yep.
Oh, okay.
And so anything can happen here in this test match, in this situation, says Shazad. Yeah, everyone's still got a chance of winning it, which is why day 4 tomorrow, day 5 the next day, I'll be a good one. In fact, I don't even know if we'll get to day 5 at this rate.
Maybe not.
All depends on how long South Africa bat tomorrow morning, I think. If they bat out that first session, we're going to day 5. If they don't bat out that first session, though, maybe New Zealand can get close. Getting around 3 and over. You're looking at 270 if it's a whole day of batting. And I don't think they'll be mucking around New Zealand.
Oh, geez, he's bowling well, isn't he?
It's all on the stumps, all on the pads.
Yeah, he's making them play.
And also, we have got, by the way, who is your favourite cricketer? Says Indian vlogger. For myself, I would say I always go Kane Williamson. Just for not just the batting, but also the captaincy side of it. Like keeping cool, calm, and collected no matter the situation. And just kind of just being a classic old Kiwi, isn't he? Just chilled out. Doesn't really show much emotion, but he shows enough that lets you know he does still care about what's going on.
Well, he's a good sport, isn't he? You know, there's none of this sledging or anything. He doesn't need to. Even though Wags gives it a go, but not many of the cricketers, New Zealand cricketers, slag off anyone, do they?
Okay, Wagner might have a sore shoulder.
Yeah, they were doing that at drinks.
That's not good.
No.
And also, Moore's been in today. He was a little bit earlier on.
Isn't it funny how they all know one another?
Some know them for good, some know them for bad. So,
okay. Is it because of that? What is it? Other channel thing? Everyone chats on it?
Sometimes people know each other from other channels.
No, but what's that?
Oh, Discord.
Discord, yeah.
I think a few people are on Discord.
No, okay.
Short ball from Henry. We pulled around. Young Jason. It's going to be 2 more runs now. That will be the end of the Matt Henry over. A little bit more expensive than his other ones.
He's still only going for 2 and over, though.
Exactly right. Would you do that? Mountain biking up the top of a mountain?
No. That I'd do.
4-wheelers?
Yep.
On the side of a cliff?
Oh, not so much side of the cliff, but...
I think I'd get trigger happy. Like, I'd be like... You know, you can't afford to do that on a bike.
No, you could be the passenger then.
Yeah. But then I'm trusting someone else.
Would you trust me?
I would trust you. I wouldn't trust George.
No, nobody trusts George.
And also, please tell the time. It says, Alima, at this stage, we are sitting at 5:54 p.m. New Zealand time. So we've got 6 more minutes left and then a little bit extra. And I believe that is going to be about half an hour or so. Nice shot. Into the ground. It was into the ground to Will Young there.
I thought there was no reaction there apart from me.
And also, we're in New Zealand around 120 for 5. So I says AFL, I believe they were 91 for 5, in fact. So they have fought back extremely well to get themselves up to 293. And tests like this one is why we love and watch and love tests. Knowing who's winning is still subject to analysis. Nothing is obvious, says Dan De Castro there. And true, Kane Williamson is not only a good captain, but also the coolest captain. This is the reason behind New Zealand being a successful and disciplined cricket team throughout, says Indian vlogger there. So who's your favourite player? Do let me know. And also, yes, 91 for 5, and then 6 wicket stand, save the match. And also 300 to win would be ideal. That would be the making of a great game even now.
Yes.
Says Carlos. And also, you know how to speak Urdu. Urdu? I do not, sadly. I have been looking at a few other languages that I would like to learn at some stage. Just because the thing is, I've learned a little trick, right?
Yep.
And this is actually for anyone who doesn't like reading long, like paragraphs. This is the trick for you. You just go onto Google Translate and copy and paste it in on a computer. And you click the button down the bottom with the little sound symbol. She'll read you the whole paragraph. I've done it with emails. I've done it with like all sorts long messages. Like, it's just great. She just tells me all the stats to do with rugby matches. She was like, Wales have not won at Twickenham for a very long time.
What? And you don't have to read any of it?
Nah, just listen.
Don't tell people that.
No, but like I can see it as well
Yeah,
while it's going through. Like I still got to listen to the stats. It's just easier sometimes. And Jack Cullis says Jack Smith, Dan Uru, first language in Pakistan, says Dan De Castro there.
Okay.
I see.
Dan's becoming a Robert.
He is. He's becoming the stat man.
Yeah.
You're sitting in the
Robert?
Stadium.
Does
Robert
not like cricket.
He likes cricket a little bit. He prefers NRL
Okay.
for that one. And you're sitting in the stadium. It is actually a green screen, which is quite cool. So pretty much I can put whatever image on the screen behind me that I want, which is quite fun because we've got a whole heap of random ones, such as this is my friend Isaac.
Hey, Isaac.
Hey, Isaac. Yeah, I can just put anything up there. Pretty much in colours, Pat and Jonty Field, our fave Saffers, says it was there from Dan De Castro. And also we have got there being in India, my favourite cricketer is Emi Stoney. Very good one. And after his retirement, Kane Williamson became my favourite. His Indian vlog. And yeah, I know you have to change the background. Says Alamere there.
Why is that a bit scary there?
It is quite bright, isn't it? There we go. We'll go back to Hagley.
Okay.
Couple quiet overs in a row here, isn't there?
Yeah, because we could be sitting at the stadium with that behind us. That would be
trippy, wouldn't it?
It would be.
And we just put it down and it's actually the stadium.
Yeah, guess what? We're there.
Wagner disappointed not to get another wicket, but that just shows the competitive nature of that man. He's still talking to himself. He's angry. I believe Tim Southey won't be too far away from coming back. Or a late spell.
I think Wags needs a spell.
And also, you're doing a live stream from computer? I am indeed. So yeah, I did decide. Originally, I was doing it from my laptop, but then it just wasn't really running too smoothly. So I did have to invest in a computer that I can kind of do it all from and do all the editing on there as well. Watching the game on the other screen that I have got. It's a good setup.
That is.
It's messy. I need to tidy it. But
yes, he does.
After I tidy it, it'll be nice.
You better not show it.
No. Bowled by Matt Henry. And also missing Mrs. New Zealand team in the Under 19 World Cup, by the way. Have you guys watched DeWald Bravis bat? DeWald Bravis. I'm going to quickly look him up because I feel like I've probably seen his face, but probably can't put a face to the name at the moment. DeWald Bravis. Young South African fellow. Maybe.
Who were they talking about with AB lookalike?
He might actually. No, not quite.
No.
He looks like someone though, doesn't he? I think I've seen him in the past. Is he signed for one of the IPL teams?
I'm sure that's not the one they were talking about this morning.
I'm sure I'm famously known now as Baby AB artist.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
We were talking about him earlier on the live stream.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm from Pakistan. And there says Alamir. So what time is it in Pakistan at the moment, mate? Do let me know, because we are quite keen to do some of the matches between Pakistan and Australia, possibly for test match cricket, and missed New Zealand under 19 years, Mumbai Indians. And there, so yeah, that'll be a pretty awesome signing to have.
Oh,
he's hit that one into his pad.
Inside edge.
So it's going to be not out. And yes, Brevis is the lookalike of AB. And there says Jack Smith. And also players like Keshav Maharaj and Rabada and Marco Janssen, can contribute to their teams. Says in the vlogger, just the inside edge there. And you guys, I can place the wickets picture at the back, changing from time to time with each wicket falling. Says Shazad there. I guess that is a possibility. Although I know that. Oh, A little bit of pop there. I do have the wickets going across the bottom, but we've thought about other ways of doing it. Like I can put a little emoji up in the top corner, but currently we've only got those ones that are there for the channel members at this point. And also signed for RCB. And this is Jack Smith. And also I think New Zealand are just slightly ahead now because a wicket before stumps could also get the night watchman reach stumps now. Still 5 down slightly. Each South Africa starting fresh tomorrow morning. And also why robot favourite cricket. And there says Alamar. Why robot favourite cricket? It's a good question.
Probably deserves a good answer.
Do you have one?
You've stumped us on that one.
You have.
Okay, read Dan's comment.
Where's Dan's? I think I got through that one. No, yeah, about the night watchman if they do end up getting them out.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm zoning out.
Currently,
not too many there.
After 6 o'clock. I think a lot of people have gone home. And I just wrote 2 more wicket need at the end of day 3, please here. Although, sorry, your favourite cricket team. Okay. That makes more sense. And I would say favourite cricket team. I mean, I probably should say the Black Caps.
But
because
you're going to say.
Who am I going to say?
Aussie.
No.
Isn't it?
I was going to probably pick a team in the BBL.
Oh, okay.
Out of the IPL, I probably don't know the teams too well. I like, is it the Molten Sultans in the PSL? They have quite a few good players such as Tim David, Muhammad Rizwan, those kind of guys. So I go with them in the PSL if we are talking about that one. And it's 10 a.m. exactly, says Shazad there. And also Hamish broke 2 more wicket needed at the end of day 3 need here. If they can do so, they will be in a good position to be able to, like, that's the thing I said at the end of today, if New Zealand had 6 wickets, they'd be in a good position. If they had 7, even better. But the lead, I didn't expect it to be as high as it is at the moment. That's a good drive, well fielded by Will Young. It's the bowlers, lads. It's the bowlers.
Yep.
Comment from Neil Wagner, as there's a wicket keeper on strike.
Yep.
Who doesn't bowl.
Well, he probably does in the nets. What else is he going to do?
From Pakistan in there, says Alamir there. And of course, that final actually tonight between the Molten Sultans and Bahore, I think it is, isn't it? Maybe. Also, and then early morning New Zealand cleanup. South Africa tail enders inside 1 hours of play, day 4, and chase the target, the New Zealand 250. And if a wicket now, not a big difference, I guess. And also we have got there, do they stay normal with number 8 or send out number 11? I don't know. Hope we find out. It's intriguing.
It is, isn't it?
And please do today final match of PSL live between Molten and Love as well. Says Alamil, I wish that I could have, but we have actually got, sadly, we've got the 6 Nations that we're going to be doing at 4 a.m. just because we have been doing every game of that. And also, my voice might be a bit rough, but I'm looking forward to doing hopefully more of the IPL in the future. That will be another competition that I want to get.
Isn't that when you got a strike?
No, that was for the Cricket World Cup.
Oh, okay.
The IPL, we will be hopefully being able to do a few of those games in the middle of the night. But yeah, it is just finding the right time schedule, I guess you could say. It's going to be hit downfield. Taken nicely by Henry. Not able to quite squeeze it through for Verena. Oh, phone. I get a lot of vibration.
Oh,
like
that's all I
phone,
hear during the night. Every time I wake up. Hamish is getting a notification. And that's on silent.
Yeah.
Oh.
I need to put something underneath it, like just a piece of fabric or like a sock or something.
Yeah.
Because then it will go slightly less and more.
I'd be happier.
At the end of the over. Once again now, 125 for 5 now for South Africa. Mulder sitting there 4 off 19. Verena, a little bit of a slow build up for him, but they did need the rebuilding process. That is 13. of 40 now. Tim Southey back in the bowling attack. It's been going all right for himself. Henry at the other end. Can New Zealand get that breakthrough wicket? I'm not too sure how many overs they've got left for today. They seem to have a few. That's that moment of thinking no one sees you. And
but
then you're
all
on
of
the
New
big
Zealand
screen.
did.
Yes. Nice
Everyone saw you on the big screen.
Chug, 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 chug. Whoosh. She got it down. No, that's when you got to smack the can against your head and throw it at the ground. Yeah.
There's Steve Austin.
Mm.
Cool.
Kelly Mulder on strike. He's been going very well at the moment. He didn't give up his wicket quickly, which is exactly what they needed from him. He's solid in defence by the looks of it. And also we've got the Hamish to Larkham. Can give some overs to slow bowlers like the Grono and Mitchell, or do Latham, can give some overs to slow bowlers like the Grono and Mitchell to change up the pace of the game. So from Maharaj and the New Zealand innings. I mean, we have been recommending it for a little while for Latham, but he doesn't seem to be hearing us, sadly.
No, we haven't got that direct link to his microphone. Otherwise, he would have done as we asked.
Of course, yes.
About half an hour ago.
It also, Hamish, what time does it finish today? It is going to be a 6:30 p.m. finish at the latest. Or maybe 6:33 p.m. finish, I'll say at the latest.
Well, it could be earlier.
Yeah.
We just don't know.
I'm trying to work out how many overs we had. I think New Zealand were at about 48 themselves here.
You know? And how many did they go out for?
Not sure. About 80. No, yeah.
Oh,
so I'd say we've probably still only got maybe 5 overs left, somewhere around there. And batsmen are being so careful now. Your call of 200 stumps, maybe a bang on any wicket. Now, as a soccer goal or maybe a hockey goal in there, says Dan De Castro. Nice shot. Down the ground went a kabang. Have some of that. So they were the highlights from the first innings. And as I say, about an hour. So about an hour, it's 3:07 p.m. where I live. Okay, so for yourself, it will be 3:30 p.m. at the latest.
Yeah.
So only another 23 minutes.
Yep.
At the moment, Janssen and Maharaj having a 62-run partnership in that first innings. It was very useful for them.
It was, wasn't it?
Henry short ball. All the way to the leg side, and Neil Wagner fields it and throws it with the sore shoulder. That will be the end of the over now, and it is going to be 128 for 5. And no Neil, 20 minutes as well, says Dan De Castro. But the lead of 199 now. Third session, and there says Vishal. One moment. Got this sorted. Dan's probably going to beat me to it.
Yeah, he has.
Has he already done it?
Yeah.
5 of Maharaj gets 3.
Or is that not the...
I don't
no.
think so. So it's me,
No.
Kidney, Run, Bun, Guy, he's please co.
Everyone's gone to sleep by now, Hamish.
I'm going to help this man out. But okay, it's how many runs did I get plus someone tell me in there. So at this stage, New Zealand were able to get 293. And at this point in time in the third session, we have seen approximately, I'd say about maybe 45, 50. Also, have a good night time to earn the dollars. Says trucking down and under. I do enjoy that trucking, mate. And drive safe as well. And thanks, says Alamir. And also, what is the time in New Zealand? We are currently sitting 6:10 p.m. in New Zealand. So it's a decent time of the hour. And when you will in the stream at 7 hours, you don't, says Alamir. That one, wait, when you will in the stream at 7 hours, you don't. Thanks, says Ellie Mer. Currently, yeah, we've been going for 7 hours, 15 minutes on this live stream. Morning from snowy Transylvania, says Sebastian. I miss snow.
We don't get it that often, though, do we?
No. It's one of those ones that if you get it all the time, you probably hate it. But if you don't get it all the time, you want it.
Yep.
It's like just life, really. Isn't it? Like, people always like, if you got blonde hair, you want brown hair. You got brown hair, you want blonde hair. You got blue eyes, you want green eyes. You got green eyes, you want blue eyes.
If you got straight hair, you want curly hair. If you got curly hair, you want straight hair.
Just like life. I was like, having a third session, and then says Michelle. So yeah, third session, we have seen a total of around 50 to 60 runs, I believe, so far, and a couple extra ones. And please give the live, says Indian Computer there. Unfortunately, due to licensing, they will take us straight off YouTube if we show any match footage or audio. But the Black Caps YouTube channel can see the highlights of this game, so I highly recommend checking that out straight after the end of play, as we've only got another 19 minutes left maximum. And today, you must know, because right, as you said, and there says Dan DeCastro, and also love you, says Michelle there, appreciate you, mate. We're currently leading by 199 currently here. In fact, they probably scored more than 50. It's probably about 70. I don't think that South Africa will be able to cross the 200, says Indian Vlogger. So that would be another 72 runs. Okay. Oh, so that would give them about 271 as the lead. That's a good total. It's kind of a middle of the middle. If you want to be a bald head, or if you want a bald head, you want a bald head. And there says Neil.
Oh,
well bowled by Southie once again. And in Canada, we've had enough already. Sick of it, says Dan DeCastro. You could ship it over in a box, perhaps.
Won't last.
It might be water by the time it gets here.
It might be a bit wet.
But, you know, we'll refreeze it.
Yeah.
And then it's ice.
Fair enough.
Currently 48 overs down, 128 for 5 now. They must not have too many overs left. Okay, it's Colin de Grono getting a bowl, and someone in the crowd really likes that idea because he went, yeah. And I was sitting beside you. It is my mother that we have got with me on New Zealand Cricket Channel, the highlights, and they're some of the busiest bees on YouTube because they're quick with the editing in there. Okay, Vishal, I'm not sure how to translate that one, unfortunately, although Dan's normally pretty quick with Google Translate, so he's probably already onto it. As Dan, also, you're a good commentator. And there says 5. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate you being here. Oh, that's fun.
The English
language.
Now,
Colin de Gronholm. Gonna be ready to go.
It's
also autocorrect. Autocorrect can be a real pain on phones.
Yeah.
It just puts in the randomest words.
Mm-hmm.
What was I looking at? I was seeing how many overs we've had today. I'm going to see what it was sitting at the very start of the day. One moment. Got to scroll through. Yeah. Got to scroll through. Yeah. There it is. And also, he's saying I'm Indian and I love A.B. de Villiers in Hindi. Okay. He's coding. Very good player.
Very good. Who doesn't like him, though? True gentleman of cricket.
Excited. Right, innings break. Where are we? Drinks. Okay, that's not what we want. We want to go back more. Drinks again. Day 3 start. Okay, so we started at 46 overs.
And batted 4.
And then from there, they batted till 80. So that is 34 overs. And currently plus 48. You're looking at 82.
Plus changing innings. 2. 84. No, we're not going to get all the overs in. We'll finish at 6:30. Oh, he's got a high.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to go to 90, aren't you? I was confused for a second. That's I'm out of here. I got to go shovel snow, says Mark. Yeah, hopefully you do end up getting that one. That's the thing. You shovel snow, then it just comes back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's an annoyance. It's like it's like draining a pond in a rainforest. It's coming back, but you need to drain it to be able to do day-to-day activities.
You need to keep doing it, otherwise you won't be able to get out.
Also, I don't know exotic languages in there, says Dan De Castro. And also, New Zealand have a chance of winning a series of South Africa, only get a 271 lead. And also some early morning, honestly, I'm very impartial when it comes to the AB, or it comes to AB. And also, that's it, I'm out. And also, I don't like him, says Neil Wagner for AB de Villiers. And that one, we are going to put the phone back on charge. It's currently 6:15 here in New Zealand. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. Yep.
How'd you learn that?
Because I just looked up there.
Good. Ooh, Colin de Gronholm. All right, Dan. Also, please make me your moderator. Javier in there says Alama. But at this stage, we normally have a number of moderators that we go to depending on how many people we have got around. So currently, we've got a good number for the amount that we've got. But anytime that we do look to increase, it's normally you guys are there for every live stream that then get the first dibs, I guess you could say. And your weird overrates were good. But now it's behind somehow. No Kiwis with no spin. And also the score says Mahindra at the moment. One moment, we'll make sure that this is updating itself. 125. Now they're up to 130 off 49 overs. And what do you do during session breaks, Hamish, when you're live streaming, says Neil Wagner? Pretty much I'll go have a drink, maybe get something to eat, depending on whether it's the lunchtime, tea time, and whatnot. And then after that, I do normally just chat to someone for a bit of time, waiting. Like, that's the thing. You think after a live stream I should be quiet, but I just end up talking more, don't I?
You do, and then you just edit stuff if you need to.
Yeah. Oh, I just bit my tongue.
Oh,
that was unfortunate.
It is. That hurts.
And do you watch IPL? Who's your favourite team in the IPL? I haven't watched the IPL recently, but I do enjoy seeing teams that we've got either Kiwis or Australians in, just because it is always nice to see them making their way through on the IPL. Definitely if they're playing well. Currently now Southie once again running in. Nice shot off the back foot. I see taken by Will Young, though. So we're going to be about 3 overs short, maybe 2 overs short. So I haven't got Spark Sports, so I watch this. There's Firefox there. I do appreciate you, mate. And that's the thing. It does suck that they don't have it as free to air on New Zealand TV for the Black Caps. Like it should be.
It's our national team. It's our almost number one sport.
Is that once again about AB de Villiers coding? Do let me know.
It looks about the same.
Does. Oh, it might be.
Might be.
On the earlier message one, mate. We'll go back up. So it's that. No, it's different.
It's the same as
that one.
Didn't you translate that one?
No. Coding seems to be able to read it pretty well.
Okay.
I wonder if it's about AB de Villiers, or maybe I think this one could be about Kane Williamson.
Okay. It's
my prediction.
Fair enough.
People love Kane Williamson.
They do, don't they?
Yes.
Because he's a good sport as well. So.
Oh. Yorker bowl there from Southie. Almost snuck it under the bat of Mulder, but currently defending very nicely for himself.
They are, aren't they?
Really, the lead has actually increased to over 200 runs now, 201.
Just snuck up there, didn't it?
Oh, well. Hopes are still high, aren't they?
It's another day tomorrow.
And also, can you translate to English? Please, says Neil Wagner. I haven't actually got my YouTube open that I can translate it on.
Someone will.
I think, yeah. Coding, if he is still here, he was able to translate the last one. That's going to be nicely pulled away. Taken by Kyle Jamieson, have fine leg. And also, why is Kane not playing the current matches? And then Kane Williamson is a god. And there's Sebastian. But he has got an elbow injury at this current point in time. So sadly, he is unable to take part in these ones. He might be back for the Netherlands tour, but there's a chance that he might be missing that one as well.
Oh, he'll be fit for the IPL.
Which means he'll be missing from the England games, won't it?
Because they're in June, aren't they?
And also, I'm a nervous wreck batting now. New Zealand got enough wickets to stay competitive. But South Africa feel they are in a good position as long as they don't lose a wicket before stumps, says Dan De Castro there. I have got Vishal once again there with a few more of the winky face kissy emojis.
Okay.
50 overs down here for South Africa.
Yep.
It's getting slightly darker there.
It is
at Hagley.
Well, it is 6:20, and it's been a sort of overcast day. Sun came out for a bit, but we're still getting into autumn, aren't we? It's
weird weather.
It is.
And as I said, for Kane says Firefox, I wish he was match fit for, like, he would have loved to play in this matchup and just get him some game time before the IPL.
Geez, that would have been interesting. Who wouldn't have been playing?
I think they would have ditched Mitchell.
You reckon?
Yeah. Or de Gronholm.
Yeah.
De Gronholm or Mitchell, I think it would be. As for Michelle, are you spamming? And this is Neil Wagner and also Hamish, bro. How many overs remaining today's play? We got, I think it's two or three. So we're probably actually going to get through all of them by the looks of it.
Possibly.
With Colin de Gronholm bowling from one end. Now Verena. Oh, that was a quick ball from de Gronholm. He actually put the body through that one. That might have been 125. Someone liked it. One very loud clapper. They're going to tell us how quick that one was for de Gronholm. They are not going to keep it a secret. And don't you think Faf du Plessis could have played some more matches instead of taking retirement? I think in current circumstances, he decided it would be the best option just with the baby on the way. But after the baby is born, and if things do settle down a little bit, I actually feel he might make a kind of resurgence out of retirement.
Is he expecting a baby too?
Yeah. So rather than going on the big long tours, although he's still signed for the IPL, isn't he?
Yeah, and so is the other fella, the cop.
I'll just toss a coin, I'll just toss a coin and decide if Vishal prize. I think he's being friendly enough. It's just I don't know what it says.
Nobody knows what it says.
I think I can actually one moment before you kick him out of the world, Sebastian. I'll go like this. I'll move this over here, and we'll go like that and like that. I'm going to be able to translate this. This one.
9,778 subscribers. You've gone up for a few.
Yes.
Wow. You only need 250 and you're over less than 250.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 10,000 subscribers. What were you doing for that?
Michelle's been hidden by Sebastian.
I take it was the wrong the toss.
Here's for the timeout. Search Google for this. It will tell us what it stands for. Be nicely done once again there. I go Google Translate. You go to detect language, and then we smack it in there. And he said, "Oh, I love watching your video. Love you, bro."
Oh, Sebastian.
And it's by Michelle. I got it here last week. He will be back though very soon. I do see.
What does he get? A timeout?
Yeah, for 5 minutes.
Okay. Sebastian.
I feel bad. And also,
I should have put it in English though.
Do you watch IPL, Indian Premier League? I do watch a little bit of it. I didn't get to watch as much of it as I would have liked to for the last season.
It's different.
Yeah, we got 2 Vishals.
Yeah. At
this stage. And also, my name is Vishal. Also, I just type in English, not at Hindi. Yeah, so it is Vishal. And then also Vishal.
Did you see that? Unlucky mate, it was heads for timeout as opposed to tails, which was also timeout. Yeah, no shame.
It also it's amazing how different 200-ish. It's from 300 plus. Everyone, they score matters. And also winning, one moment, we all go, what a win by New Zealand in the first test match, beating South Africa by an innings and 276 runs. Says Indian vlogger. Yeah, it was a pretty awesome performance from them in the end. Now, Tim Southey, I believe this will be our second last or third last over of the day. And by the looks of it for him, currently 2 wickets down, 26 runs he's gone for.
See that heads by Michelle got in the last week.
We got a bunch of savages, don't we? Sorry, Irish, I thought he was very hungover. Sebastian, it's all good. I'm sure he will still be around, hopefully, for the next. I feel like that was the nicest thing it could have translated to, wasn't it?
I know, but you didn't know.
Yeah. Apparently now. Oh, yeah, wedding. You would have been drinking heavily because free booze.
Yep.
Free booze is the best thing out there, isn't it?
Free booze, free feed.
And I forgot to research yes, I forgot to research whether that a record margin, says Dan DeCastro. I believe weather-wise, we're looking all right, aren't we? 2 more days of cloudiness. And also, and you're going to cop it in this, isn't Wagner?
Harsh, but true.
Currently now.
Oh.
Almost dropped it on. Okay, are they saying that the...
Who checked that?
Okay, they're saying that they might be able to get it to swing later on. Twitter ID, please, says Nadinda. I don't actually have Twitter. All right, and will you come live tomorrow? Also, I will be very excited to see you back tomorrow. Says the vlog. You will indeed be live, and that will be from 11 a.m. New Zealand time, right throughout the whole day. And if this game is finished by the end of day 4, we will not be doing day 5. But if it isn't finished by the end of day 4, we will have day 5 afterwards as well. New Zealand win by innings and 276, a record in there. Oh, and whether that's a record margin. I just realized that I read that completely wrong. I thought you were talking about the weather conditions, not weather for... I read that one wrong, didn't I? I think it's close to a record margin. Like winning a game by an innings in 276, pretty solid.
That is.
Maybe not a record, but right up there, probably top 10.
Yeah. Oh.
Sally tries the full toss. Well fielded by Henry. He's saving a lot of runs in the field.
He is.
That's going to be the end of the over. And Irish David said, are your videos streaming like him? So you type in Hindi language, understand me also, because Hindi is our national language, mostly talking in India. As I says Michelle there, and also what match will you do next? So the next game that we have got, if we're talking about all sports, it's going to be at 4 a.m. New Zealand time, and that will be Ireland taking on Italy for the Six Nations and the rugby. Then for the next morning, as soon as the test match starts at 11 a.m., we are going to be live. I will be live without my mum. She has got work.
Yeah,
but
so I need sleep.
After that, when she gets home from work, I'm sure she will be very keen to join me for session 2 and 3 of those live streams as well. And then after that, we have got a little bit more seeing you for the first time and become a fan of yours, says Indian Vloggers. I do appreciate that a lot, mate. And yeah, we've got plenty more of the cricketing live streams in the future, whether it is going to be the men's, the women's, Cricket World Cup, IPL maybe, a little bit of that. And also we have got the Asuru in the chat. Welcome in, mate. Currently Colin de Gronom using that slower pace. I think this will be the last over.
I think it will be.
Because he doesn't look like he's making his way back to his mark very quickly.
And they don't look as though they're that keen. It does. Are they?
Oh.
So they're saying Blundell's the...
Maybe Blundell gets to go.
He's a spinner.
And also we have got the, hey, there is a cricket tournament finals tomorrow. It's called PSL. There's some very good entertainment. Do you think you could live stream it? Says R.R. King. And I do see it's the Molten Sultans taking on Hore, I believe it is, if I'm not wrong. But sadly, it does overlap with that Six Nations games. But we are hoping to do the IPL, quite a few of those games on the channel. So we did miss most of the PSL. In fact, we missed all of the PSL. And they are at the finals tonight. So hopefully the IPL, we can get a few more matches more consistently done throughout that competition at the random hours of the morning.
Yeah.
That they will be taking place. It's my first yawn for a little while.
Yeah,
Lots of emoji kisses this afternoon. There is very, very friendly. At the moment, it seems. Australian Pro 275 target set South Africa and New Zealand jump on target, definitely. But in too much left in this test match, says Vishal. Yeah, still very early, of course. And this one, the fact we've still got 2 full days of cricket that can take place is absolutely awesome. Currently now, 2 balls left. Colin de Gronom runs in.
Oh.
Well played. Solid behind it. Do you just shove everyone in close now, or do you just...
Radio. I mean, yes.
1 to go. Okay. Can they get it going? And unfortunately, Pakistan women beat New Zealand women in the warm-up match. Unfortunate, but I mean, at the end of the day, hopefully we can try and get it going in the real competition when it does start up very soon. It's going to be the cut shot away. Does bounce to Daryl. Well, in fact, it was Devon Conway, and that will be the end of day 3 of this match between South Africa and the Black Cats. We will be back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, with some more cricketing action. Also, the Six Nations that is going to be happening tonight at 4 a.m. New Zealand time. So if you are interested in a little bit of rugby or just having a bit of a chat, be sure to come on to that live stream, Ireland versus Italy, into that matchup. But thank you all very much for tuning into this live stream. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got plenty more cricket coming in the future. Also, who do you think will win, or who will be the winner of the next World Cup? I mean, Australia for the T20 World Cup, I feel like are going to be a hard team to beat.
Yeah.
But also right up there for that competition, I feel like there's going to be probably New Zealand, England, Pakistan, and India. I think they are the real front runners at the moment.
Yeah.
And your stumps, I said 55% South Africa, 43 New Zealand, and 2% draw. And thereby I might see you on Tuesday if it goes to day 5. And what do you think the score will be when they get bowled out? I think they will get up to, I think 200 and 280 is probably not a terrible prediction at this stage.
New Zealand to chase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere around that mark, I would say. But yeah, we will have to wait and see how they do go and how long they will be able to bat tomorrow morning. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, like I mentioned, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And we will see you all for the next one tomorrow, and also the Six Nations. But see you all later. I hope you have a great day.
Bye.
And see you all.